Chapter 20 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A few more pages of dry details, dear reader, and then for nothing but brief scenes and rapid action. This, if you please, is a chapter of pure history, and therefore those who are well read in the annals of the times may pass it over without any particular attention. To all who are not, however, it will be found absolutely necessary to the right understanding of that which is to follow. On Hugh de Mothamer's arrival at Hereford, he found the news of Edward's escape common to all the town, but nevertheless he thought it necessary to communicate first to his uncle, and then to the Earl of Leicester, all that had taken place after he had left them in the morning. "Some 300 horses!" said de Montford, as he listened to the young nobleman's account of his meeting with Richard de Ashby. "They are bold, upon my life, but they teach us that we have been somewhat negligent. And so you unhorsed the traitor, but could neither kill nor take him. It is a pity. You are sure that he is not dead?" "Not sure, my lord," replied Hugh, "but I rather think not, for I felt the spear strike and then glance off. I would fain have brought him into Hereford." "Have you heard," continued de Montfort, "that our good friends the Earl of Ashby and his son have left us? So that I fear some hopes and expectations which your uncle mentioned regarding a fair lady's hand may suffer disappointment." "I have heard it, my lord," answered Hugh, "and am, I confess, not a little grieved. Nevertheless—" "Well, what of nevertheless?" asked de Montfort, seeing that he paused. "Why, nevertheless, my lord," replied Hugh, "I cannot but hope that I shall succeed at last. I have never yet seen a matter of love which was destined to end happily begin smoothly at the first." "I hope," said de Montfort. "Hope is like a hungry boy, who I once saw burn his mouth with his porridge, for he still consoled himself, poor urchin, by saying that it would be cool enough by and by. May it be as you wish, my young friend. But so good night, for neither you nor I can mend what is gone amiss this day." As Hugh was leaving the room, de Montfort called to him again, saying, "Pray ask your uncle to spend an hour with me to-night. I want his warlike counsel in our present strait. I know no one more fitted to advise me." "And none more willing, my lord," replied Hugh, quitting the room. Bustle, activity, preparation, the movement of troops, rumours of strange events, some false, some true, portents, even miracles; for those were times in which every man, with the magnifying glasses of superstition, doubts, expectations, suppositions, in regard to the motions of every following day, filled up the next fortnight busily. Every part of the country from one end to the other was stirred up to fight for one party or the other, and bands of soldiers moving across to join their several banners often encountered in the same village, and by their contests frighted the isle from its propriety. According to the best accounts that could be obtained, the number of troops which gathered round Prince Edward and the Earl of Gloucester was considerably larger than that which joined de Montfort in Hereford, and, being principally composed of cavalry, these levies dropped much more rapidly in. The foot soldiers, who were enrolling themselves for the party of the Lord Commissioners, as de Montfort's faction was called, though infinitely more numerous, being very much longer in their march, and more easily intercepted and driven back by the enemy. To counterbalance the depression, however, which the increasing strength of Edward and Gloucester might have spread through Hereford, rumours came daily of a great rising of the citizens of the capital in favour of de Montfort. And there was also on his side that great moral support which is given by the assurance of being at the head of a great popular movement; for that the cause of de Montfort was the popular one, no one can doubt who reads the ballads, the legends, or the histories of the day. The people, beyond all question, looked upon that renowned leader not only as the champion of their rights and liberties, but as a hero, which he really was, and as a saint, which he probably was not. Still the camp of de Montfort suffered many severe defections. In political contests, the love of novelty and of change affects many more men than one would at first sight suppose, causing them to seize any pretext for abandoning a party to which they have been for some time attached, and for going over to the other, which they have constantly opposed. Dissensions with their leaders or their fellow partisans, disgusts at trifling acts of neglect, even weariness of habitual associations, will produce in others the same effect, and thus a great number of the nobles who before the famous battle of Lewes supported the Earl of Leicester, now framed or discovered an excuse for following the example of the Earl of Ashby and his son, and joining the forces of Gloucester and Prince Edward. A few, too, really doubtful of de Montfort's real intentions, and fearful of his growing power, either retired from his party without espousing that of the prince, or abandoned him entirely, and prepared to oppose him in arms. Many of his weaker partisans, though adhering still to his cause, were alarmed at this defection, and looked grave and sorrowful at the intelligence received of the enemy's movements. But the Earl, though as serious in his demeanour as his age and character might require, was still firm and cheerful, as were all his principal counsellors and companions. None seemed less depressed than the old Earl of Mortimer, who had always a hopeful and courteous answer to give to everyone. "We shall beat them yet, my good friend," he said in answer to a somewhat timid and news-seeking gentleman who stopped him while riding down from the castle to his inn. "We shall beat them yet, do not fear. Unless some great and extraordinary error is committed on our side, or some inconceivable piece of good fortune occurs upon theirs, they must be defeated, as they were at Lewes." "But I see," said his companion, "that the Earl has proclaimed—" "Not the Earl, but the King," interrupted the old lord. "It is the King who has proclaimed Gloucester and all his adherents traitors. But that makes very little difference. In contentions like these, every man is called a traitor in his turn, whatever side he takes. And as for those who have gone over to the enemy, do not let their defection alarm you. It is better always to have an open enemy than a false friend. And a wise general gives all cowards and waverers a prompt order to quit the ranks of his army, not only as a useless, but an injurious encumbrance." Such cheerful words, and a few gallant acts performed in a casual skirmish here and there, kept up the spirits of the soldiery in Hereford and the neighbouring towns, till at length such a number of men were collected as seemed to justify de Montfort in taking the field, although the army of the prince might be, perhaps, by 1/2 more numerous than his own. The movements of the great Earl after marching out of Hereford became of a strange and incongruous character, which greatly puzzled and embarrassed many of his best supporters, and which have not been clearly understood even in our own time. But de Montfort's countenance remained calm and tranquil, even in the midst of what seemed to ordinary observers checks and reverses, and it was remarked that the 2 or 3 noblemen who were in his most intimate councils maintained the same serene aspect, whatever circumstances occurred. At the head of a large force, Edward interposed between the army of the Lords Commissioners and London, moving as it moved, and practising with consummate art the science of strategy, as it was known in those days, with the evident purpose of keeping his adversary at a distance from his resources, without giving him battle, exactly at his own time and place. De Montfort, in the meantime, affected to manoeuvre skilfully for the purpose of passing Edward's superior force without fighting, and making his way direct to London. But in all these operations the prince seemed to have the advantage, turning his opponent at every passage as the greyhound does the hare. Many facts have since been discovered, which have induced modern historians to suppose that de Montfort sought merely to amuse his adversary, but at the time 2 circumstances only led the closer observers in the Earl of Leicester's camp to believe that that great man had a covert object in view, and that he was not actually so completely frustrated by his opponent as appeared upon the surface. The first was that perfect equanimity to which we have alluded, and which he maintained under every apparent reverse. The second was a degree of anxious impatience, which manifested itself upon the arrival of many of the messengers who were constantly coming and going between his camp and the south-eastern parts of the country. These facts, in those who remarked them, created a suspicion that the Earl was waiting for reinforcements, not choosing to risk a battle till they had joined him, and at length a circumstance occurred which confirmed this opinion, and quieted the anxiety of many who had begun to fear that ill success was hanging over the very commencement of their career. Towards the middle of July the army approached the small town of Newport, after having attacked and taken Usk, which was feebly defended by some of the Earl of Gloucester's adherents. It seemed evidently the intention of de Montford and his councillors to cross the Severn, a few miles above Newport, and take possession of Bristol, and orders to that effect had been actually given. Few vessels, however, capable of transporting the forces of the Earl were found at the spot where de Montfort had ordered them to be collected, and Edward himself was known to be in the neighbourhood. But several ships and galleys of a considerable size were to be seen moored at the opposite side, and Hugh de Monthermer, who commanded an advance party, threw himself into a passage boat with a small force, and crossed the estuary towards a point where he believed he could make good his defence, while he dispatched the vessels to the opposite shore to bring over the main army of the Earl. His proceedings, as far as they were suffered to go, proved entirely successful. He effected his landing, repulsed a body of the enemy who attempted to dislodge him, and secured a place of disembarkation for the rest of the forces, when, to his surprise, while he was endeavouring to induce the seamen in other vessels to cross to the Welsh shore, a messenger reached him in a small rowboat, commanding his immediate return. Hugh obeyed at once, and proceeding to the headquarters of de Montfort, he found his uncle and Lord Ralph Basset in conference with the Earl of Leicester. The young nobleman was about to explain the motives of his conduct, but de Montfort stopped him, saying, "You did quite right, my young friend, but Prince Edward and I, you must know, are as two chess players, where the game is life and power, and neither he nor I must hazard one rash move, if we would avoid destruction. I know my own game. He is not aware of it, and it is necessary that he should not be so till the last moment." These words were heard by many of the gentlemen round, and rumour soon carried them through the whole host, one person repeating them in one manner and another in another, but all implying the same thing, that de Montfort had some dark secret purpose in view, and such was the confidence of the soldiery in their leader, that they never doubted success would attend him, whatever that purpose was. An immediate change of movements then took place. Suddenly turning into South Wales, the army ravaged a district belonging to some of the adherents of Gloucester, and in his progress de Montfort entered into a treaty with several of the native Welsh princes, by which he obtained the assistance of a considerable body of their light armed troops. A short pause of total inactivity next succeeded, and the Earl remained encamped for 2 or 3 days on the banks of the river Lugg, apparently with the purpose of giving some repose to his forces in the midst of the heats of July. Messengers, however, were continually coming and going. The Earl was constantly employed, either in writing or in training the troops to various military evolutions, and after all the camp except the sentinels were sound asleep, a light was seen burning in his tent till 2 or 3 in the morning. He used his nights, says a historian of those times, more for thought and labour than for sleep. During the greater part of each day, and often during these nocturnal vigils, the old Earl of Monthermer and the Lord le Despencer remained with de Montfort, sometimes consulting with him, sometimes writing in the same tent, sometimes examining the rude maps of that period, measuring distances and tracing out lines, but not one word did either of them utter, even to their nearest and dearest relations, in regard to the plans and purposes of the general. At length, one night towards 11 o'clock, while the army was what was both technically and literally in the field, Hugh de Monthermer received a summons written in the hand of de Montfort himself, desiring his immediate presence. The last words were, "Bring your dwarf page with you." Tangel was accordingly roused from the corner in which he slept, and followed Hugh to the quarters of the Earl, whom they found sitting in the outer tent in company with 2 or 3 noblemen. The flap of the canvas was drawn back on either side, in order to admit what fresh air could be found in a sultry night of summer, and at one end of a table, round which the assembled nobles were seated, appeared a man, dusty with travelling, and dressed in the garb of a Yorkshire forester. "Here is a letter for you, my Lord Hugh," said de Montfort, "enclosed in one to myself," and he handed a small packet to Hugh de Monthermer, tied, as was then customary, and fastened with yellow wax. Hugh took it, but before he broke the seal or cut the silk, he advanced to the table and examined the outside of the letter carefully by the light of one of the lamps. "Something seems to strike you as extraordinary," said de Montfort. "What is the matter?" "I will tell your lordship presently," replied Hugh, and severing the silk with his dagger, he read the contents. "This is good news as far as it goes," he said at length in a low tone. "I find that my good friend Ralph Harland is on his road to join us, together with a certain forest friend of ours," he added, turning towards his uncle, "with some 700 bold yeomen and foresters of York and Nottingham, and more will follow. They are already far advanced on their way in Staffordshire. But I cannot help thinking, my good lord," he added, raising his voice, "that this letter has been opened and read before it reached my hands." As the young nobleman spoke, he fixed his eyes on the messenger, who was somewhat pale before, but became paler still when he heard the last words. "I will swear upon the blessed rood," he cried, "that I never opened the packet, but brought it safely hither as I was told." "Who told you to bring it?" asked de Montfort, fixing his stern eyes upon him. The man hesitated a moment, and then replied, "Robin of Barnesdale." "What makes you think it has been opened, Hugh?" demanded the Earl of Monthermer. "Why, my dear uncle," answered the nobleman, "this wax is yellow, but at the side of it is a stain of green, as if at first it had been sealed with another colour." "Can our friend Robin write?" inquired de Montfort. "Yea," cried a shrill voice from behind Hugh de Monthermer, "as well as a Florentine reed or a Turkey's quill in the hand of an Oxford clerk." "We shall soon know more, my lord," said Hugh de Monthermer. "But this letter is not Robin's writing. This is from Ralph Harland, the franklin." "But this," replied the Earl, laying his hand upon another letter, "this purports to be from the bold forester, praying me to send you with some men-at-arms to reinforce them as they come, seeing that Gloucester threatens them, and they are afraid to proceed." "That shows it to be a forgery at once," said Hugh, in a low voice to Leicester. "Robin never seeks aid of any man. There is treachery somewhere, my lord, but we have means at hand of convicting this fellow. Now, sir," he continued, "tell me, and tell me true, who sent you hither, and beware, for if you deceive me, it may cost your life." "I have told you already," answered the man doggedly. "Well then, stand forward, my little magician," cried Hugh, laying his hand upon Tangel's head. "We hear of Eastern talismans, my lord, whereby truth and falsehood are discovered, as gold and alloy by the touchstone. And in this boy I have such a human talisman, who will soon tell us how much verity there is in the fellow's tale. Now, Tangel, look at him well, and say if he came from Robin Hood." "No," answered the dwarf, well pleased with the importance of his functions, and entering fully into the spirit of his master's figure of speech. "Hark, I hear Robin deny him, and say he never yet set eyes upon him." Then, tugging the young nobleman's sleeve, he whispered the words, "Go on, ask me more." "And now, Tangel," continued Hugh, "can you tell me whose man he is?" "Right well," replied the dwarf, fixing his keen gaze upon the pale face of the messenger, and then, speaking slowly, he added, "He is Prince Edward's." A slight smile came upon the man's countenance for a moment, but Tangel went on almost without a pause, watching him keenly as he spoke. He is Prince Edward's by the Earl of Gloucester, and the Earl of Gloucester's by Richard de Ashby. Ha, ha, ha! I hear them laughing when they think how they will take in de Montford, and lead the Lord Hugh into a trap, and he hears them too. Look at his face! Look at his face!" Certainly that face was now as bloodless as the visage of the dead. "Take him away," said de Montford in a stern tone. "Take him away and hang him on the first tree." "I will confess, cried the man, falling upon his knees. "Spare my life, and I will confess." "It is your only hope of safety," replied the Earl. "Tell the whole truth, and you shall be spared. Out with it at once, and without hesitation." "Well, then," said the detective impostor in a whining tone, "I confess I am Sir Richard de Ashby's man." And he went on to tell how a jolly monk passing through a village in the neighbourhood of Worcester, and making merry with some soldiers, had been recognised by one of the servants of Richard de Ashby, and instantly arrested. On searching him strictly, the letter from Ralph Harland to Hugh de Monthermer had been found, wrapped in leather between his sandal and the sole of his foot, and a plan was instantly formed both for cutting off the party of the young Franklin and Robin Hood, and also for leading Hugh de Monthermer into an ambuscade. The Earl of Gloucester and Roger Mortimer, he said, had been made acquainted with the plot, but not the prince. "Take him away," said de Montfort, after the story was told. "Take him away and guard him strictly. We may have occasion to account with these gentlemen at some future time. Now here is an opportunity," he continued, as soon as the pretended yeoman was removed, "which some men would seize, for cutting off whatever troops the rebels may detach in execution of their pitiful schemes. But I think, my good lords, we must not waste our strength upon skirmishes. At any moment we may have to act suddenly with our whole force, and therefore we must cast away the occasion that now presents itself of lopping off a limb from our enemy. Nevertheless, we must not forget the safety of our friends. Some faithful messenger must be sent at once to meet the reinforcement from Nottingham and Yorkshire, and give them notice to take a circuit through Shropshire. Shrewsbury is ours, and all the country round, so on that road they will be safe. Have you anyone you can send?" Hugh looked at the dwarf, and the boy clapped his hand gladly, exclaiming, "Let me go! Let me go!" "So be it, then," said Hugh. "I will provide him with the means at once, my lord. He had better have no letter, but a purse well filled and a swift horse. He will not fail a word of the message." "Hark!" cried de Montfort. "There is a sound of galloping from the other side of the river. The messengers at length, I trust. Do you know your errand, boy?" "Right well, great man," answered the dwarf, "and I will not fail either in speed or truth." "What ho! Stand! Who goes there?" demanded the sentinels, who were placed about 50 yards from de Montfort's tent. "A friend," was the reply. "Stand, friend, and dismount," cried the sentinel. "Letters," answered the other voice, "letters from the Lord Simon de Montfort to his father, the most noble Earl of Leicester." "Ha!" exclaimed Leicester, starting up, with his whole face beaming with satisfaction. "At length! Let him advance," he shouted. "Let him advance." And a moment after, coming forward to the opening of the tent, a man, pale, haggard, and worn, presented himself, bearing a small packet in his hand. "This is to your lordship, from your son," he said. "I left him well, at Oxford, not many hours ago, with 30,000 men in arms, all ready to defy the world, on behalf of de Montfort." Too eager to make any reply, the Earl of Leicester took the packet, tore it open, and read. "All is right," he cried at length, rising with a well-pleased smile, and turning to the gentleman on his right. "Now, my good lords, now the moment for action has come. To you, Mortimer, to you, Le Despencer, thanks, many thanks, for those wise and prudent counsels which have cast cool patience upon my own somewhat too impetuous nature, and enabled me to resist my own inclination to advance. Here have we amused these rebel lords and the infatuated prince in needless marches and countermarches, while my son has raised the country behind them, and is already at Oxford, with an overwhelming force. He on the one side, and I on the other, we have them in a net; or, even if they escape from the toils which are around them, Our forces united will be irresistible, and we will drive them to fight, to surrender, or to flee the land. Let every noble lord give instant orders in his own quarter of the camp to make ready for our advance an hour before daylight. And you, my Lord Hugh, must now direct your messenger to lead our friends from Nottingham, by Cleobury and Wyre Forest, on towards Worcester, keeping a keen look-out for the enemy. But, doubtless, ere they arrive we shall have cleared the country. You have brought me good tidings, he continued, addressing the messenger. Go to my steward, let him provide for you, and tomorrow 100 marks shall be your reward. Now, for a few hours, my lord, good night. Good night. By daybreak the next morning every tent was struck and the main body of the army had passed the Lug. De Montfort still advanced with great care and caution, throwing out scouts in all directions, and never making a movement which exposed any part of his force to sudden attack. But not an enemy was now to be met with. The whole country, as he advanced towards Worcester, was clear, and it seemed evident to all that Edward had become aware of his danger, and was endeavouring to escape from it. On the evening of St. Peter's Day, in the year 1265, de Montfort reached a magnificent country palace of the Bishop of Worcester, called, in the language of the time, Cemistoia, or Cemotal, from which, in all probability, the name Kemsey is derived. It was surrounded by an extensive park, reserved for the chase, and therein, or in a small neighbouring village, the army lodged during the night, while the headquarters of the general and his royal prisoner were in the manor, or palace of the bishop. The distance from Worcester was only 3 miles, but still no tidings reached the army of Prince Edward's movements. About 7 o'clock, however, a letter was received by de Montfort from his eldest son, who was at the head of the large body of men marching from Oxford to reinforce him. But when he opened it and read the date, his brow became clouded, and he muttered to himself, Kenilworth, Kenilworth, that is a great mistake. What does he in Kenilworth? On reading on, he found that the letter had been written just after a long night's watching in the fields to intercept the army of Prince Edward, which was said to be flying from Worcester, and that the young nobleman proposed to march on to join him on the Friday following, concluding that the prince had made his escape. De Montfort mused after he had perused the letter twice, and then murmured, There is no help for it. There is no help for it. We must onward to Evesham with all speed. Edward flying with a large force at his command, Worcester in his power, Gloucester garrisoned by his troops, Dean Forest near. No, 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 that is not likely. Edward was not made to fly. We must guard against surprise. There is something under this. And ringing a small handbell which stood upon his table, he continued aloud. As soon as one of his officers appeared, double the guards at every avenue of the park, throw out some 50 horse archers on the road to Worcester, and barricade the farther end of the village. Give those orders quickly, and then come back for a letter, after directing a horse and mail to make ready for Kenilworth. Kenilworth, he added, musing. What had he to do at Kenilworth? Hark ye, he proceeded, once more addressing the man, get some diligent fellows who do not fear for their necks to make their way into Worcester as soon as the gates are open, and bring me tidings of what is going on. Promise them high wages. We must have news. The officer departed, and de Montfort put his hand upon his brow, repeating to himself, What had he to do at Kenilworth? My head aches, he continued. Ere long, perchance, it may cease to ache for ever. Day had dawned about an hour when, by his permission, one of the spies who, as we have seen, had been sent into Worcester, was admitted to the chamber of the Earl of Leicester, whom he found just putting on his hauberk, proposing soon to set forth upon his march. I have had a narrow escape, my lord, cried the scout. All the rest are taken. But the news, exclaimed de Montfort, with a degree of heedlessness for human life which most veteran warriors acquire. The news! What did you learn? Little or nothing, my lord, answered the man, somewhat sullenly. I heard my companions ordered to be hanged, and saw Prince Edward's troops arriving in haste and disarray, after a long night march. But I could only save myself by speed, and therefore could learn nothing more." "It is enough, it is enough," cried de Montfort. "There, fellow, is your reward. Edward arriving in disarray at Worcester, that is enough. Now on to Evesham with all speed, join my boys' forces, and then return to crush this nest of hornets with my foot." He spoke proud and exultingly. Ah, little did he know that at that moment his son's forces were defeated and dispersed, 13 of his gallant barons killed, and a whole host of noble prisoners following the army of Edward into Worcester. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The march of a feudal army of that day was a beautiful thing to see, although a part of the splendour which it afterwards assumed, when the surcoats of the knights were embroidered with their arms, was not yet displayed. Still those arms were emblazoned upon the banners and on the shields. Still the richest colours that the looms of France, Italy, and England could supply, were to be found in the housings of the horses, and in the pourpoints and coats of the knights, and in the beautiful scarfs, called quantises, then lately introduced, which, passing over the right shoulder and under the left arm, fluttered like many tinted streamers in the air, with every breath of wind. Yes, it was a beautiful sight to see, and wisely does the rugged front of war deck itself with every brilliant accessory, to hide the dark and murderous look which would otherwise scare the hearts of men. It was a beautiful sight, and as Hugh de Motham had detached with a body of horse archers and men at arms from the main army to reconnoitre the neighbouring country, stood for a moment on a little hill looking down the lovely vale of Evesham, and watching the host of de Montfort winding its way from Kemistow, probably a more magnificent scene never met the eyes of man. Sunshine, the bright sunshine of a summer's day, was over the whole, mingling the ingredient of its own loveliness with every fair thing in the landscape. Still, now and then, over the brilliant blue sky floated a light cloud, like a flying island, casting here and there a deep shadow, which hurried speedily onward, leaving all shining behind it, like those fits of gentle pensiveness which come at times even upon the happiest spirit, scarcely to be called melancholy, but seeming as if a shade from something above us flitted over our minds for a moment, and then left them to the sunshine and the light. On one hand, rising tall and blue, was the beautiful range of Malvern, with many a lesser hill springing out from the base, wooded to the top and often crowned with an embattled tower. On the other side were the high grounds running down in the direction of Suddenly, covered with magnificent trees, and bearing up innumerable castles, while here and there the spire of a church peeped out, or the pinnacles of an abbey. In the wide expanse between the two were seen the rich slopes, the green meadows, the corn-bearing fields, the long lines of forest that still distinguish the lovely vale of Evesham, the tower, town, and hamlet, brook and river, offering a confusion of beautiful forms and splendid colouring. And in the midst of this marched on the army of de Montfort, with banners displayed and pennons fluttering in the wind. First came the slingers with their staves and leathern bands, and then the light-foot pikemen, armed with the shorter spears and ausins. The former were totally without defensive armour, and the latter were only protected by a pectoral or breastplate of steel scales hanging from the neck, and a round steel buckler on the arm. All was confusion amongst them as they ran on, preceding the rest of the army, somewhat in the manner of modern skirmishers, only with less discipline and skill. But immediately following these appeared the first regular troops, consisting of various bands of heavy armed spearmen, with much longer lances than the former, and defended by the steel cap or chapelle de fer, the long oval shields, and thickly stuffed hoquetons, so stiff and hard as to resist the blow of sword or dagger. Some of these bands, according to the taste or the means of their leader, were furnished with the same pectorals of scales that were borne by the lighter spearmen, while some had short hauberks of steel rings, set edgewise, and some were unprovided with any other army for the body than the hoqueton of which we have already spoken. Marching, however, in regular order, with their spears leaning on their shoulders, and their steel caps glistening in the sun, they presented a fine martial appearance, and were, in fact, a very formidable body to attack. After the pikemen came the bands of archers, the pride of the English army. In general, they were covered with the hauberk and the steel cap of the times, but, upon what account it is difficult to be discovered, each wore above his armour a sort of leathern cuirass ornamented with 4 round plates of iron. Their arrows were in a belt at their waist, their bows unbent in their hands, while each man had his annales or short dagger hanging from his neck by a cord, and many of the bands were also furnished with a strong broad sword of about 2 feet in length. Little difference existed in the equipment of the crossbowmen, who in the army of de Montford were not very numerous, as the arbalist was a foreign arm. For his being more especially the English party, care was taken to avoid everything that had not some touch of the national character about it. Bodies of horse archers followed, and then came the long line of men-at-arms, marching 4 abreast, with their polished harness reflecting every ray, but presenting a very different appearance from that of the cavalry at an after period, when plate armour had been introduced. At this time each ring of their mail caught the light, and sent the rays glancing to the eyes of the beholder, at a different angle from the one next to it, so that a more sparkling object could scarcely be seen than the new hauberk of a knight in the middle of the 13th century. Great pride, too, was taken by each soldier in keeping his arms bright and highly polished, and though many of the leaders wore a rich surcoat without sleeves, yet others took pride in displaying their full panoply. Certainly a more splendid sight has rarely been witnessed than the long line of de Montford's cavalry, winding onward through the beautiful vale of Evesham. Ever and anon, too, the light summer wind brought to the ears of Hugh de Montford the stirring blast of the trumpet, and the loud shouted word of command, and as he gauged and listened, his high chivalrous soul seemed to swell within him, and he longed to break a lance or wield a sword against the most renowned champion that Europe could produce. Riding onward at the head of his men, through the byways by which he had been directed to advance upon Evesham, visions of glory, and of honour, and of knightly fame swam before his eyes, chasing away, for the first time, a dark train of melancholy images which had possessed him ever since the father of her he loved had gone over to the enemy. It was not indeed that the hope of winning renown could banish the memory of Lucy de Ashby, but in those days the passion for glory was so intimately mingled with the thoughts of love that they never could be separated from each other. To know that she would hear of his deeds of arms, to know that her bosom would thrill at the tidings, to know that her heart would go with him to the battlefield, and that she would watch and listen for every tale and every history concerning the scenes in which he was now mingling, was a solace and a comfort to him. Glorious actions were one of the ways of wooing in chivalrous times, and but too often the only way to which the true-hearted lover would have recourse. Such, indeed, was now the situation of Hugh de Montford himself, and such, he knew, would, in all probability, be his state for many years, unless some of the great accidents of war brought to a speedy extinction the flame which was just kindled in the country. Thus the desire of military glory was the twin sister of his love for Lucy de Ashby, and at that moment when the splendid pageantry of the marching army passed before his eyes, and the inspiring blast of the trumpet reached his ear, he would gladly have defied the most renowned champion of all Europe for honour and the lady that he loved. The host moved on, however, and, after gazing for a minute or two, Hugh once more pursued his course, eagerly examining from every little eminence in the plain the whole country around him, to see if friend or foe was near, in arms, to the forces of de Montford. But nothing appeared. All was calm and tranquil. There was the village girl tripping away through the fields, the long ears of corn almost reaching to her head. There was the labourer reaping the barley of a rich and early season. There was the waggoner guiding his team along the road. There was the herd driving his cattle into the shade. But the only martial thing that struck the eye was the glancing of de Montford's spears. as they wound onward at the distance of about a mile. It was towards evening, and the host of the Earl was entering the little town of Evesham, about 2 miles from the spot at which Hugh de Mortimer had by this time arrived, when an object attracted his attention in a small wood at some short distance. The declining sun shone upon something glistening under the trees. It might be a ploughshare, the young knight thought, but a moment after, another gleam came from a different part of the copse, and he instantly turned his horse's head thither, advancing cautiously along a narrow lane, with some archers thrown out in the fields on either side. After having gone on for about 10 minutes, a living creature, creeping along under the hedge, was observed both by the young lord and the persons immediately behind him, but in the dimness of the shade they could not discover what it was. "'Tis a dog," said Tom Blorket, who was in the first rank behind his leader. "Or a wolf," remarked another man near. "'Tis more like a bear," observed a third, "and it goes like a bear." "Pooh! You're always thinking of the Holy Land," rejoined Blorket. "We have no bears here, but bears upon 2 legs." At that moment Hugh spurred on his horse, and raising his voice, shouted aloud, "Tangel, Tangel, is that you?" The dwarf started upon his feet, for he was creeping along with wonderful swiftness upon his hands and knees, and turning round at the well-known sound of the young lord's call, he darted towards him with various wild and extravagant gestures. "They are here!" he cried. "They are here, Robin and Ralph and all, and right glad will they be to see you, for we have had a sore time of it these last 4 days. They thought it was the prince's army again, and sent me out of the wood to discover." "Right glad shall we be to meet them too," replied Hugh, "for though we are strong enough, I trust, and shall soon be stronger, yet a reinforcement of 700 or 800 gallant men can never come amiss." "Not so many as that, good knight, not so many as that," cried the dwarf. "Some of the Yorkshire churls were afraid to come by the road we took, and went round by Stafford. The rascals that Leighton raised, and Shergold of the Bower. Thus there are but Robin and Ralph Harland and 250 barely counted. But they are good men and true, who will send you an arrow through the keyhole of Munbury church door, or beat the sheriff's constable into the shape of a horseshoe." "They shall be welcome, said Hugh. "And as for the others, the man who has ever felt a doubt or a fear in a good cause had better not bring his faint heart to spread the mildew through a gallant army." When the young knight, however, met his yeoman friends under the first trees of the little wood, he found the bearing of bold Robin Hood somewhat more serious than it was wont to be. "What is the matter, Robin?" he asked, after they had greeted each other kindly. "I know not, my lord," replied the forester, "but wild rumours have reached us in the course of the day, of a battle fought and de Montford routed." Hugh de Mortimer laughed. "Nay, Robin," he said, "from that little hill you may see even now the last troops of the great earl's gallant force marching into Evesham, without a plume shorn from a crest, without banner torn or surcoat rent." "That is good news, my lord," answered Robin Hood. "That is good news." But still he looked grave, and added, "The tidings came from the Warwick side, and I love not such rumours, whether they show what men fear or what men hope." "From the Warwick side!" said Hugh, musing in turn. "My lord of Leicester must hear this. Come, Robin, come, Ralph, let us quickly on to Evesham. My uncle's men keep good quarters for me and mine, and I will share them with you for to-night. Have you no horses?" "No, my lord," replied Ralph. "We have marched with our people afoot. I have here 100 good spears, and Robin some 70 archers. If you go on with your mounted men, we will soon follow, now that we know there are friends before us. For the last 4 days we have slept in the fields and woods, for the marchings and countermarchings of Prince Edward have more than once brought us nearly into a net. Go on, my lord, and we will follow you." Hugh de Mortimer did not hesitate to do so, for he was well aware that at such a critical moment the least intelligence might be of importance to de Montford. The moment he reached Evesham he left his men under the command of one of the principal followers of his house, and proceeded through the thronged confusion of the streets to seek the headquarters of the Earl of Leicester. He found him at the Abbey, surrounded by a number of officers, and leading the king, with every appearance of deference and profound respect, to the apartment which had been prepared for him. This being done, and the usual measures having been taken to guard against the monarch's escape, the Earl turned to go back to the refectory. The moment his eye fell upon Hugh, de Montfort beckoned him to follow, and in the large dining hall of the monks called him into one of the deep windows, saying, "You have some news for me, I see. What is it?" Hugh related to him his meeting with their friends, and mentioned the rumours they had heard, which brought a sudden gloom on de Montfort's brow. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "from Warwick did he say the news had come?" "From the side of Warwick, my lord," replied Hugh. "By St. James, that were bad tidings, if true," continued the Earl. "But it cannot be. I had letters from my son last night. No, all is well. He had watched for Edward, he said, but the prince had not come. Thanks, my young friend. These good yeomen arrived most seasonably. See that they be well lodged and fed. Take care of your own people too, for although the king told your uncle just now that he looked upon him as the worst enemy he had, I regard him as one of the best subjects in the land. So good night for the present. We must be early in the saddle tomorrow." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. It was about 1 o'clock on the 4th of August, 1265, when Simon de Montfort, having the king upon his right hand, with Lord de les Despences, the high justiciary, on the monarch's right, the Earl of Mortimer and Lord Ralph Basset on his own left, and some 4 or 5 and 20 knights and gentlemen following close upon his steps, rode out from the highway leading from Evesham to Alcester, upon that ever-renowned plain, where the truncheon of power was to be wrested from his grasp for ever. The country was for the most part open, but there was a little wood and some rising ground to the right, a rivulet running along across the patch of common land which the road now traversed, and a cultivated field with its hedgerow on the left. About 1/4 of a mile from the point at which the highway issued from between the banks was a stone post, marking the spot where 3 roads, coming down from some slight hills in front, met and united in the one along which de Montfort had marched from Evesham. For nearly the same distance beyond, these roads might be seen crossing the common, and then plunging amongst woods and hedges, they ascended the gentle slope opposite. The day was not so fine as the preceding one. Clouds were gathering in the sky. The air was heavy and oppressive, the horses either languid or impatient, and everything announced that the sun would go down in storms. A small advanced guard had been sent forward to reconnoitre the country in front, and the head of the column of the army was about 100 yards behind the general and his companions. But no detachment had been on this, as on the preceding day, thrown out to examine the fields to the left of the line of march. De Montfort's brow was calm and serene. He hoped, ere many hours were over, to unite his forces to those of his eldest son, and then, turning upon his enemy, to terminate the contest at a blow. Ere he had reached the stone at the crossing of the roads, however, 3 or 4 horsemen at headlong speed came down from the rising ground in front, and in a moment after the whole advanced guard was seen in full retreat. "What is this?" asked de Montfort, spurring on his horse to meet the first of the men-at-arms who was approaching. "What news bring you in such haste?" "My lord, there is a mighty power coming down upon you," cried the man. "We saw them from the edge of the slope beyond, full 20,000 men." "Did you see their banners?" demanded de Montfort. "No," answered the messenger. "There were banners in plenty, but I marked not what they were." "You are speedily alarmed," said the Earl, in a cold tone. "Hugh de Mortimer," he proceeded, speaking to the young lord, who was close behind, "gallop up that hill there to the right, and bring us word what your keen eyes can see. I will ride on to the other slope and judge for myself." Hugh was away in a moment, and de Montfort continued, turning in the saddle. "My kind friend Mortimer, my good Lord Ralph, I beseech you, array the men as they issue forth from between the banks. These that are coming must be the forces of my son from Kenilworth, but it is as well to be prepared. My Lord le Despencer, I leave you to entertain his Majesty. I will be back directly. Some of you young gentlemen follow me." And spurring on at full speed, he crossed the little rivulet, and descended the first slope of the ground beyond. He there paused for some minutes, watching attentively the country before him, through which, upon the left-hand road, was advancing a large body of men, under numerous banners. At length he seemed satisfied, turned his horse, and rode back at an easy canter to the spot where the old Earl of Mortimer and Lord Ralph Basset were arraying the spearmen, archers, and crossbowmen, who had by this time come forth upon the common, while the men-at-arms were only beginning to appear, taking up a position behind the infantry. "It is as well," said de Montfort, speaking as they returned, to one of the gentlemen who had followed him, "it is as well to put them in array, for we shall halt here for an hour while the men refresh themselves. You saw those banners?" "Yes, my lord," replied the knight. "I marked that of your son and that of the Earl of Oxford." "We will give them a cheer when they come up," continued de Montfort, and he rode on to the Earl of Mortimer, saying, "It is my son, Mortimer. I see his banner, and Oxford's likewise. But here comes your nephew. Who is this he is driving down before him at the point of the lance? A crossbowman, it seems." My lord," cried Hugh de Mortimer as he came up, "prepare for instant battle. Prince Edward's army is within a mile, and Mortimer is coming up on the right-hand road." "What! To the right?" exclaimed de Montfort. "How came he there? Well, let them come. They will meet more than they expected. My son is on the left. Advance our wing, my good Lord of Mortimer, that we may join with him more easily." "My lord, you are deceived," said Hugh eagerly. "The banners you have seen are not your son's." "But—" cried de Montfort. "Speak, sirrah!" exclaimed Hugh, turning sternly to the crossbowman, whom he had driven down before him. "Speak, and let the earl hear the truth. Such bitter tidings should only come from the lips of an enemy. Speak, I say. My lord, this is one of Gloucester's archers. He will tell you more." "Let him then," said the earl. "Who are these marching against me, sirrah?" "Prince Edward, Roger Mortimer, and Gilbert de Clare," replied the man. "Your son, my lord. Kill me if you will, but it is the truth. Your son was surprised in his bed at Kenilworth, his army routed and dispersed, 13 barons displaying their own banners were taken, and as many more were slain. The banners you have seen were captured by the prince, and are hung out but to deceive you." "And my son?" asked de Montfort, gazing earnestly in the man's face. "What of my son?" "He escaped, my lord," replied the archer. "He escaped, and threw himself into the castle." "Take him to the rear," said de Montfort. "Lo, where they come! A mighty power indeed! How orderly, how firm! The boy learnt that from me. Now, God have mercy on our souls, for our bodies are Prince Edward's." He added the latter words in a lower voice, but so as to be distinctly heard by the gentlemen around him. A moment after, he raised his head proudly, saying, "However, he must be met boldly, and we must do our duty as knights and gentlemen. Everyone who is willing to do so may this day conquer high renown, if he wins no other prize. But should there be any one who fears to fight and fall with de Montfort, he has full leave to go; for I would not have it said, when men shall talk of this glorious, though perhaps disastrous day, that there was one coward amongst all those who did battle at Evesham. Let us make the best of our array, my Lord of Mortimer. Yonder wood is a point that must be maintained. Hugh, line the hedges of that little field with archers. Place me there our stout foresters from Sherwood. It is a point of much importance. Take up your post beyond them, there, with your men-at-arms. Have some archers and slingers in your front, and keep the ground between the further hedge and those scrubby bushes and hawthorn trees, amongst which their horsemen cannot act. I put you in a post of difficulty and danger, young gentleman, but I know that you will acquit you well. And now for the rest of our array. The enemy are halting for their own arrangements, but still we must lose no time." Thus saying, he rode slowly along towards the wood, giving his orders as he went, and ranging his men for battle, while Hugh de Monthermer proceeded to execute the commands he had received. Every post was soon filled up, and before 2 o'clock the adverse armies were completely arrayed facing each other. But alas, that of Prince Edward outnumbering the force opposed to him in the proportion of 2 to 1. Nearly in the centre of de Montford's line was the Earl of Leicester, and at a little distance the weak and false King Henry, cased in complete armour and riding a strong black charger. From both sides the royal standard was displayed, and in a brief consultation amongst the principal nobles, it had been judged necessary, as the king's name was used in all public acts by the Lords Commissioners, to let the soldiers see him actually in arms on their behalf. Neither had Henry himself appeared in the least unwilling to play this part, for although surrounded by a number of guards, he still entertained the hope of escaping in the hurry and confusion of battle. In the right of the same army was placed the gallant young Henry de Montford, a godson of the king, and, like Hugh de Monthermer, a playfellow of Prince Edward. For in those dire civil wars, as is ever the case, all the sweet relationships of life were torn asunder, and the hearts that loved each other the best were frequently armed for each other's destruction. In the left wing was the banner of Monthermer, and under it fought not only the regular retainers of the house, but the yeomen and foresters of Yorkshire and Nottingham. The slingers, as usual, were thrown forward about 150 yards before the rest of the army, closely supported by the lighter pikemen, and taking advantage of every bush and brake which might give them shelter, while they discharged their missiles at the enemy. Behind them were some thousands of Welsh foot, who had been engaged as auxiliaries by de Montford, and then came the lines of sturdy English archers and regular spearmen, supported by the men-at-arms. It was a fine array to look upon, and stern and firm seemed the front of de Montford's battle. But the vast superiority of the enemy's numbers cast a shadow, as it were, upon the spirits of the soldiery, while in the hearts of the leaders was nothing but the certainty of defeat and death. Had it been any other body, perhaps, that opposed them but an English force, had any other generals commanded the adverse party but Edward and Gloucester, their confidence in their own courage and in their great leader might have taught them to look with hope even to the unequal struggle before them. The troops, however, by whom they were outnumbered, were English soldiers. The chiefs who led the army were famous for their warlike skill and courage, and all were fresh from victory and elated with recent success. Upon the field of battle the banners which had been assumed to mislead de Montford were cast by, and those of the different leaders themselves displayed. The troops of Mortimer and the Lords Marchers were on the right, the division of Gloucester on the left, and the command of Edward himself in the centre. In the army of the Prince, hope and exultation were in every bosom, confidence was strong, and amongst the foreign favourites of Henry III., who were ranged in that force, the burning thirst for revenge upon him who had overthrown their fortunes and well nigh driven them from the land, added fierceness to their courage, and a savage joy at the thought of the coming vengeance. After the array was complete, a stern and gloomy silence pervaded the whole line of de Montford. Each man thought of tomorrow, of the home that he might never see again, the children left fatherless, the widowed wife, the promised bride, the sweet, warm relations of domestic life, soon to be torn by the bloody hand of war. Yet none but the auxiliaries thought of flying, not one dreamt of avoiding the fate before him, for each man there arrayed came with a firm conviction of right and justice on his side. Each believed that he was fighting for the deliverance of his country from foreign domination. each came ready to die for the liberty and the freedom of the people of England. They were determined, resolute, unshaken, but they were without hope, and therefore in stern silence they awaited the onset of the foe. On the other side, for some time, nothing was heard but cheerful sounds, the leaders' shouts, the repeated blasts of the clarion and the trumpet, till at length amongst them also a momentary solemn pause succeeded, giving notice that the battle was about to begin. They hung like a thundercloud upon the edge of the slope, and that temporary calm but preceded the breaking forth of the tempest. The heavy masses then for a moment seemed to tremble, and then a few men ran forward from the ranks, slinging, even from a distance at which no effect could be produced, large balls of stone or lead at the front of de Montford's lines. Others followed quick in irregular masses, and then moved on, somewhat more slowly, but in fine and soldierly order, the whole of Edward's overpowering force. A pin might have been heard to drop in the host of de Montford, so still was the expectant silence with which they awaited the attack of the immense army which seemed not only about to assail them at once in front, but lapping over at both extremities, to crush either flank under the charge of its numerous cavalry. The skilful dispositions of the great Earl, however, had secured them against that danger, and the wood on the right hand, which he had filled with archers and foot spearmen, defended one wing, while the hedges and low hawthorn trees, near which he had planted Hugh de Monthermer and the bowmen of Sherwood, were a protection to the left. Nevertheless, the latter point was one of considerable danger, and Edward marked it as the weakest part of de Montford's line. Scarcely had the first movement in the prince's army taken place when a strong body of horse, following close upon a band of crossbowmen, was observed by Hugh de Monthermer marching straight against his post, headed by the banner of by God Earl of Norfolk, and leaving his men-at-arms for a moment, he galloped to the spot where his friend Robin stood, saying in a low voice, "Here will they make their first attack, Robin, in order to turn our flank." "Let them come," replied Robin Hood. "We will give a good account of them. We have planted stakes for their horses, my lord, so if you have to charge, mark well the gaps." I see," cried Hugh de Monthermer. "But as it is a great object to put them in disarray, send them a flight from your bowstrings as soon as the arrows will tell." "Ours will tell now," said Robin, and at the same time he raised his bow above his head as a signal to his men. At that instant a few balls dropping from the enemy's stingers fell impotent along de Montford's line, but the next moment 150 arrows shot into the air, scattered the crossbowmen in face of Hugh de Monthermer's band, and even caused considerable disarray amongst the men-at-arms from Norfolk. A whole flight from Edward's army then darkened the air, but reached not the opposite host, and the Earl of Monthermer, distrusting his nephew's impetuosity, rode down to beg him on no account to charge till the battle had really begun. It was not long ere such was the case, however. Onward, with increasing rapidity, came the force of the prince. The arrows and the quarrels on both sides began to work fearful havoc in the ranks, and the men-at-arms might be seen closing the barred Aventine, preparing to enter with each other into deadly strife. The arrows from the Nottingham bows, unmatched throughout all England, did execution of a fearful kind amongst the crossbowmen opposed to them. One went down after another as they hurried forward. Their ranks became thinner and more thin, and at length the men-at-arms behind them, finding that the living as well as the dead and wounded encumbered without serving, called to them loudly to retire, that they themselves might advance to charge. Before the retreat of the infantry could well be accomplished, the Earl of Norfolk gave the word, and with levelled lances the horsemen sushed on. The repeated arrows from an unerring hand struck every part of the earl's own armour as he approached. "At the horses!" cried the voice of Robin Hood, as the men-at-arms drew near, and in an instant another flight, point blank, rattled like hail amongst the advancing cavalry. 5 or 6 chargers instantly went down, and others, furious with pain, reeled and plunged, spreading disarray around. Hugh de Montfort was now about to give the order to advance, in order to support the archers and complete what they had done. But at that instant a cry of "They fly! They fly!" came from the right, and, looking up the line, he perceived the whole body of Welsh auxiliaries running from the field in rout and disarray. The panic of any large body of an army, we are told, generally communicates itself more or less to the whole. But such was not the case upon the present occasion. A shout of indignant anger burst from the other troops as the Welsh went by, for it was forgotten that they were not fighting for their country's safety or deliverance, like the rest of that host, but every one made way for them to pass, and filling up the open space as fast as possible, presented a still sterner face than before to the advancing army. One of the chief defences of the centre, however, was now gone. It was like an outwork forced, and a charge of men-at-arms taking place on both sides, the whole line was speedily engaged. From the firm front of the Nottingham archers, and the terrible unceasing shower of arrows they kept up, the bands of the Earl of Norfolk turned off in disorder, at the very moment he had led them up almost to the stakes. Hugh de Montfort, charging while they were still in confusion, drove them back in complete rout, but the troops of Mortimer sweeping up, changed the fortune of the parties, and Hugh, knowing the absolute necessity of keeping firm the post he occupied, retreated unwillingly to his first position. It was now that the Yorkshire spearmen, with the young Franklin at their head, did gallant service to the cause which they espoused. Advancing with their long lances, they kept the enemy at bay, and, in spite of charge after charge, made by Mortimer and others, maintained their ground against the whole force of the prince's right wing. In other parts of the field, however, numbers were gradually prevailing against all that courage and resolution could do. The mêlée had begun in all its fierceness. Knight fought with knight, man opposed man. Hurry and confusion were seen in all parts of the field, while the clang of arms, the blasts of the trumpet, the shouts of the combatants, the loud voice of the commanders, the galloping of horse, the groans of the dying, and the screams of men receiving agonizing wounds, offered to the ear of heaven a sound only fit for the darkest depth of hell. Charge after charge was poured upon the left wing of de Montfort's army, but Mortimer, Bigod, and the Earl of Pembroke in vain led down their horse against the gallant band of spearmen and archers. Each time they approached, they were driven back either by the fierce flights of arrows, the long spears of Pontefract, or the encounter of the men-at-arms. Once only was the line between the hedged field we have mentioned and the hawthorn trees shaken for an instant by overpowering numbers, and then the old Earl of Montfort, seeing his nephew's peril, galloped down at the head of a strong band of men-at-arms, and aided to repel the enemy. He paused one moment by his nephew's side ere he left him, saying, "It will be very glorious, Hugh, if we can maintain our ground till night. Farewell, my dear boy. Do your devoir, and, if we never meet again on earth, God bless you." "I beseech you, sir," replied Hugh, "take care of your own invaluable life. Remember, you are as much aimed at by the enmity of the foreigners as even de Montfort." "I will never fall alive into their hands," replied the old earl, "but I quit not this field, so long as there is light to wield the sword." Thus saying, he rode away to a spot where the battle was thickening, round the banner of de Montfort itself, and his presence there apparently aided to restore the field, for shortly after the whole force of Prince Edward withdrew for a short space, like a tiger that has been disappointed of its spring, and hung wavering upon the edge of the slope as if collecting vigour for a new charge. At the same time, the sky overhead, which, as I have before said, had been threatening during the whole morning, grew darker and darker, so as to be more like that of a gloomy November evening than the decline of a summer's day. The pause which had taken place seemed a part of Edward's plan for breaking the firm line of his adversary, as it was more than once repeated during the battle, but it was never of long duration. The next instant his trumpets blew the charge, and down came the thundering cavalry, pouring at once upon every part of de Montfort's army. On the Earl's side, too, after a rapid flight of arrows from the archers, the men-at-arms advanced to meet the coming foe, and again the battle was urged hand to hand. It were vain to attempt a picture of the various deeds that were done that day in different parts of the field, for seldom in the annals of warfare has a combat taken place in which such acts of prowess and stern determination were displayed on either part. Edward himself, Mortimer, Gloucester, the Earl of Ashby and his son, Bigod and Valence, and the 1,000 others of noble birth and high renown fought, both as generals and soldiers, with personal exertions and valour, which could only be displayed in a chivalrous system of warfare; while on the other, de Montfort, Mortimer, le Despencer, Basset, St. John, Beauchamp, de Rosse, put forth energies almost superhuman to counterbalance the disadvantage of numbers, and to wrest a victory from the hand of fate. In one place, Humphrey de Bohun was struck down by one of Edward's men-at-arms, and a peasant with an hussar was preparing to dispatch him ere he could rise, when William de York came to his rescue and slew the foot soldier. But even as de Bohun rose and regained his horse, his deliverer was killed by a quarrel from the crossbow. In another part the king himself was assailed and wounded by one of his own son's followers, who had even shortened his lance to pin him to the earth, as he lay prostrate before him, when, throwing back his avant-taille, the monarch exclaimed, "Out upon thee, traitor! I am Henry of Winchester, thy king. Where is my son?" As he spoke, a knight, taller by a head than any man around, and clothed from the crown to the heel in linked mail, sprang to the ground beside him, and thrusting the soldier fiercely back, raised the monarch from the ground, exclaiming, "Mount, mount, my father, and away! Come to the rear, and let your wound be searched. Give me your horse's rein. You at least are free, and that is worth a victory." The king sprang on his horse, and Edward led him by the bridle to the rear of his own army. Almost at the same moment, on the left of de Montfort's line, Alured de Ashby and Hugh de Mortimer met in full career, the former charging the well-known shield of Mortimer with animosity only the more fierce, perhaps, because he knew that it was unjust; the latter meeting him unwillingly, though compelled by circumstances to do his knightly devoir. His very reluctance, however, made him more calm and thoughtful than his fiery assailant, and aiming his lance right at the crest of his adversary, in order to cast him from his horse and make him prisoner rather than kill him, he galloped on with a wary eye. The young Lord of Ashby's spear charged well and steadily, struck full upon the shield of his opponent, pierced through the plate of steel and touched the hauberk, but stopped there, without even shaking him in the saddle, and broke off in splinters, while Mortimer's lance, catching the steel casque just above the avant-taille, hurled his adversary to the ground, bruised but unwounded. Several of Mortimer's followers instantly ran up on foot to seize the discomfited knight and make him prisoner, but a charge of fresh troops drove them back, and Alured de Ashby, remounting his horse, rode away with no light addition to his former hatred for Hugh de Mortimer. The momentary retirement of Edward from the field now caused another of those pauses in the battle which have been already mentioned. His forces once more withdrew for a short space, slowly and sullenly, the archers on either side continuing to discharge their arrows, though with but little effect. About the same time, a flash somewhat faint, but blue and ghastly, came across the sky, and then the low muttering of distant thunder. "Ha!" said Robin Hood, who was standing by the side of Hugh de Mortimer at the moment, "that trumpet will be but little attended to today. Heaven's voice too rarely is." "Too rarely indeed," replied Hugh. "Have you lost many men, Robin?" "Well nigh 20, I fear," answered Robin Hood. "Poor Brown was rash, and ventured upon the stakes with his little band of Mansfield men. They are all gone, but we have filled up the gap." "Can you still maintain your post?" demanded Hugh. "With God's will, and the help of the Blessed Virgin, we shall do very well here," said Robin. "But I fear, my lord, for the centre and the right. Look up there, just in the second line, where there are so many gathering to one spot. Some great man is hurt there." "My uncle was there a moment ago," exclaimed Hugh. "I fear it is he." "No, no, my lord," replied an old knight of the house of Mortimer, who was on his horse close by. "My lord your uncle is safe. I have seen him since the last charge, though he seems resolved to lose his life." "I do beseech you, Sir John Hardy," said Hugh, "if we lose the day, look to my uncle and force him from the battle, should it be needful." "You stay on the field then, my lord, I suppose?" asked the old knight. "I do," answered Hugh. "Then I stay too," replied Sir John Hardy. "Nay, that is folly," cried Robin Hood. "Let each man fight so long as fighting may avail, but when the day is clearly lost, the brave man, who would spill his best blood to win it, then saves the life that God gave him to do God's service at another time. But see, all the leaders are gathering to that point. You had better go, my lord, and bring us tidings. We will ensure the ground till your return." "Command the troop, then, till I come back, Sir John," said Hugh, and riding along the front of the line, under a shower of arrows from the enemy, he approached the spot where, sheltered from the sight of the adversary's lines by a thick phalanx of foot spearsmen and men at arms, was collected a group of noblemen of the first rank, seeming to hold a council round the royal standard, which was there erected. When Hugh came near, however, he saw that the occasion was a sadder one. His uncle, the lords of Mandeville, Basset, Crespigny, Beauchamp, and Le Despencer, were standing dismounted round the famous Earl of Leicester, who was stretched upon the ground, with his head and shoulders supported by the knee and arm of a monk. Deep in his breast, piercing through and through the steel hauberk, was buried the head of a broken lance, and in his right was a cloth-yard arrow. He had just concluded what seemed his confession in extremis, and the good man was murmuring over him in haste the hurried absolution of the field of battle. His countenance was pale, the dull shadow of death was upon it, the lips were colourless, and the nostrils widely expanded, as if it caused an agonizing effort to draw his breath. But the eye was still bright and clear, and, while the man of God repeated the last words, it rolled thoughtfully over the faces of all around, resting with an anxious gaze upon those with whom he was most familiar. "Draw out the lance," he said, speaking to the surgeon of his household, who stood near. "If I do, my lord," replied the leech, "you cannot survive 10 minutes." "That is long enough," said de Montford. "My boy Henry is gone. I saw him fall, and I would not be much behind him. Draw it out, I say. I cannot breathe, and I must needs speak to my friends. Le Despencer, make him draw it out. I shall have time enough for all I have to do." Unwillingly, and not without a considerable effort, the surgeon tore the head of the lance out of the wound, but, contrary to his expectation, very little blood followed. The earl bled inwardly. He seemed to feel instant relief, however, saying, "That is comfort. Keep that steel, my friend, as the instrument that sent de Montford to heaven. Now, mark me, lords and nobles," he continued in a firm voice, "mark me, and never forget, that at this last hour, going to meet his Saviour in judgment, de Montford declares that those who accuse him of ambition do belie him. I say now, as I have ever said, that my every act and every thought have been for my country's good. I may have been mistaken, doubtless have been so often, but that my intentions have been pure, I do most fervently call heaven to witness. So much for that. And now, my friends, I am fast leaving you. My sun, like yonder orb, is setting rapidly. I for ever, he to rise again. He may yet shine brightly on the cause I can no longer support, but it must be upon another field and upon another day. Preserve yourselves for that time, my friends, I exhort, I beseech you. Basset, Mortimer, Le Despencer, this battle is lost, but you may yet, as night is coming, effect your retreat in safety. It is no dishonour to quit a well-fought but unequal field. Show a firm face to the enemy. Gather all our poor soldiers together. Retire as orderly as may be, till night covers you. Then disperse, and each man make the best of his way to his own stronghold. Mortimer, you shake your head. I have sworn, de Montfort, said his old friend, kneeling down and grasping his hand, not to quit this field so long as there is light in yonder sky to strike a stroke, and I must keep my vow. You are going, my noble friend, said Lord Ralph Basset. You are going on a journey where you must have companions. I am with you, Leicester, and that right soon. Goodbye, de Montfort, said Lord le Despencer. Go on, I will not make you wait. We shall meet again in half an hour. A faint smile came upon the lip of the dying man. Must it be so? He asked. Well then, range your men. Upon them all together, and let the traitors who have betrayed their country make such a field that Evesham plain shall be sung and talked of so long as liberty is dear to the hearts of Englishmen. Hark, they are coming, he continued in a faint voice, with his eyes rolling languidly from side to side. No, my lord, that is thunder, said the surgeon. Ha! replied de Montfort vacantly. Thunder. I am very thirsty. Someone ran and brought him a little water from the stream. It seemed to refresh him, and raising himself for an instant upon his arm, he gazed around with a countenance full of stern enthusiasm, exclaiming aloud, Do your devoir! And with those words he fell back into the arms of the priest, a corpse. A dozen voices replied, We will, and each man springing on his horse regained the head of his band. Just as Edward's troops were once more in movement to advance, the word was given along the whole of the Confederate line, the trumpets blew to the charge, and the army, which had held its firm position up to that hour, rushed forward to meet the adversary like a thundercloud rolling down a hill. The sun at the same moment touched the edge of the horizon, shining out beneath the edge of the stormy canopy that covered the greater part of the sky, and blending its red descending light with the thunder drops which were now pattering large and thick upon the plain of Evesham. The whole air seemed flooded with gore, and the clouds on the eastern side of the heavens, black and heavy as they were, assumed a lurid glare, harmonizing with the whole scene, except where part of a rainbow crossed the expanse, hanging the banner of hope, light, and peace in the midst of strife, destruction, and despair. Such was the scene at the moment when the two armies met in the dire shock of battle, and fierce and terrible was the encounter as, soon broken into separate parties, they fought hand to hand, dispersed over the plain. In one of these confused groups, leading on a small body of archers, with Robin Hood by his side, was the young Lord of Mortimer. My lord, said Sir John Hardy, riding up, your uncle is down, wounded, but not dead. Bear him from the field, Sir John, replied Hugh. Robin, I beseech you, look to him. Bear him from the field, bear him from the field. What ho, Mortimer! cried a loud voice from a party of spearmen coming at full speed. Down with your lance, surrender to the prince. If the prince can take me, replied Hugh, charging his lance at Edward's shield, and driving his spurs deep into his horse's sides. Hold back, shouted Edward to his own men. Hold back, every one, upon your lives. And meeting the young lord in full career, both their lances were shivered in a moment, as if in some mock combat of the tilt-yard. Hugh de Mortimer's sword sprang from the sheath in a moment, while Edward cried, Yield thee, Hugh, yield thee. But a number of men on foot had run up, and suddenly the young knight received a violent blow from a mallet on the side of his head, while at the same instant his horse, gashed deep in the belly by the broad sword of a crossbowman, staggered and fell prone upon the plain. A dozen spears were at his throat in a moment, but Edward shouted once more to stand back, and springing to the ground, he bent over the young knight, exclaiming, Now, Hugh, rescue or no rescue? Do you surrender? I have no choice, my lord, replied the other. I am in your hand. "Take him to the rear," said Edward, "but use him with all kindness as your prince's friend. Now, my lords," he continued, remounting his horse, "methinks the field is ours, and there is scarcely light to strike another blow. Well has the fight been fought, and it is but justice to our enemies to say that never was greater valour, conduct, and chivalry displayed in any land than by them this day. Someone said de Montford is dead. Have the tidings been confirmed?" "They are certain, my lord," replied one of his attendants. "The Lord de Vesci, who is taken sorely wounded, saw him die." "He was a great man," said Edward. "Now spur on and clear the plain. But be merciful, my friends. Remember, they are brave men and fellow countrymen." Thus speaking, the prince advanced again, and having seen that no party remained in active contention with his forces, but that all were either dead, taken, or dispersed, he caused his standard to be pitched upon the banks of the little rivulet we mentioned, his trumpets to blow the recall, and thus ended the famous battle of Evesham. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. How frequently in real life, as upon the mimic stage, the most opposite scenes that it is possible to conceive follow each other in quick succession. Often, indeed, are they placed side by side, or only veiled from the eye of the spectator by a thin partition, which falls with a touch, and all is changed. While revelry haunts the saloons of life, anguish writhes in the garret, and misery tenants the cellar. Pomp and pageantry and splendour occupy the one day, sorrow, destitution, and despair the next; and, as in some of our old tragedies, the laughter and merriment of the buffoon appear alternately with tears and agony. If it be so with human life, if, in this fitful spring day of our being, the storms and the sunshine tread upon the heels of each other, so it must be with everything that would truly represent existence, even with a tale like this. We must change the scene then, and convey the reader far away from the sad field of Evesham, without pausing to detail some of the barbarous horrors there committed on the bodies of the dead, at once to the splendid court of England, now triumphant over its enemies, and revelling in uncontrolled power. We may, indeed, stay for an instant to remark that while joy and satisfaction spread through the various partisans of the court, while the foreign favourites of Henry III. displayed their rejoicing with indecent ostentation, and even the calmer and wiser adherents of his high-minded son could not refrain from triumphant exultation, consternation, dismay, and mourning spread through the middle and lower classes of the people, through the clergy of the real Anglican Church, and through the greater part of the barons who claimed a genuine English descent. The barrier was thrown down which had protected their rights and liberties, and most of those whose swords had been so long unsheathed in the popular cause now lay weltering in their gore upon the field of Evesham, leaving none but outlaws and fugitives to mourn for them in secrecy and concealment, and poets and minstrels to sing the deeds of the gone. It was at the court of England, not in the capital of the kingdom, but in the palace of Eltham, then one of the most beautiful, if not most splendid, of the residences of our kings, in a small chamber in the left wing of the building, rather more than a month after the scenes which we have lately commemorated, that there lay upon a couch, covered with a leopard's skin, a young knight, busily engaged in reading a manuscript written in a somewhat cramped and difficult hand. He was clad altogether in the garments of peace, but a deep gash upon his brow, a scarf bound tight round his arm, and a certain uneasy expression of countenance when he turned from side to side, showed that it was not long since he had been engaged in the fierce and bloody pursuits of war. Hugh de Montford had not passed through the battle of Evesham unwounded, and though, as a point of chivalrous courage, he had scorned to suffer the slightest sign of anguish to appear, yet the injuries he had received were long in being healed, and even for some days his life had been held in danger. As a prisoner taken by the prince's own hand, he had been brought in the train of the court of London and then to Eltham, and although no one word had been spoken of his future fate, no proposal made in regard to terms of liberation at the period when many other nobles were allowed to submit and receive letters of remission, yet he had been treated with constant care and kindness. Scarcely a day had passed without his being visited by Edward himself, but the subject of his actual situation had been studiously avoided by the prince, and Hugh, impatient of farther restraint, now lay in his chamber, waiting his coming, and resolved to make such inquiries as must lead to some definite reply. About half an hour later than his usual time, the firm step of Edward was heard in the anteroom, and his voice bidding the page who followed stop at the door. The next instant the prince entered, bowing his lofty head as he passed through the low arched doorway. His countenance was somewhat grave, but his tone was full of kindness towards Hugh de Mortimer, and he took him by the hand, inquiring after his health. "I am nearly well, my dear lord," replied Hugh, "and, like your grace, when I found you in the castle of Hereford, I only sigh for fresh air and liberty to use my cramped limbs." "But why do you not take exercise?" demanded the prince. "You should ride forth every day." "I did not know I had permission," answered Hugh. "I fancied your grace might think that the lesson you gave upon the banks of the Wye might not be lost upon your humble prisoner." "Not after you had surrendered, rescue or no rescue, Mortimer," said the prince. "I put no fetters upon you, my friend, but the fetters of your word. The great gates are as free to you as to myself, and though I give you not your liberty, it is for your sake, not my own. My father's anger burns fierce against your house, Mortimer. It is the only spark which I have not been able to quench. You he will pardon after a time, but I fear towards your uncle we shall never soften him. He says that it was by his advice de Montford acted." Edward put the last words in the tone of a question, or perhaps as an assertion, which he wished to hear refuted. But Hugh replied gravely, "His Majesty says true, my lord. It was by my uncle's advice. But your grace's words give relief to my mind. I have had no tidings of my uncle since that fatal field, and though I had hopes that he had escaped, yet those hopes were faint. I do beseech you, my good lord, tell me what you know, for never son loved father more than I love him, under whose sword I have been brought up from youth." "I know little more than yourself," answered the prince. "All I can say is, neither his body nor his arms were found amongst the dead, and so far is my father convinced of his having escaped, that he, with 7 others, who have not yet made submission, have had sentence of outlawry proclaimed against them." Hugh de Mortimer mused with feelings very much divided between pleasure and pain, but the prince laid his hand kindly on his shoulder, saying, "Come, old playfellow, prepare yourself for a ride, and join me in a minute in the court below. There are guests coming to the palace to-day, and perchance we may meet them." There was no slight delight to Hugh de Mortimer, as the reader may very well imagine, in the thought of using his limbs in wholesome exercise, and tasting again the free outward air; and dressing himself hastily for the expedition, he was soon by the prince's side. It often happens, however, that when we have looked forward with bright anticipations towards enjoyments from which we have long been debarred, and have thought that nothing but pleasure and refreshment can await us therein, a degree of melancholy falls upon us even in the very fruition of our wishes, and memory, a regret, is poured out from the heart to dilute the inebriating cup of joy. It was so with Hugh de Mortimer. His first breath of free air felt to him like new life and the promises of hope; but almost instantly the thought of the many high and noble, good and wise companions, with whom not long before he had enjoyed the same gentle breeze, the same warm sunshine, and who could now taste them no more, the thought of his just and chivalrous uncle, wandering wounded and alone, an exile or an outlaw, the thought of the gallant and the brave who strewed the field of Evesham, came across his mind, and dimmed all the happiness of the hour. He was gloomy then as he rode forth from the palace gates, and the merriment of many a young knight and gay esquire who followed in Edward's train sounded harsh and unpleasant to his ear. They were absent for some 2 hours, but, as they returned, the look of Hugh de Monthermer was brightened, and his smile as cheerful as the rest. If the reader would know why, it is easy to tell. Riding beside Prince Edward were the Earls of Gloucester and Ashby, and not far distant, a train of fair ladies and attendants, amongst whom was one whose soft dark eyes seemed ready to run over with bright drops whenever they turned towards the young knight, who, for his part, was by her side as often as the movements of the cavalcade would permit. It is true that more than one of the gentlemen around, proud of being of the court party, and vain of any share they had taken in the late struggle, deemed it almost an act of insolence on the part of a captive and a rebel, as they chose to term him, to claim the attention of one of the fair guests of their sovereign. Hugh de Monthermer's renown as a knight, however, kept their saucy anger within due bounds, and though they so contrived that no private word could pass between Lucy de Ashby and her lover, they could not cut him off from the enjoyment of her society. On arriving at the palace, more than one prepared himself to aid the lady in dismounting from her horse, but Hugh de Monthermer, feeling a title in her regard, advanced as of right, and lifted the fair form of Lucy from the saddle. In so doing, the only opportunity occurred of uttering a word to each other unheard by those around, but it was Lucy herself who took advantage of it. "I have something to say to you, Hugh," she whispered, "something that must be said." Ere he could answer, however, the Earl of Ashby was by their side. He had hitherto taken no notice of his former friend and confederate, and perhaps might not have done so even now, had not his conversation with the prince been of a kind to show him that, in Edward's eyes, Hugh de Monthermer was anything but a captive enemy. He held out his hand to him then, with kindly greeting, and asked him after his health, adding, "Now that these contentions are happily at an end, my young friend, let us forget any disputes in the past." Hugh, as may be supposed, was not backward to accept his proffered hand, and good care did he take, not even by a look, to show that he knew himself to be rather the injured than the injurer, in the dissensions which had taken place. A few brief questions and replies followed, while Edward spoke in a low tone with the Earl of Gloucester, whose eyes, Hugh de Monthermer remarked, were fixed earnestly and somewhat sternly upon himself. At length the prince turned, and bending gracefully to Lucy de Ashby and another lady who was with the party, told them that, though the queen was still absent in France, the Princess Eleanor waited for them in the hall. "She is a cousin of yours, you know, fair lady," he added, addressing Lucy, and then turning to his prisoner, he said, "We have a grand banquet to-night, Monthermer, at which you must find strength to be present. I have my father's commands to invite you." Hugh bowed low, and as the guests passed on, he retired thoughtfully to his own chamber. It was still early in the day, the hour appointed for the banquet was late, and his first reveries were full of joy and love, but a discomfort of a trifling yet annoying kind crossed the young knight's thoughts from time to time. Separated from all his attendants, kept a close prisoner up to that period, both by his wounds and by his situation, he was totally without the means of appearing at the table of the king with that splendour which the customs of the day required. The only suit he had was that which he then wore, the pourpoint, namely, over which at Evesham he had borne his armour. Some other necessaries had been supplied to him, as a kindness, by one of Edward's attendants, but still, though resolved at all events not to be absent from the banquet, how could he appear in garments soiled and rent, where all the pomp and pageantry of England was sure to be displayed? "I will send to the prince," he thought, "and let him know the situation in which I am placed. But still, though doubtless he will now give me means of sending to my own friends, both for money and apparel, the supply will come too late, for this day's necessities at least, and even if he himself furnishes me with gold for present need, where can I buy, in this lonely situation, anything that I want?" While he was thus thinking, the sound of steps in his anteroom showed him that some one was approaching, and in a moment after 2 of the inferior attendants of the court entered, bringing in between them one of the long heavy cases of leather stretched upon a frame of wood, which were then used for carrying arms and clothing in the train of an army. "This was brought here last night, my lord, and left for you," said one of the servants. "The chief sewer opened it by mistake, and finding that it contained apparel, sent us with it." Hugh smiled, thinking that it was a kindly stratagem of the prince to furnish him with what he needed. But ere the 2 men had quitted the ante-room, Edward himself re-entered it, coming to offer the assistance of his purse or wardrobe, and taking blame to himself for not having thought before of his friend's need. Hugh laughed, and pointing to the coffer, thanked him for what he had already sent. But the prince denied all knowledge of it, and on opening the case, which Edward insisted on his doing before his eyes, he found that it was filled with apparel of his own, nearly new, which had been left behind him in Yorkshire in the early part of the year. "This must be the doings of the fairies, my lord," he said, "but as I cannot always count upon these nimble gentry thus attending to my wants, I will beseech your grace to let me send a messenger to inquire after my own poor friends and attendants who were scattered at Evesham, and to bring me such a number of men and horses as I may be permitted to maintain while a prisoner, as well as some small supply of money." "If you will write," said Edward in reply, "I will send immediately. But let us understand each other completely, Mortimer. I think on many accounts that it may be better for you to reside some few months at the court of England, and I believe, at all events, that you yourself will not be eager to quit it, while a certain bright lady remains with the princess. Your being my captive is the only excuse that can be given for your prolonging your stay, where it is very needful you should remain. And this is the reason why I do not publicly set you free. But as in this changeful world," he continued, in a marked and significant manner, "one never can tell what the next day may bring forth, and as it may be necessary, either for your happiness or your safety, under some circumstances, to fly at a moment's notice, for I can neither trust the fierce Mortimer nor the cruel Pembroke, I promise to fix your ransom whenever you require it. And should need be, you may act upon this promise as if I had already given you liberty. I will justify you whenever it takes place. In the meantime, however, you must play the part of captive demurely, and make the best of your opportunities, my young friend. For I have learned from one of your enemies the state of your affections, and doubt not that your lady love will willingly listen to your tale, if you choose a fair hour for telling it. Nay, no thanks, Mortimer. Take what money you want from my purse till your own arrives. And now, adieu." Hugh conducted the prince to the door of his ante-room, and then returned, proposing to examine more fully the wardrobe which had been so unexpectedly sent to him, thinking that perhaps he might find something to indicate from what hand it came. But before he did so, he sat down thoughtfully, and gazed out of the small casement of his chamber, while, strange to say, his spirits seemed oppressed. In every point his situation was happier and better than it had been a few hours previous. The storm cloud which had obscured his hopes was clearing away. His mind had been made more easy in regard to his uncle's safety. Liberty appeared before him, and he was near to her he loved. But nevertheless he felt a sadness that he could not account for. As the first impression of the fresh air upon a person going out after a long sickness will give them a sensation of faintness, even while it revives them, so will the return of hope and happiness after a long period of despair and sorrow bring with it a touch of melancholy, even on the wings of joy. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. It was in the great hall at Eltham, that splendid hall which still remains, attesting, like many other monuments, the magnificent ideas of an age which we, perhaps justly, term barbarous, but which displayed amongst many rude and uncivilized things a grasp of conception and a power of execution in some of the arts that we seldom, if ever, can attain even in these more generally cultivated times. In the great hall at Eltham, about an hour after sunset, was laid out a banquet, which, in profuse luxury and splendour, as far as exceeded any, even of our state repasts, in the present day, as the hall that overhung it excelled the lumbering architecture of the 18th century. The table actually groaned under masses of quaint and curious plate, many of the cups and dishes blazing with jewels, and an immense emerald in the shape of a cross surrounded by wax tapers, surmounting and ornamenting the centre of the board. The dresses of the guests were of all those bright and glittering colours so universally affected by rich and poor in those days, and gold and precious stones were seen sparkling all around, not alone ornamenting the persons of the fairer sex, but decorating also the garments of the men. Though the guests themselves only amounted to 70, and the broad table at which they sat looked small in the centre of the hall, yet the number of attendants, carvers, cupbearers, butlers, and sewers was not less than 200, without including the harps, the trumpets, the minstrels, and the spectators, who were admitted within certain limits. Various and curious were the dishes set upon the table. The wine was of the choicest vintages of France and Spain, and one may conceive how recklessly it was suffered to flow in those times, when we know that the consumption of a private nobleman's house was upon one occasion 370 pipes in the year, besides ale, metheglin, and hypocras. The banquet was somewhat strangely ordered, according to our present notions, for there was but one large silver plate assigned to each 2 persons. But as, with scrupulous exactness, the male and female guests had been restricted to an equal number, this arrangement permitted a display of the courteous gallantry of the times, each gentleman carving for his fair companion, and taking care that she was supplied with all she wished for before himself. Opportunity was also thus offered for all those little signs and tokens of chivalrous love, which but too often, it must be confessed, deviated into vice and folly. But of all the hearts at that table, and there were some which fluttered with gaiety and excitement, some that beat with calm satisfaction, some that palpitated with eager and not over holy joy, none throbbed with higher and purer delight than those of Hugh de Mortimer and Lucy de Ashby, as, sitting side by side, they bent together over the same board and drank from the same cup. Many a sweet whispered word was there, while all was laughter and merriment around, and many an avowal of unchanged attachment, many a promise of future affection was spoken by the eyes when any pause in the general conversation might have betrayed the secret had it been entrusted to the lips. Happy indeed was the young lover, happy indeed was she whom he loved, thus to commune with each other after so long a separation. But if anything could have added to Lucy's joy in thus meeting Hugh again, and sitting by his side, it would have been the terms with which Edward had that night brought him forward to the king. "Let me beseech you, sire," he had said, "for your favour towards the friend of my youth, who, though for some time separated from me by unhappy feuds, now at an end for ever, forgot not, in a time of need, our early regard." "His house have shown no great love for our throne," replied the king, looking coldly upon him, "but we welcome him for your sake, Edward." "Do so, my lord," answered the prince, "for while I was in prison he ever advocated my release, and when I was escaping, and he might have stayed me, he bade God speed me on my way." "Then we welcome him for his own," replied the king more warmly, and holding out his hand. Hugh bent his head over it in silence, and retired. The merriment had somewhat waned, the lights had grown rather dim, the tapers were burning low, when, taking advantage of a momentary rise in the sounds around, Lucy said in a low voice, "I have still much to tell, Hugh, of great importance." "Can you not do so now?" demanded her lover in the same tone. "I dare not," whispered Lucy, "and yet I would fain that it were soon." Hugh looked around. "This revel cannot last long," he said. "At least you fair ladies will not stay much longer, Lucy. I can find an excuse, too, in my late wounds, to quit the board earlier than the rest, if we could but meet." Lucy looked down and blushed, for though those were days of liberty, nay, of licence, when every lady held it little less than a duty to hear each tale of passion that was addressed to her, ay, and to afford full opportunity for its being told, yet still there was an inherent modesty in her nature, which made the warm blood rise into her cheek at the thought of meeting in secret the man which she loved best. "I would tell the princess," she replied, "and ask her advice and assistance, for she is as kind and as wise as ever woman was. But what I have to say no one must hear but you." "There is a row of cloisters," answered Hugh, "just under the princess's apartments. I will go thither, Lucy, as soon as I can steal away, and wait till all hope of seeing you be gone. Come if you can, my beloved, come if you can. You know you can trust to me." "Oh, yes," replied Lucy in the same low voice. "I will come, Hugh, I will, for it is better." The evil custom of men prolonging the song, the wine cup, and the revel after the table has been quitted by those whose presence softens and refines our coarser nature, is of a very old date in this our land of England, and though certainly more honoured in the breach than the observance, has only been abandoned by fits and starts from the period of the Saxons till the present day. At the early meal, which was called dinner in those times, such was not often the case, for everyone started up quickly to pursue his business or his rude sports in the light. But after supper, when no occupation called them from the table, the baronage of England would frequently indulge in long revels, ending usually, especially under the monarchs of the pure Norman line, in scenes of the most frightful excess and disgusting licentiousness. Henry I, though he did something to refine the people, and to soften the manner of his nobles, still tolerated every sort of vice in his court, and it was only with the sovereigns of the house of Plantagenet, though they themselves were often corrupt enough, that a certain degree of decency and courteous refinement was introduced which put a stop to the coarse debauchery of the Norman race. Under Henry II, Richard, and John, amid civil and foreign wars, a gradual improvement might be perceived, and even during the reign of the weak Henry III, at least by the time of which we speak, the high, pure character of his chivalrous son worked a vast change in the general tone of society. Thus, though drinking and song, after the ladies of the court had withdrawn, generally succeeded to the evening banquet, yet the night never now terminated in those fearful orgies, to hide which altogether from the eyes of men, the second William had commanded that all lights should be suddenly extinguished in his palace at a certain hour. On the evening in question, not long after the few words which we have mentioned had passed between Hugh and Lucy, the Princess Eleanor, with the rest of the ladies present, rose and left the hall, taking their way under the high gallery and through the small door which communicated with the royal apartments. As the princess passed out, she placed her hand gently upon Lucy's arm, saying, "Come with me, sweet cousin, I would fain speak with you," and led the way towards her own chamber. All her own attendants were dismissed one by one, and then, seating herself in a large chair, Eleanor beckoned her fair companion to take a place beside her. But Lucy quietly, and with that exquisite grace which is beauty's crowning charm, and she pre-eminently possessed, sank slowly down upon the stool at the princess's feet, and looked up in her face with a glance from which she strove hard to banish every trace of that impatience which was strong in her heart. Eleanor gazed down upon her in return with a kindly and yet a thoughtful smile, keeping silence for nearly a minute, and then saying, So you are very much in love, dear Lucy de Ashby. Nay, do not blush and cast down your eyes as if you thought I could doubt it, after your telling me and everybody else that it is so some 5 times during supper." "Nay, nay," cried Lucy, turning round quickly with a look of alarm, "not so plainly as that." "Plainly enough for me to understand," replied the princess, "and that is all that is necessary to talk of now. Edward told me something of this before, and I promised to ask you if you knew what you were doing." Lucy looked up again, but it was now with an arch smile, and she answered, "Right well, dear lady." "I hope it is so," rejoined Elinor, "for methinks I see difficulties before you, thorns in your path, which I fear may wound those tender feet more than you dream of. You love and are beloved, that is clear, and that was simple enough to deal with, as most loves in this world go, for very often the wild god's dart gives but a scratch as it passes, and wounds not one heart deeply in 1,000. But for those who love as you two seem to do, there is a world of anxieties and cares upon the way. In our state of life, Lucy, we cannot, like the happy country maid, give our hand at once where our heart is given, and seldom through ages, is it the lot of woman to find so happy a fate as mine, where the first lot I drew was the chief prize of the whole world. He whom alone my heart could ever love, and he who was destined to return it well. He loves you, Lucy, I think, this young captive lord." "I am sure of it, lady," replied Lucy earnestly. "Indeed," said the princess, "then doubtless you have spoken on this theme, are plighted and promised to each other." Lucy turned somewhat pale, but it was with indecision and doubt, and the princess, marking her changing colour, added, "Nay, let me not force your confidence from you. I would fain help you if I could, but trust, like bounty, must be free, Lucy, not extorted, and though your secret were as safe with me as in your own breast, yet let not the bird take wing if you fear its flight." Her fair companion, turning round, sunk somewhat farther at the princess's feet, and hid her eyes upon her knee, saying, "My confidence shall be free. We are plighted by every promise that can bind heart to heart, but the last one at the altar. And now that I have told you so much, I will tell you all," she continued. "Even now, I fear he is waiting for my coming in the cloisters down below." "Nay!" exclaimed Elinor, with a look of some surprise and disapprobation. Lucy read her thoughts by the tone in which she spoke, and raising her head somewhat proudly, she replied, "You mistake me, I fear, dear lady, and do not know the purpose for which I go." "To fly with him, perhaps," said Elinor. "Oh, no!" answered Lucy. "While my father lives, I will never wed man without his blessing. No, lady, no. Neither must you think, although I hold there might be circumstances in which, but for the sake of cheering and soothing him I love in captivity and sorrow, I might well grant him a poor hour of my company alone. Neither must you think, I say, that I go to him now either to please my ear with hearing his dear voice, or to comfort him with aught I can say in return. I know I may trust you, lady. I know I may well tell you why I go, and that you will neither repeat it nor ask me any further question. I have a message to him from one he loves and sorrows for. I have news from those he has wept as dead. And though there be no treason in it, lady," she added with a smile, "I dare not give it to any other lips to deliver than my own." Elinor bent down her head and kissed her brow. "Go, go, sweet Lucy," she said. "I give you leave. Ay, and even when your message is given, if you do linger out the hour, or perhaps even see him again by another clear moon like that, I will forgive and trust you both. The man that could sully such a thing as thou art, by prompting one wish, one act, one thought for which the pure heart would burn with grief hereafter, were somewhat worse than a fiend, and methinks," she added laughing, "your lover does not look like one." "Oh, no, no," cried Lucy, "like anything but that. But I fear he may be waiting for me." "Some women would tell you to make him wait," replied the princess, "but I will not say so. I have heard my husband quote some Latin words, which mean that he gives twice who quickly gives, and a frank favour to a kind heart must surely make more impression than a greater boon wrung from us by long soliciting. Go then, Lucy, go. See if he be there. If not, come back to me, and go again. I would not let him know I waited for him, were I you. For the best child may be spoiled, Lucy, but neither would I make him wait for me, lest ever the time should come when he might think he had waited long enough." Lucy kissed the princess's hand, and after inquiring somewhat timidly her way, quitted the room and descended the narrow staircase which Eleanor directed her to take. Winding round and round till her head was almost giddy, and holding fast by the column, about which the small steps turned, Lucy at length reached the little archway that led out into the cloister, and which, as usual, was wide open. The scene before her was the wide open park which surrounded the palace, and was then called Eltham Chase, and over it the moonlight was streaming peacefully, pouring in also under the cloister and paving it with silver, while across the glistening stones fell the dark shadows of the beautiful Norman arches. Lucy paused before she issued forth, seeing no one within the range of her eye at that moment. But there was a sound of a step, and the quick ear of love instantly recognised the well-known tread, which she had listened for many a day in Lindwell Castle, ere the lover knew that he was loved in return. Still she kept back, however, under the shadow of the doorway, that she might be quite sure. But in a moment or two after, the step turned and came nearer and nearer, till at length the tall, graceful form of Hugh de Montfort, with his arms folded on his chest, and his eyes bent upon the ground, as if he expected to play the sentinel some time, appeared in the moonlight, and approached the place where she was standing. Lucy was soon by his side, and it was not easy for Hugh to find words to express his gratitude for her coming, and his joy at her presence. Although she had resolved to stay with him but a short time, to give him the message that she had received at once, and then return to the princess as speedily as possible, it must be owned that the thoughts of both herself and her lover dwelt upon those dear subjects, which naturally presented themselves on being thus alone with each other for the first time after a long separation, and that half an hour passed in the sweet dalliance of two young hearts, full of warm and tender affection. Lucy felt almost grateful to Hugh for having forced her to confess her love. It was so delightful, now that it was confessed, to dwell upon it, and to give it voice unrestrained. To Hugh it seemed almost a dream to have her there beside him, in the calm moonlight, to hold that fair soft hand in his, to see those dark eyes raise their fringed curtains and pour their living light upon his face. Who can wonder that they forgot the minutes in such joys as the human heart can know but once in life? At length, however, some accidental circumstance woke them from their dream of love and happiness. "I have forgot you," cried Lucy, disengaging her hand from his. "The princess expects me back again soon, and I had to tell you much that I have not told. We have been at Nottingham since I saw you, for they sent me to Lindwell while the army lay at Worcester. After that fatal battle, which I thought would have killed your poor Lucy too, for with a brother, and a father, and a lover there, ranked upon opposite sides, I had well nigh died with fear and anxiety. After that battle of Evesham, I used to listen eagerly for tidings, converse with every countryman I met, and glean even the lightest rumours that might tell me of the fate of those I loved. I could hear nothing of you or your uncle, however, till one day, as I was walking near the castle, and alone, I sat down beneath the shadow of an oak. You remember the old oak within sight of the hall window, where once I fancied that Lucy might love me," answered Hugh. Lucy paused for a moment, and then replied, You might have fancied it before, Hugh, if your eyes had but been bright. Well, I was sitting beneath the shadow of that oak, when suddenly I heard something rustle overhead, and in a moment, down from the branches like a falling acorn, dropped the strange boy that accompanied us from the forest on that sweet ride which I shall never forget. At first I was alarmed, and was going to run to the castle, but when I saw who it was I lost my fear and asked him what he wanted. He then told me, more than I had ever heard before, that the battle had gone against the English party, that Hugh de Monthermer was wounded and prisoner, and also that I was ere long to be called upon to join my father at Derby, and go with him to London. "And now," said the dwarf, "I am to charge you with a message. Sooner or later," he continued, "you will meet the young lord in the capital. Tell him that his uncle lives, that he is nearly well of his wounds, but that, as he knows his life is forfeited, he dare not show himself. A report is rife that he has escaped to France. Such, however, is not the case. He is even now under the boughs of merry Sherwood, and he would fain see his nephew there in secret. So tell him, lady, when you find him, but tell him when he is quite alone, when there is no ear but yours and his to hear, for the lives of more than one good man and true are trusted to your discretion. Such, dear Hugh, was the message he bade me give you, and I willingly undertook to do so, though I knew not when I might have the means. But I have a prayer to put you. I have a boon to ask, which you must not refuse to Lucy de Ashby, if you be a true knight and a true lover." "Ask it, dear Lucy," he replied. "Whatever it be, consistent with my honour, I will do it. Were it to carry the cross from the top of the chapel into Palestine, and make the Sultan bow down and worship it." "Nay, nay," cried Lucy with a smile, though such strange vows were not uncommon then. "It is not so hard as that, Hugh. It is but that you promise me you will take no farther part in these secret conspiracies to levy war against the throne. The cause is lost, Hugh, whether it was a good or a bad one, and if Hugh de Monthermer mingles with it more, he will but bring destruction upon himself and misery upon Lucy de Ashby. See your noble uncle, dear Hugh, but try and lead him to make submission. At all events, for my sake, promise to abstain yourself from any further efforts in an enterprise which is hopeless and passed away." "You must ask another boon, Lucy," said Hugh. "What, will you not grant the first request I make?" cried Lucy quickly. "Nay, not so," answered her lover. "It is that this is no request at all, my Lucy, for I have made the same promise to myself beforehand. I can never bear arms more against Edward Plantagenet, let who will call me to the field. So wherever his banner floats, mine shall never be raised to oppose it. This makes me bid you ask another boon, dear Lucy." "Well, I will," said Lucy, but ere she could explain what it was, she was interrupted. During their conversation they had wandered backwards and forwards under the cloister, and at this time were pausing at the end farthest from the door leading to the apartments of the princess. It fortunately happens but too often that not only love, but a lover, is blind to all external objects as well as to the faults of her he loves, and certainly such must have been the case with Hugh de Monthermer at that moment. Otherwise he would have seen before that while he turned hither and thither with Lucy de Ashby, the cloister did not remain untenanted as he believed. More than once 2 or 3 figures had come round the farther angle of the palace the moment his back was turned, and entering the cloister had watched him and Lucy with laughing and yet malicious looks. At the very moment, however, that Hugh de Monthermer and the lady paused at the end of the southern front, a voice, coming from the dark arcade which ran along the western side of the building and joined that where they now stood, at a right angle, said in a low but distinct tone, as if the speaker were close to them, "You are watched. You are watched. Go back, or you will be caught." Hugh's first impulse was to start forward to discover who it was that spoke, But Lucy, terrified at the bare idea of being found there by any of the licentious minions of Henry's court, sprang from him, crying, "Let me fly, Hugh, let me fly! Adieu, adieu!" And darting along the cloister with the speed of a startled deer, she ran towards the doorway leading to the stairs. Hugh de Monthermer followed at a somewhat slower pace, thinking that on that side she was safe. But just when Lucy was within a few yards of the arch to which her steps were directed, some 3 or 4 men came out from under the pillars, and advanced towards her with a shout of ribald laughter. With a bound like that of a sword-player, Hugh de Monthermer sprang forward, and was by her side before they could reach her. "Hallo, hallo!" cried one. "We have started the game." Run it down!" exclaimed another, and a third, evidently bearing more wine than wit, added something still more offensive. Another step brought the lovers close to the doorway, but one of the revellers cast himself in the way, as if to stop the passage. "Stand back, Sir Guy de Margan!" cried the young knight sternly. "Stand back, I say!" But finding that instead of doing as he was directed, the other spread wide his arms to catch Lucy as he passed, Hugh struck one blow with his clenched hand which laid him prostrate on the pavement. Lucy sprang through the doorway and ran up the steps like lightning, and her lover, folding his arms upon his chest, walked slowly onward through the midst of those opposed to him. They regarded him with frowning brow and muttering voices, but suffered him to pass, and as he reached the gate which led towards his own chamber, he heard a sound of loud laughter, succeeding apparently to the anger which the blow he had struck had produced. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. In one of the ante-rooms at the Palace of Eltham, on the morning following, sat 5 gentlemen, dressed with extravagant gaudiness, their hair curled, and in some instances plaited like that of women, and their persons adorned with innumerable rings and trinkets. "Out upon it, bear a blow!" cried one of them. "I will have revenge." "How will you seek it, de Margan?" asked another. "With a bodkin?" "Nay, nay, let him alone," said the third. "He is a man of spirit, and will dare this proud knight to the field." "Who will crack him there?" rejoined the second speaker, "as the king cracks a crawfish." "How is that?" inquired the first. "Between his finger and thumb," replied the other. "This is all nonsense," joined in one who had not yet spoken. "Monthermer is a prisoner, and cannot underlie a defiance." "De Margan will do better than defy him," said the fifth personage. "He knows that there are shrewder means of revenge in his power than that. Tell them, de Margan, tell them, and we will all go in with you and bear it out." "Ay," cried Sir Guy de Margan, "those 2 fair lovers would, I rather fancy, give each other a finger of their right hand rather than have the Earl of Ashby know their secret moonlight meeting in the cloister. Neither would the good Earl much like to have the tale told of his fair daughter showering such favours on this good Lord Hugh. And Alured of Ashby, I have heard, hates these Monthermers worse than a cat hates oil." "A goodly mess of venom if you stir it properly," observed one of his companions. "That will I do most certainly," said the first. "I wait but the opening of the king's doors to tell the noble earl before the whole court that his daughter was somewhat less niggardly of her presents last night to Hugh de Monthermer than he dreamt of. Then, you see, the old lord will chafe, the king will frown, and Alured de Ashby will be sent for." "To do what Guy de Margan does not dare himself," said one of the gentlemen. What might have been the reply is difficult to say, for although the personage he spoke to had so much of the better part of valour as to refrain from measuring his strength against a man so much superior to himself as Hugh de Monthermer, yet he was by no means without courage where it was at all prudent to display it. but his answer, which seemed likely to be a fierce one, was stopped on his very lips, for the door of the king's chamber opened at that moment, and the well-known William de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, came forth, bearing 2 or 3 sealed letters in his hand. "Sir Guy de Margan," he said, presenting him with a packet, "I am directed by the king to command you immediately to set out for Monmouth, where you will open these orders, execute them, and rejoin the court at Nottingham. You, Sir Thomas Lestrange, will proceed on a similar mission to Chester, and you, Sir Roger de Liburn, will go on before with these to Derby. Speed, gentlemen, speed! There is no time to be lost. We have tidings of a threatened rising in the north, and the whole court sets out within 2 hours." "Cannot I have audience of the king, my lord?" said Guy de Margan, "if but for a moment, or with the Earl of Ashby?" "Impossible," replied William de Valence. "The king, with the Earls of Ashby, Mortimer, and Gloucester, and the noble Lord of Audley, is arranging with the prince the measures which are to be pursued. It is impossible, Sir Guy. So quick, away with you, gentlemen, and see whose spur is sharpest." All was bustle, hurry, and confusion at the court of Eltham during the rest of the morning. The threatened rising in Northumberland was, indeed, not of a very serious nature, and Edward was of opinion that the few nobles who were about the court, with such troops as he could muster rapidly by the way, would be sufficient to overawe the malcontents and nip the revolt in the bud. Henry, however, ever fond of excitement and display, seized the pretext for making a royal progress into the north, knowing well that every great noble as he passed, especially in that particular period, would vie with his neighbour in entertaining his sovereign with luxury and splendour. Edward looked grave, and evidently disapproved, but he did not venture to offer any opposition to his father's wishes, and towards 2 of the clock, in a fine day of the early autumn, preceded and followed by a strong band of soldiery, the whole court, comprising all who happened to be at Eltham at the time, set out on its way towards Nottingham. Although there was indeed more than one horse-litter in the train, yet all the principal personages proceeded on their journey, as usual, upon horseback, and even in their robes of travel they formed a bright and glittering train, as ever was seen, comprising nearly 200 persons. Laughing, talking, jesting, they rode along, keeping no very compact order, and each person choosing his companions as his inclination prompted, or circumstances admitted. Hugh de Mortimer, as may well be supposed, sought the side of Lucy de Ashby, and it quickly so happened that an old knight of her father's household, so deaf that the blast of a trumpet was the only thing he could hear, took upon himself to act as esquire to the lady. In this capacity he occupied the post upon her left hand, talking all the while, and, with the fruitful imagination which many deaf people have, fancying the replies that were never spoken. Immediately behind came the gay girls who waited upon the fair lady, with 2 or 3 pages and squires, all occupied with the usual subjects which engrossed the attention of pages, squires, and handmaidens in those days. The Earl of Ashby himself kept near the presence of the king, but he seemed to entertain no objection to the attentions which Hugh was evidently showing to his daughter; and throughout the whole of the progress, the Princess Eleanor, with that sympathy which a kind-hearted woman always feels for woman's love, favoured the lovers with opportunity, not indeed with bustling eagerness, nor indeed even apparently, but with the calm and quiet tact of a refined mind, as well as a gentle heart. Edward, too, though more occupied with other things than Eleanor, showed every kindness to Hugh de Mortimer, and once or twice, in passing him while he was conversing with Lucy de Ashby, marked with a smile the brightness of the lover's eye, and certainly gave no discouragement to his hopes. At Huntingdon the young knight was joined by a number of his own servants, and 1 or 2 of those who had been attached to his uncle. Amongst the latter was the stout yeoman, Tom Blorket, and upon questioning him, Hugh discovered that all the tenants and retainers of the old earl were ignorant that their lord had survived the battle. The good fellow was evidently so deeply grieved at the supposed death of his noble master, that Hugh felt a strong inclination to impart to him the fact of the Earl being safe, and very reluctantly refrained, in the belief that it might be contrary to his uncle's wishes so to do. Money and horses reached him at the same time, and he was now enabled, in all things, to resume the appearance of his rank and station. Health, too, and strength were every day coming back more and more, and though the prince's surgeon at Eltham had shaken his head and prognosticated that the wound on his breast would never heal completely till he could obtain perfect repose, a certain balm that Hugh carried with him, the balm of happiness, had closed it before he reached Huntingdon, and had left nothing to be desired but the recovery of his former vigour. Thus, as the reader may believe, the progress to Nottingham was a joyful one to Hugh de Mortimer. He bore his sunshine with him, and mingled willingly in all the sports and pleasures prepared for the royal entertainment. It would be tedious to tell all the little incidents of the journey, to describe the pageant at this castle, the banquet at the other, the tournament that was prepared in one town, the grand procession that met the monarch at the gates of another city. Suffice it that all was feasting and revelry, merrymaking and rejoicing, and the populace, even in many of the places which had most strongly adhered to de Montford during his days of prosperity, now met the monarch whose oppression and exactions he had risen to curb, and the prince before whose sword he had fallen, with the loudest shouts and most cheerful acclamations. Such is popularity. He who counts upon it for an hour will find that he has trusted it too long, and he who relies upon it for support will learn that a bulrush is an oak to it. Long before the royal party reached the north, the news of the king's march, and of the gathering together of considerable forces, ran on before, and, as Edward had supposed, the very rumour crushed the insurrection in the egg. But Henry still resolved to advance as far as Nottingham, and promised the Earl of Ashby to spend some time with him at his castle of Lindwell. The Earl sent on messengers to prepare everything for the monarch's reception, and 2 days before the time named for entering Nottinghamshire, the party of the king halted in the fair little town of Mount Sorrel. The castle was then in ruins, but in the priory below, the king, the prince, and several of the chief nobles in attendance on them, found lodging for the night, while the rest of the court was scattered in the houses round about. The good monks of Mount Sorrel, who, since the beginning of the century when the castle was destroyed, had managed matters their own way, were celebrated for the excellence of their cheer, and their refectory certainly displayed, for the monarch's entertainment, a repast that night, which, in points of excellence of materials and skill in cookery, excelled all that he had met with on the road. The hour was late when the king arrived, and Henry, who loved the pleasures of the table, sat long, tasting all the exquisite meats, partridges which had been kept in a mew, and crammed with a spoon to make them fat, peacocks, the flesh of which had been rendered as white as driven snow, by the method of feeding them, fish brought across the country from the sea, and others which had tenanted for years the tanks of the priory, nourished with especial care and treated with a stream of running water conducted from the Soar River to the pond, to render them fresh and healthy, together with 1,000 other dainties under which the table groaned. Nor did the king merely continue at the table himself, but he contrived to keep all his guests there likewise, conversing between the dishes with the prior, who knew well how to season meat with merriment, and had many a light and jesting tale for the monarch's not very scrupulous ear. While such things were proceeding at the priory, however, the rest of the royal party, broken into bodies of 5 or 6, occupied, as we have said, 3 or 4 neighbouring houses, besides the small hostelry, making themselves as merry and as much at ease as men can do who care nothing for the comfort of their host, or the report he will make of them when their backs are turned. It was about 10 o'clock at night when, in the best room of the inn, 3 gentlemen were sitting with the relics of their supper still before them, a fat capon and a venison pasty remaining almost uninjured, the one only having lost a leg in the conflict, and the other having a breach in its wall of not more than a couple of inches in diameter. This fact, however, did not by any means evince that the party had wanted appetite, but merely that various dishes had gone before, leaving no room for anything but wine in the stomachs of the well-fed guests. The red juice of the Bordeaux grape was flowing profusely amongst them, and great was the merriment and uproar going on, when the sound of several horses' feet coming rapidly down the street, and then stopping at the door, called their attention. Whoever were the riders, nothing more was known of their proceedings for several minutes, at the end of which time a step was heard descending the little flight of stairs that led from the road into the parlour, which was somewhat sunk below the level of the ground. "We can have no more here," cried one of the gentlemen, starting up, resolved to defend the inviolability of their dining chamber. "Whoever it is must find a lodging elsewhere." But just as he spoke, the door, which was fastened with the happy old contrivance of a pulley and weight, was pushed sharply open, and a man, dressed in a riding costume, and muffled in a large loose gabardine above his pourpoint, appeared before them. The one who had been speaking, prepared in a somewhat sharp tone to enforce his objections to the admission of a new guest, but suddenly he seemed to recognise the newcomer, and holding out his hand to him, he exclaimed, "Richard de Ashby, as I live! Why, who thought to see you here? We fancied that you were with your cousin Alured, keeping down the men of Westmoreland. At all events, you are welcome, though, by my life, you will find the supper we have left you but scanty, and the wine barrel not so full as when we began." Richard de Ashby declared that there would be quite enough of both for him, and summoning the host to provide him with fresh wine, he proceeded with his meal, from time to time asking such questions as might best lead his companions to tell him all they knew of what was taking place at the English court. "Gay doings, I find," he said, "gay doings, I find, between Eltham and Leicester. Why, the whole country rings with it." "Well may it ring," replied the other gentleman, "well may it ring, and rejoice too, to see such sights. I have never beheld the like since I followed the court of England, and during all that time, it is true, we have had nothing but civil wars, or the rule of grim de Montford, so it is no wonder things have gone sadly." "They will be merrier now, I trust," said Richard de Ashby. "It is high time, however, that my own affairs should go a little more merrily, and surely I have every right to expect it, for to me the prince owes his liberty, ay, and to me they owe the first seeds of dissension sown amongst de Montford's people. It is but fair that my claims should be heard." "On my life!" cried the gentleman to whom he spoke, while Richard de Ashby filled himself a cup of wine and drained it off. "On my life, our good king and prince seem fonder of their enemies than their friends. Here is this young Mortimer, one of the chief favourites of the court." A malevolent scowl passed over the dark face of Richard de Ashby, but as the host was coming in at that moment with more wine, he remained silent, hewing the meat before him with his knife, but without tasting it. When the landlord was gone, however, he composed his countenance, and exclaimed, with an affected laugh, "A pretty favourite, indeed! But tell me what bright ladies follow the court. I hear there never was a fairer train." "You have heard true, Sir Richard," said the same gentleman who had hitherto spoken to him, the others being busily engaged in a conversation of their own. "You have heard true. A bevy of lovelier dames has seldom been seen. There is the Countess of Pembroke, and Mortimer's wife, but she is ugly enough, heaven knows. Then there is the young Lady de Vere, and Lord Audley's daughter, and chief of all, Hugh de Mortimer's lady love, your fair cousin, Lucy de Ashby." There was a certain touch of malice in his tone as he spoke, for it is wonderful how soon men discover any weak point in their fellow men, and still more extraordinary how much pleasure they derive from saying things that may give pain to others, without producing the slightest benefit whatever to themselves. Perhaps the courtier, Sir Harry Grey, who now spoke with Richard de Ashby, had in view to provoke him to one of those outbursts of passion which to our corrupt hearts generally afford matter of merriment rather than commiseration; but if he did so, he was disappointed. A momentary expression of intense wrath convulsed the features of Richard de Ashby, but he uttered not a word in reply. He paused thoughtfully, filled another cup of wine, but did not drink it, gazed down upon the edge of his knife, and then turning round to his companions, said, "How warm it is! How can you all sit here with the casement closed?" "The boys of the village were staring in," answered Sir Harry Grey, "looking at us like wild beasts in a cage, so we were forced to close the casement and draw the curtain. They are gone now. You can open it. But you do not tell me what you think of this coming alliance. He is very wealthy, handsome, renowned. We all think it will answer very well." "Do you?" said Richard de Ashby drily. "Why, I rather think, Sir Harry, it is no business either of yours or mine; although, to speak the truth, I believe you are mistaken, and that there is no such alliance toward." "Oh, but it is the talk of the whole court," cried the other. "He is ever with her, or with the Lord of Ashby, and besides, the Earl has been known to say—" and he went on to repeat some 20 rumours of the day concerning the marriage of Hugh de Mortimer and Lucy de Ashby, not one of which contained a word of truth. Still, however, Richard de Ashby remained unmoved, at least to all appearance, and after merely asking who else was at the court, and receiving a somewhat lengthened answer, giving him the names of 15 or 16 ladies in whom he had no interest whatsoever, he arose, saying, "I must to bed, for I depart at daybreak tomorrow." "What, do you not visit the king?" demanded one of the other gentlemen, who had not yet spoken. "No," replied he. "I go on to Nottingham to meet him. I have business of importance. Good night, good night," and he left the room. "You galled him, Grey," said Sir Andrew Geary. "You galled him hard about that marriage." "I know I did," answered Sir Harry Grey. "Once let me know a man's folly, and I will pink you him to the quick, if his skin be as thick and hard as a German gambassoon. Not that he thinks of marrying fair Lucy himself, but it is his hatred to the Mortimers touches him." "Faith, you're mistaken," rejoined Sir Andrew Geary, who was one of those keen-sighted men who seem intuitively to see other men's motives, under whatsoever specious disguises they may endeavour to conceal them. "Faith, you are mistaken. This Richard de Ashby is one of more ambition than you believe. He knows right well that in the many accidents of the day the good Lord Alured may find his way to the kingdom of heaven, and then, though he be now but the poor kinsman, treated not so well as many a worthy retainer of the house, he becomes heir presumptive to the title, though to none of the lands, except the small estate of Ashby. It would suit him but little to see Hugh of Mortimer, as the husband of the heiress, sweep up the whole wealth of the house. What he will try," added Sir Andrew, musing, "I do not know, but be sure he will do something to break the marriage, if there be any truth in the story at all." "Then Mortimer will cut his throat," replied Sir Harry Grey, "and there will be an end of it. But now, what say you to the dice, Geary? Let us try a cast or two." "Not I," answered Sir Andrew Geary. "I am not in the mood. I am not well to-night, and shall betake me to my rest." "I will throw with you, Grey," cried a young man from the other side of the room. "Geary's wings are drooping like a sick hen's, don't you see? So let him go and carry himself to the Isle of Pipkin, and seek some stewed prunes for his queasy stomach. I am with you till cock-crow, if your purse be long enough, and the wine good." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Richard de Ashby mounted the stairs with a slow step, paused at the first landing place, and grasped his forehead with his extended hand. Then turned upon his steps, and descending to the kitchen, in which were seated an immense number of various classes, he beckoned to one of his servants who was near the fireplace. The man started up and came to him at the door, when his master said in a low tone, "You must take your horse as soon as he is fed, and speed across the country as if for life and death. to bear a letter from me to the Lord Alured in Cumberland. Have everything ready in an hour." "What, to-night, sir?" demanded the servant. "Aye, to-night, villain," replied his master. "To-night, I say. Do you grumble?" And without waiting for any further answer, he turned, and once more ascended the stairs. The inn was a rude old building, having a square court in the centre. It consisted of 2 stories above the ground floor, and 2 ranges of open galleries ran round the whole yard, the chambers having no screen between them and the free air of heaven, but the single door by which one entered or went out of each. It was to the highest of the galleries that Richard de Ashby now directed his steps, for arriving late, it had been with difficulty he had found lodging at all. He had no light with him, but finding his way by the dim glare of some lanterns in the court, he stopped at the last chamber on the right-hand side, and, after another halt of more than a minute passed in stern meditation, he threw open the door and went in. The room was a large one, forming the corner of the building, and having windows either way. There was a wide chimney, in which was a blazing log of wood, lighted to dispel the damp which the chamber might have contracted by disuse, and gazing at the changing aspect of the flame sat fair but unhappy Kate Greenley, with her head resting on her hand and her eyes full of deep and sorrowful thought. "Get thee to bed," cried Richard de Ashby in a rude and angry tone, as soon as he saw her. "Did I not bid thee get to bed before?" "I have had many things to think of," answered the girl. "I wish thou hadst left me behind thee, Richard. I love not going so near what was once my home." "It was my will," replied he. "That must be enough for thee. Get thee to bed, I say. I have to write and think." Kate took a step away from him, but then looked round and said, "Tell me first, Richard, art thou taking me back, wearied of her you used to love, to the once happy dwelling from which you brought me not 6 months ago? If so, I will not go with you any farther." "Thou wilt do what I order," he answered sternly. "I am in no mood either for squabbling or jesting to-night. Thou wilt go no farther. Ha! By heaven, thou wouldst make me resolve to take thee back by force, or send thee with a billet like some packet of goods. But no, I will not send thee," he added. "I will not take thee. And knowest thou why? Not that I love thee, not that I care for thee more than for the flower that was yesterday in my breast, and is now cast away into the dust. But they have asked me to send thee back. They have ordered me, and therefore I will not. There is no power on earth shall tear thee from me. But I will take care to make thee serviceable too. Get thee to bed, I say, and importune me no more. What, send thee back to please Hugh de Mottimer?" "He is a noble gentleman," answered Kate, "and in good sooth wished me well, though I knew it not." "Thou art a fool," cried Richard violently, and at the same moment he took a step forward and struck her a blow on the cheek with his extended hand, adding, "Get thee to bed, minion, and let me hear thy tongue no more." Kate's flashing eyes glared at him as if she could have stabbed him where he stood, but the instant after she darted towards the bed, cast herself upon her knees beside it, and, hiding her weeping face upon the coverings, she murmured forth some rapid and eager words, which her base seducer neither heard nor cared to hear. Seating himself by a table on which stood a lamp, he took forth the materials for writing from some large leathern bags which lay near. But ere he commenced the letter which he proposed to send, he passed a full half-hour in deep meditation. Once during the time he looked round, apparently to see if the poor girl he had treated so basely was still up, but she had retired to bed, and hearing her breathing deep and slow, he concluded that, like a child, she had wept herself to sleep. He then turned himself to meditate again, and we must look into his bosom and give the turbulent words which were uttered in his inmost heart, as if they had been spoken aloud. "Aye," he thought, "if Alured had been here this mischief would not have occurred. The old fool is in his dotage. I wonder how it happened, when many a brave, strong man fell at Evesham ere the battle had raged half an hour, This feeble old wiseacre went through the whole day unwounded. Had he been killed, it might have made a mighty difference to me, but no great harm to anyone." At that point his thoughts seemed to pause for several minutes, ruminating on the advantages which might have accrued to himself had the Earl fallen at Evesham. "And yet," he continued, "this bull-headed cousin of mine, Alured, were nearly as great a stumbling block in my way, even if the old man were removed. He would not be long, if left alone at the head of the house, ere he wedded some fair and fruitful lady, to exclude my claims forever with a whole host of healthy, white-headed children. I was in some hopes, if he sought out Mortimer in the battle, as he said, our enemy's lance might have proved friendly to me, and sent my noble cousin to another world. But it was not to be, and I suppose I must go on the poor dependent all my life. No," he continued, after another pause, "no, it shall not be so. Why should I fear for drivelling tales of other worlds told by the monks and priests, and invented by them also? Were Alured once dead, 'twere an easy matter to remove that weak old man. And yet, perhaps, it were better to send him first to his account. Ha! I see. If one could manage it so as to cast suspicion on Mortimer, Alured would speedily accuse him of the deed. Wager of battle must follow, and I were a fool if I could not contrive it so that Alured's vain strength should go down before Mortimer's skill and courage. In such fields as those," he added, speaking, though in a low, thoughtful tone, "such men separate not with life. Methinks the matter were easily managed. 'Tis no light prize one plays for. The earldom of Ashby, the broad lands, the parks, the woods, the fields, ay, and to crown the whole, the fair hand of Lucy herself. For her brother and her father dead, she must needs become my ward, and if my ward, my wife. It is worth striving for, and by heaven and hell it shall be so. Ay, let what will stand in the way. Could I but breed a quarrel between this old dotard earl and the ancient enemy of our house, whom he is so ready to take to his bosom, I would soon accomplish the rest. But it shall be done, it shall be done." And leaning his dark brow upon his hands, he revolved the means for carrying his plan into execution. For several minutes he hesitated as to whether he should write to his cousin as he had proposed or not. But then again he thought, "I will not do it. His presence would but embarrass me. In some chance encounter with this Mortimer, with arms and weapons unprepared by me, he might prove the conqueror, and once having vanquished him, he would take him to his heart, and give him half his fortune, the hand of Lucy, anything. I know my vainglorious cousin well. No, we will deal with the father first. But I must go on to Nottingham, and seek the tools to work with. I will write to Ellerby too. He is ready for any desperate work, and in his store of knowledge has always information where to find persons as fearless and as shrewd as himself." Having thus made up his mind, Richard de Ashby rose and once more sought out the kitchen of the inn, taking the lamp with him. Revelry and merriment was still going on in all quarters of the house, and it was no unpalatable news to the groom, who was waiting below, ready to depart, that his master had changed his purpose, and would not send him as he had proposed, though he had orders to be prepared to set out by cock-crow. After having given this intimation, the earl's kinsman retired to his chamber again, and, sitting down at the table, wrote a few lines to the man whose unscrupulous assistance he required. It was not without long pauses of thought, however, that he did so, and in the end he put his hand to his head, saying, "I am tired." Well, indeed, he might be so, for though the body had been still, the mind had struggled and laboured during the last few hours, with that eager and painful energy which communicates afterwards to the corporeal frame itself no slight portion of the lassitude which follows great exertions. He next sought to seal the letter he had written, but he could find neither wax nor silk, and laying it down upon the table again, he said aloud, It must wait till tomorrow, but I must take care that no one comes in and sees it before I wake, for that were ruin indeed." Thus speaking, he turned to the door of the room and locked it, and then, after a few minutes more given to thought, he undressed himself, and, without prayer, lay down to rest. Without prayer! He never prayed. The blessed influence even of an imperfect communion with heaven never fell in the summer rain upon his heart, softening and refreshing. The idea of his dependence upon Providence, or his responsibility to God, would have been far too painful and cumbersome to be daily renewed, encouraged by prayer. He was one of the idolaters, and the God of his heart was himself. His cunning was the wisdom of his deity, his passions, his pleasure, his power, his other attributes. And to the Moloch of self he was ready at any time to sacrifice all else that the world contained. He rose without asking a blessing on work that he knew were to be evil. He lay down supplicating no pardon for the offences of the day. Aye, reader, and he slept too with sound, unbroken, heavy sleep. What between passions and pleasures and schemes and exertions, his body and mind were usually exhausted together, and throughout a long course of years he had slept each night, as he did now, with a slumber deep, dreamless, uninterrupted. The lamp remained unextinguished in the chamber, and for about an hour all was still, his heavy breathing being the only sound that made itself heard, except the occasional voices of revellers in other parts of the house, becoming more and more faint as the night advanced. At the end of that time, however, a female figure glided from between the curtains of the bed and approached the table. Richard de Ashby had left, lying across the letter which he had been writing, the dagger, with the pommel of which he had prepared to seal it, and Kate Greenley, with her teeth tight shut and her brow knit, took up the weapon, drew it from the sheath, gazed upon the edge, and felt the sharp point. Then she turned her head towards the bed and strained her eyes upon it with a wild, fierce look. The moment after she thrust the blade back into its covering, and pressed her hand upon her brow, murmuring, "Not now! No, 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 not now! The time may come, however, the time may come, Richard, but I will have thee in my power. At all events, I will have thee in my power. The worm thou treadest on may sting thy heel, oppressor. Thanks to the good priest who taught me to read and write," she continued, taking up the letter and unfolding it. "Would I had attended to his other teaching as well." And bending over the lamp, she read, "Come to me post haste, Ellaby." So ran the letter. "I have a stag of 10 for you to strike. My mind is made up, and I am resolved to throw down the screen that keeps me from the sun. If we succeed, and success is certain, your reward shall be in proportion to the deed. 10,000 sterlings to begin with. But you must not come alone. You must bring some 3 or 4 men with you, able and willing to perform a bold act. So make no delay, but quit all vain pastimes and idle pleasures, and hasten to certain fortune and success. Yours, as you shall use diligence, R.A." Kate Greenley read the lines again and again, as if she wished to fix them indelibly on her mind. Then, folding up the letter again, she laid it down on the table, placed the dagger across it, and remained musing for several minutes in deep thought. "No, no," she murmured at length. "I will not believe it. No, he may wrong a poor girl like me. He may break his vows, oppress, and trample on the creature in his power. But murder! The murder of a kinsman! No, no. And yet," she added, "what can the words mean? They are strange. They are very strange. I will think of it no more. And yet I must think of it. I wish I had not seen that paper. But having seen it, I must see more. I must watch. I must inquire. There shall be nothing kept from me now. Murder? It is very horrible. But I will go to sleep." Kate Greenley crept quietly back to bed again, but the reader need not be told that she found there no repose. Had her heart not been burdened even with her own sin, the dangerous knowledge she had acquired of the guilt of others would have been quite sufficient to banish sleep from her eyes. Hour after hour she lay and thought over the words which she had read. She strove to find some other meaning for them, but alas, she had, more than once before, heard muttered hints and dark longings for the possessions of others, which directed her mind over to the same course, and ever to the same conclusion. The thought was agonizing to her, for notwithstanding all her wrongs, notwithstanding anger and indignation, notwithstanding her knowledge that he was a villain, notwithstanding her certainty that he would cast her off whensoever it pleased him, aye, doom her to poverty, contempt, and disgrace, love for Richard de Ashby yet lingered in the heart of poor Kate Greenley. At length, just as the morning was growing grey, her heavy eyelids fell for a moment, and she was still asleep when her seducer rose and began his preparations for departure. He discovered not that the letter had been examined, but making her get up in haste to find some wax and silk, he sealed the epistle, and after dispatching it by a messenger, set out himself for Nottingham, carrying the unhappy girl with him, followed by only 2 attendants. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. "What seekest thou, fat friar?" said one of the party of 3 gentlemen who were standing under the arch which gave entrance into the great court of Nottingham Castle. He was speaking to a large, heavy-looking man, with round, rosy face and double chin, who had been wandering hither and thither in the court for some time, but apparently without any very definite object. "What seekest thou, incarnation of the jolly god?" "I seek, my son," replied the friar, with a leer, "what you, perhaps, can show me, but which, nevertheless, it would be well were you to seek it yourself." "Nay, nay, no riddles, most jovial Sphinx," replied Sir William Geary. "Speak in plain language that I may help thee, but I am not inclined to play Oedipus for thy convenience. What is it thou meanest?" "I mean that I seek the right way," replied the priest. "But whither, whither?" asked Sir William. "Who or what is it you want?" "I want to speak with the noble Lord Hugh de Monthermer," answered the friar, "who, I hear, comes in the king's train." "Is brought, you mean," said Sir Harry Grey, "for he comes as a prisoner; but, to tell the truth, his captivity seems to captivate the whole court, for there is none now who receives any notice but Hugh de Monthermer." "The court must be getting wise in its old age," rejoined the friar. "Methinks I shall follow it too, as merit meets advancement. But I beseech you, fair sir, tell me where the young lord makes abode, for though I find the doors of this castle as straight for my fat sides as those of heaven, they are as many as those of the other place." "By my life, friar," replied Sir William Geary, "you will find him, if I judge rightly, with a lady in the deep window of the great hall, taking thy trade over thy head, for as I passed them she seemed very much as if she were making confession." "She made the only one that was needful long ago," exclaimed Sir Harry Grey, "for as I rode near them on the way from Huntingdon, I heard her say, 'You know I do, Hugh,' and he mimicked the tone of Lucy's voice, adding, 'What was wanting must have been love you, of course.'" "Nay, then, heaven forfend that I should interrupt confession," said the friar with a laugh. "'Tis contrary to the ordinance of Holy Church. But if you will show me my son, which is his chamber, I will go thither and wait. For a small boy whom I met but now at the outer gate made a mock of me, and told me that if I took the 3rd door on the right hand, in the left-hand corner, just beyond the 4th tower, after passing through the 2nd gate, I should find a staircase which would lead me to the top of the castle, and when I had gone up I might come down again. By my faith, if I could have reached him with my staff, I would have given him some wholesome correction, but he was too nimble for me, and my infirmities would not let me follow him." "You're fat, you mean, friar," replied Sir Harry Grey. "But tell me, how many casks of beer and butts of wine has it cost to complete that carcass of thine and paint that face?" "Neither are finished yet, my son," answered the friar. "But when they are, I will sum up the items and send thee in the bill. It will profit thee nothing, however, for thou wilt never grow fat." "Why not?" demanded the other, somewhat piqued. "Show me the way, and I will tell thee," replied the friar. "Well, then, go through that door and under the arch," said Sir Harry, "and up the stairs, and the second door you come to leads to the Lord Hugh's chamber. Now then, why shall I never get fat? By my faith, I am glad to hear such news." "Didst never hear the old rhyme?" asked the friar. "A pleasant heart, a happy mind, that joy in all God's work can find, a conscience pure without a stain, and mind not envious nor vain, shall on man's head bring down God's benison, and fatten more than ale or venison." "Heaven speed ye, gentlemen. Thanks for your civil entertainment." Thus saying, he rolled off with a low chuckle, and took his way through the door to which the courtier had directed him. One of the three gentlemen, as the reader may have observed, had taken no part in the conversation with the friar. He now, however, turned at once to Sir William Geary, asking, "Do you know the scurvy knave?" "Not I," answered Sir William Geary. "This is the first time I ever set eyes upon him, but he is evidently a shrewd and caustic villain, ready to make himself serviceable in many ways. Do you know him, de Margan? For you look mysterious." "I have seen him within the last 10 days," replied de Margan, "but in a different part of England, and with companions from whom doubtless he brings messages to this noble Lord Hugh. This matter must be watched, Geary. I have some old scores of friendship to clear up with Hugh de Monthermer, so let us mark well what follows this good priest's interview with him." "Yes, I have heard of your adventure," said Sir William Geary, "and of your resolution to tell the old earl of certain moonlight meetings. But you may tell what you will, de Margan. Now it will have no effect. Why, the father seems as much in love with him as the daughter; and though the noble and right valiant old lord is now over at Lindwell, preparing to eclipse all that has gone before, in his reception of the king, Hugh de Monthermer, each day since we have been here, has ridden over and spent the whole morning there, alone, I verily believe, with his lady love." "I heard as much," answered Guy de Margan impatiently. "I heard as much last night after my arrival, but I will find means, one way or another, to make this Hugh de Monthermer rue his braggart insolence." Sir William Geary paused for a moment with a thoughtful and somewhat bitter smile. "Well, de Margan," he said at length, drawing him aside from the rest, "if you want vengeance, methinks I know where there is a man to be found who will help you with his whole heart. No one knows of his being in Nottingham but myself, but I have found him out, and will take you to him, if you like to go." "Who is he? Who is he?" demanded the other. "No less a person than Richard de Ashby, the fair lady's cousin," answered Geary. "He is possessed of a goodly hatred towards these Mothermers, and methinks of no little love towards his bright cousin Lucy." De Margan, however, scoffed at the idea. "What!" he cried, "a poverty-stricken, beggarly dependent like that, to dare to lift his eyes to one so much above him?" "It may be to her dower he lifts his eyes," said Sir William Geary. "Ambition is always a bold lover. But however that may be, depend upon it, he will help you to your vengeance upon Mothermer, if you but concert your schemes together." "Well, well," replied Sir Guy, "I will go to him, Geary. But let us first discover, if we can, something more regarding the errand of this friar. The man is a rank rebel, and a fauteur of rebels. I saw him last night with Sir William Lemwood, and all the rest of that crew, who were then hot for rebellion. I was sent to negotiate, but since then that nest of treason has been suppressed, and doubtless he now comes to Nottingham to hatch some new conspiracy if he proves strong enough. But we must watch him. We must watch him. And if Hugh de Monthermer do but trip, I will answer for it, he shall fall. Ay, and heavily too. So let him take care. I fear there is no chance of getting into some antechamber and overhearing what passes." "None, none," cried his companion. "That is quite out of the question. but my room looks out upon the head of the staircase, whence we can easily see when this friar issues forth again." "We will catch him! We will catch him!" exclaimed de Margan. "The very visit of such a man is in itself suspicious. Say you not so, Geary?" "Assuredly," answered Sir William with a bitter smile. "Assuredly to a suspicious mind." And with this sarcasm he turned and led the way to his own apartment in the castle. Whatever was the friar's errand with Hugh de Montfort, he remained in his chamber more than an hour, and when he issued forth he was followed, not long after, by the young nobleman, who, on foot, with a cloak of sombre colour covering his gayer garments, took his way out into the town through the same gate by which the jolly cenobite had issued forth. "Let us see where they go! Let us see where they go!" cried Guy de Margan, and hurrying down, he and his companion also quitted the castle, and soon caught sight of the young nobleman. Nottingham in those days was not so large a town as at present, but nevertheless it was a place of very considerable importance; and then, as at present, its steep streets and rocky flights of steps running down the curious sort of cone on which it stands, gave one the idea of its being built upon a beehive. Walking down the road which led from the castle, Hugh de Montfort proceeded for some way, and then took the first flight of steps that he came to, descending towards the lower part of the town. But as at the bottom there were two ways which he might pursue, the gentlemen who were fulfilling the honourable office of spy upon his actions, and both of whom knew Nottingham well, separated for the time, appointing a spot to meet again, in order that he might not escape them. They had just rejoined each other in the lower part of the town, near the old gate, when Hugh, of whom Guy de Margan had not lost sight, paused and looked round him, as if not quite certain of his way, causing his pursuers to draw back behind a booth which protruded into the street. The moment after he proceeded again, directing his steps straight through the gate, and they, darting out, followed him so quickly that they had well nigh come suddenly upon him as he stopped by the side of the friar whom they had before seen. The worthy monk, however, was no longer on foot, but mounted upon a strong, tall, vicious-looking mule, and at the same time he held by the bridle a large bony horse equipped as for a journey. Hugh de Montfort was at that moment putting his foot into the stirrup, and in an instant was upon the beast's back. "This looks very like a prisoner making his escape," said Guy de Margan. "Shall I call upon the people to stop him?" "No, no," replied Geary. "He is not making his escape, and if he were, he would be gone before you could do anything. He has 1,000 opportunities of escaping every day if he likes it. 'Tis unlucky we have no horses with us." "He is going on no lawful errand, depend upon it," exclaimed Guy de Margan, "with that monk for a guide. I doubt not his journey will end in a meeting with some of the very rebels the king has come down to quell. I will go and tell the prince what I have seen, and what I suspect likewise." "Pshaw! Never think of telling the prince," said Geary, with his usual shrewd look and sarcastic turn of the lip. "That will never answer your purpose, de Margan. The prince is a sensible man, and, besides, you could not if you would. Edward is away. He set out this morning with 500 men for Derby. Tell the king. You can make him believe anything you like. Your mother was a Jewess, wasn't she?" Guy de Margan turned upon him with a furious look, and his hand upon his dagger, for the words of his companion implied what in that day was the grossest insult which one gentleman could offer to another. But Geary added immediately, "An Italian, I mean, an Italian. What was I thinking of? You know a single drop of foreign blood in anyone's veins is quite enough to secure the favour of the king. But come and see Richard de Ashby first, and concoct your scheme together. I will leave you with him, for I do not want to share your counsels. It will be jest enough to see the result." The gibing spirit of Sir William Geary did not well accord with Guy de Margan's mood at the moment, and he was not at all sorry to find that he was soon to be delivered from his society. Walking on through some of the narrow streets which then formed the lower part of the good town of Nottingham, with the projecting gables of the upper stories shading them from the sun, and nearly meeting overhead, they at length reached a curiously carved and ornamented wooden house, small and sunken amongst the others, so as scarcely to be seen by any one passing hurriedly along, like a modest and retiring man, jostled back from the observation of the obtrusive crowd. Here Sir William Geary applied for admittance, but before it was granted, a full observation was taken of his person, and that of his companion, by a servant looking through a small round window at the side. At length the door was opened, and after some difficulty Sir Guy de Margham was permitted to enter, Sir William Geary leaving him as he went in. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. It was on the day following that which saw the visit of Guy de Margham to Richard de Ashby that the two lovers stood together at the open casement of one of the magnificent rooms in Lindwell Castle, with joy in their hearts, such as they had never known before in life. They had thought, indeed, during the journey from Eltham to Nottingham, that it was hardly possible anything so bright and sweet could last as the dream-like and uncertain delight which they then enjoyed in each other's society, in the sort of toleration which their love received, and in the hopes to which that toleration gave rise. But now Hugh de Monthermer had come with happier tidings still, and with his arm circling her he loved, her hand clasped in his, and her head leaning on his shoulder, he told her that her father had been with him for an hour that day, previous to his noon visit to the king, and had given his decided consent to their union. He had expressed some doubts, the lover said, as to her brother Alured's view of the matter, but had promised to take upon himself the task of bringing his son's fiery and intractable spirit to reason. And certain it is that when the young nobleman left Nottingham Castle to proceed with his small train to Lindwell, the Earl of Ashby had fully and entirely made up his mind to bestow his daughter's hand upon Hugh de Monthermer with as little delay as possible. Nor is it merely caprice which had produced so favourable a change of feeling in the present instance, although he was by nature, it must be confessed, somewhat capricious and undecided. He had always liked the young knight, even when the two houses of Ashby and Monthermer were opposed to each other in former days. He had once or twice bestowed a caress upon the boy, when he had met him accidentally at the court of the king, and Hugh had shown a degree of affection for him in return, which had produced one of those impressions in his favour that time strengthens rather than effaces. Various circumstances had since caused him to vacillate, as we have seen, but when after the battle of Evesham he found that Hugh was in high favour with the gallant prince, who had just saved his father's throne, when he saw the way open before him to the brightest career at the court of his sovereign, and remembered at the same time that he must inevitably unite in his own person all the power and fortune of the two great branches of his noble house, he felt that in a mere worldly point of view a better alliance could not be found throughout the land. He was, therefore, but little inclined to throw any obstacle in the way, and during the progress down to Nottingham, a progress which in those times occupied 16 or 17 days, he perceived two facts which fixed his resolution. First, that his daughter, whom he loved better than aught else on earth, had staked her happiness on a union with Hugh de Monthermer, and next, that it was the earnest desire of Edward, though the prince did not make it a positive request, that no obstacle should be thrown in the way of his friend's marriage with her he loved. Thus he himself had, during that morning, led the way to a conversation which ended in his promising Lucy's hand to Hugh de Monthermer, and it had been arranged that, as the king, at the end of 2 days, was to visit Lindwell, and be there entertained for a week, the announcement of the approaching marriage should be publicly made on the morning of the monarch's arrival. Such were the happy tidings which Hugh himself bore over to Lucy, and they now stood at that window, gazing over the fair scene before their eyes, with feelings in their hearts which can never be known but once in life, feelings the same in their nature and their character in the bosom of each, though modified, of course, by sex, by habits, and by disposition. It was all joy and expectation, and the looking forward to the long bright days of mutual love. But with Lucy that joy was timid, agitating, overpowering. All her gay and sparkling cheerfulness sunk beneath the weight of happy hopes, as one sometimes sees a bee so overloaded with honey that he can scarce carry his sweet burden home. And she had neither a jest to throw away upon herself or anyone else, but, as we have said, stood quiet and subdued by Hugh de Mottimer's side, his arm half supporting her, and her head leaning on his shoulder. He, too, though always tender and kind towards her, seemed softened still more by the circumstances in which he was placed. Even the eager love within his bosom controlled itself, lest its ardour should alarm and agitate the gentle being, whom he now looked upon as all his own. He soothed her, he calmed her, his caresses were light and tender, and he even strove to win her thoughts away from the more agitating parts of the subject on which they rested, to those which would give her back firmness and tranquillity. He called her mind back to the day they had spent together in the forest, to the promises they had made, and to the restrictions she had placed upon hers. He acknowledged that it was better she had done so, but he added, "I may now ask you unhesitatingly, dear Lucy, to pledge me here the vow that you will soon make at the altar, and to tell me that you are mine, and will be for ever mine." "Oh, willingly, willingly now," answered Lucy, withdrawing her hand for a moment and then giving it back again. "Yours I am, Hugh, whatever betides, yours and none but yours, yours through weal and woe, through life till death, oh yes, and even after death." And she hid her eyes for a moment on his bosom, with the sweet tears of happy emotion rising in them, till they well nigh overran the dark fringed lid. Then, turning again to the view before their eyes, they both gazed forth in silence, with their hearts full and their minds busy. Alas, poor lovers! They little knew that their fate was like the changeful autumn day, whose clouds and sunshine were sweeping rapidly over the wide forest scene on which they looked, now sparkling in the full glory of light, and the next moment, ere one could see the storm in its approach, dark and heavy with the raindrops rushing down and tearing the brown leaves from the fading trees. One of those heavy showers had just cleared away, and the rays of the sun were sparkling again over the jewelled ground, when, about half an hour after Hugh's arrival, a large and splendid train was seen coming across the green slopes from Nottingham, betokening the return of the Earl. He rode on quickly, and Lucy and her lover advanced into the richly carved stone balcony, to wave the hand and welcome him back with looks that spoke their gratitude and joy. But the Earl did not raise his eyes, and both Hugh and his fair companion perceived, as he approached, that in the train of the Earl were several gentlemen not belonging to his own household. A moment or two after, steps were heard ascending, and as there were now many, Lucy darted away through a small door which led by another staircase to her own apartments, believing that her father was bringing some strangers to the castle, and wishing to remove the traces of recent agitation from her countenance before she met them. Hugh de Mottimer was not long left alone. Lucy was scarcely gone when the voice of the Earl of Ashby was heard speaking to some of those who had accompanied him. "Stay you here, gentlemen," he said. "He will return with you to the king. Be not afraid. I will be his surety. Let me speak with him first." And the next instant the Earl entered the hall, with his eyes bent upon the ground and a cloud upon his brow. Though conscious of perfect innocence, and knowing of no danger that was likely to befall him, the heart of Hugh de Mottimer sunk at the words which he heard the Lord de Ashby utter. They came upon his ear like the announcement of new misfortunes, of new obstacles between Lucy and himself. It is true they might have meant 1,000 other things. They might have referred even to some other person. But how often do we see a boy in the midst of a sunshiny holiday take alarm at the shadow of a light cloud, and fancy that a storm is coming on? Hugh de Monthermer was too brightly happy not to tremble lest his happiness should pass away like a dream. Advancing then rapidly towards the Earl, he said, with his usual frank and generous bearing, "What is the matter, my noble lord? You seem sad and downcast, though you were so gay and cheerful this morning." "Everything has changed since this morning, sir," answered the Earl, "and my mood with the rest. The king forbids your marriage with my daughter, and as my consent was but conditional—" Hugh's indignation would not bear restraint. "This is most unjust and tyrannical," he replied aloud, "but I do believe someone has poisoned the king's mind against me, for until yesterday morning he was all favour and kindness. Prince Edward is now absent, and some villain has taken advantage thereof to abuse the monarch's ear." "Of that I know nothing," answered the Earl coldly, "but at all events he has forbidden the marriage, and consequently I require you to give me back my plighted word that it should take place." "Never!" exclaimed Hugh de Monthermer vehemently. "Never! I will never be accessory to my own bitter and unjust disappointment. You may, my lord, if you will, but I do not think you will. You may break your promise, you may withdraw your consent, but it shall be your own act and none of mine. I stand before you here as honest and innocent of all offence as ever man was, and if there was no cause this morning why you should refuse me your dear daughter's hand, there is none now." "There is, cried the Earl sharply. "The king's express command." "Given upon some false showing," said Hugh de Monthermer. "I will go to him this moment. I will dare my accusers to bring forward their charge to my face. I will prove their falsehood upon them, first by show of witnesses, and next by arms. And bitterly shall they repent the day that they dared sully my name by a word. I know them, I know who they are, and their contrivances right well. I had a warning of their being near last night. I do beseech you, my lord, tell me, of what do they accuse me? And fear not that I will soon exculpate myself." "Nay, I know not accurately, Hugh," replied the Earl, in a kindlier tone than he had hitherto used. "I have heard, however, that there is a charge against you, a general charge of conspiring with those enemies of the state who have been striving to raise once more the standard of rebellion in the north and in the marches of Wales." "It is false! It is as false as hell!" cried Hugh. But then, after a moment, growing calmer, he took the old Earl's hand, saying, "Forgive me, my dear lord, if, in the heat of so bitter a disappointment, I have said anything that could pain or offend you. Forgive me, I entreat you, and promise me 2 things." "What are they, my good lord?" demanded the Earl. "I will, if they are meet and reasonable." Hugh de Monthermer lowered his voice from the tone in which he had before been speaking, and replied, "They are meet and reasonable, my lord, or I would not ask them. First, promise me that the moment I am gone you will write a letter to Prince Edward, telling him that his humble friend, Hugh de Monthermer, is accused of crimes which he declares he never dreamt of. Beseech him to return with all speed to see justice done, and send the packet by a trusty messenger to Derby, where the prince now lies." I will," answered the Earl. "It shall be done within an hour. But what more, Hugh? What more?" "This, my dear lord," replied the young nobleman. "Your messenger will reach Derby to-night, and, if I know Prince Edward rightly, ere tomorrow's sun be an hour declined from high noon, he will be in Nottingham. I will beseech the king to wait till that moment to hear my full defence. What I ask, then, is, that you will meet me in the presence, and, if you cannot lay your hand upon your heart and say that you believe me guilty, you will renew your promise of dear Lucy's hand, and urge the king with me to give his consent likewise." The old lord hesitated, but at length answered, "Well." "Then now farewell, my lord," said Hugh de Monthermer. "I must not stay till your dear daughter comes. After the happy hour we passed but now together, 'twould well nigh break my heart to see her under other circumstances." Thus saying, he wrung the old man's hand and strode towards the door; but turning for an instant before he quitted the chamber, he saw that the Earl stood fixed in the midst of the hall, with a hesitating air, and he added aloud, "You will not fail, my lord. "No, no," replied the Earl. "I will meet you at the hour you named. Fear not, I will not fail." There was a wide landing-place between the top of the stairs and the door of the hall, and Hugh de Monthermer found it crowded with gentlemen belonging to Henry's court. The moment he appeared, Sir Guy de Margan advanced towards him, saying, "Lord Hugh de Monthermer, I am commanded by the king—" But Hugh interrupted his address, frowning upon him sternly. "To summon me to his majesty's presence," he said. "I go thither at once, sir, and that is enough. Take care, Sir Guy de Margan," he added, seeing him still approaching him. "Remember, I am not fond of your close presence." And he brought the hilt of his long sword nearer to his right hand, striding onward to the top of the staircase, as he did so. While the gentlemen who occupied the landing, not exactly liking the expression of his countenance, made way for him on either side, and Guy de Margan bit his lip with an angry frown, not daring to approach too closely. The young nobleman's horse and the attendants who had accompanied him were ready in the court, and springing into the saddle without giving the slightest attention to those who followed, he shook his bridle rein and galloped on towards Nottingham. The others came after at full speed, and both parties entered the city and passed the gates of the castle almost at the same moment. Dismounting from his horse, Hugh proceeded at once towards the royal apartments, leaving several of the pages and attendants behind him unquestioned on his way. In the anteroom of the audience chamber he met William de Valence, for the time one of the prime favourites of the monarch, and stopping him, he asked, "Can I speak with his majesty, my Lord of Pembroke? I find I have been accused wrongfully and must clear myself." "His grace expects your lordship," answered the earl with an icy look, "but he expects to see you in custody." "There was no need, sir," replied Hugh. "I fear not to meet my king, and never need force to make me face my foes. Will you bring me to the presence? That is all I require." "Follow me, then," said the earl, and opening the door, he announced the arrival of the young knight to Henry, who immediately ordered him to be brought in. The monarch was seated near a table, with the Lord Mortimer standing by him. They were apparently jesting upon some subject, for both were smiling when Hugh de Monthermer entered. But the moment the weak and tyrannical sovereign's eyes fell upon him, an angry scowl came upon his countenance, which brought King John strongly back to the minds of those who remembered that feeble and cold-blooded prince. "So, sir," said Henry, "you have come of your accord to meet the reward of your high merits." "I come, your grace," replied Hugh, bowing low, "to meet my accusers in your royal presence, and to give them the lie in their teeth, if they dare to charge me with any act contrary to my allegiance or my duty." "What!" said the king, "was consorting with de Montford, was fighting at Evesham, not contrary to your allegiance?" "Oh, my lord," answered Hugh, "if the charge goes as far back as that, I must plead both your grace's special pardon and your general amnesty to all who laid down their arms, made submission, and offended not again." "But you have offended again," exclaimed the king. "That is the chief charge against you." "And whoever does make it," replied Hugh de Monthermer, "is a false and perjured traitor, and I will prove it upon him, either by investigation before your majesty, or by wager of battle, my body against his, with God for the judge." "Nay, nay, sir," said Henry, "we know your strength and skill in arms right well, and this is not a case where we will trust plain justice to be turned from its course by a strong man and a bold but perverse heart. We ourselves will be your accuser, with whom there can be no wager of battle, and those we call to prove your crime shall be but witnesses." "My lord, that cannot be," replied Hugh boldly. "My king will never be judge and accuser both in one." "Then you shall have other judges," cried the monarch. "Your peers shall judge you. But if you be truly innocent, you will not scruple now to answer at once the charges made against you." "It is for that I come," replied the young knight. "Unprepared, not knowing what these charges are, I come to meet them as I may. I pray you, let me hear them." While he and the king had been speaking, a number of new faces had appeared in the audience chamber, comprising all those who had followed the young nobleman from Lindwell, and Henry, running his eye over them, exclaimed, "Stand forth, Guy de Margan, and you, Hugh Fitzhugh, and you, Sir William Geary, come near also, and say of what you accuse Lord Hugh de Monthermer." "Faith, sire," replied Sir William Geary, with his usual sarcastic grin, "I accuse the noble knight of nothing. I was at the pass of arms at Northampton, my lord, when he unhorsed the 4 best lances in the field. Now I never was particularly strong in the knees, and moreover am getting somewhat rusty with years, so God forbid that I should accuse any man who talks of the wager of battle. When I heard it, I trembled almost as much as Sir Guy de Margan here." "It is false, I trembled not," exclaimed Sir Guy. "True, true," answered the other, "you only shook and looked sickly." "Sir William Geary," cried the king, "this is no jesting matter. Speak what it was you told me that you saw." "I saw a fat monk," replied Sir William Geary, whose inclination for a joke could hardly be restrained, "a jolly monk, as ever my eyes rested upon. And this fat monk, sire," he continued more seriously, seeing that the king was becoming angry, stopped and asked his way to the apartments of the noble lord. He jested as wittingly with Sir Harry Grey as a court fool does with a thick-headed country lad. But when he had gone on his way, Sir Guy de Margan here, a very serious and reputable youth, as your majesty knows, told me in mysterious secrecy that the friar was a very treacherous piece of fat indeed, a traitor's messenger, a go-between of rebels, a personage whom he had himself known with Sir William Lemwood and the rest in the marches of Wales. So inviting him sweetly into my chamber, we two watched together for the monk's going forth from the noble lord's apartments, which was not for more than an hour. In the meantime, pious Sir Guy entertained me with his shrewd suspicions of how the monk and the valiant knight were hatching treason together, which, as you know, sire, is a cockatrice's egg, laid by male fowls, and hatched by dragons looking at it. A very pretty allegory of a conspiracy, if we did but read fools for fowls. That by the way. But to return to my tale, the monk at length appeared in the courtyard again, and shortly after the Lord Hugh de Monthermer, him following. Thereupon, one of those irresistible inclinations which set the legs in motion, whether man will or not, seized upon me and good Sir Guy, and drawn as if by that rock of adamant on which the earl is fixed, we pursued, without power of resistance, the path of knight and friar. Just at the gate of the city we found our ascetic friend mounted on a mule, and holding a horse for his knightly acquaintance, on which we saw the gallant lord spring, and after that they rode away together. This is all I have to say, sire, and what I have said is true, but far be it from me to take any accusation against a knight who can squeeze a horse to death between his 2 knees, or stop a charger in full course by catching hold of an iron ring, and grasping the beast with his 2 legs. "What have you to answer, sir?" demanded the king, turning to Hugh. "Simply that I saw a monk yesterday, sire," replied the young nobleman, "and that he stayed with me nearly an hour, talking much of venison and somewhat of hunting. He may, from his language, have committed the crime of taking a fat buck when he had no right to do so, but, by my faith, that is the only treason I should suspect him of, and not one word did he utter in my presence, either about risings, rebellions, or aught else that could move your royal displeasure." "Ha! What say you to this, Sir Guy de Margan?" asked the king. "Tell us, who is this friar? Is he a rebel, or is he not?" "Notoriously so, my lord," replied Guy de Margan. "I found him with Lemwood and the other traitors to whom you, sire, sent me for the purpose of negotiation, and it would seem that he had come to comfort them with promises of assistance from the north." "But yet that does not prove," said Mortimer, "that the Lord Hugh held any treasonable converse with him. His business with that good lord might have been of a very simple kind." Malevolent injustice becomes most dangerous when it assumes the garb of equity, and Mortimer, who knew the whole that was to come, only assumed the style of an impartial judge, that his after persecution of the young nobleman might seem dictated by a sense of justice. "It might have been so, indeed," replied Guy de Margan, had it but been a visit from the friar to my Lord of Mortimer, but their setting forth together would seem strange, and the secrecy observed in the monk quitting the castle first, and the knight following at a little distance, renders it more strange still. Perhaps Lord Hugh will condescend to explain why he went, and where." "Methinks," answered Hugh, "that the honourable spies who crept after my footsteps from the castle to the town gate might have carried their inquiries a little farther, when they would have saved the necessity of such questions here." "In regard to one point," said Hugh Fitzhugh, a large burly Norman gentleman, "in regard to one point, I at least can give some explanation. What he went for I can but divine, but where he went I know right well. He rode out with all speed to the forest, for I saw him there with this same monk they mention. The truth is, I had somewhat missed my way, and coming through some of the by-paths of the wood, I suddenly chanced upon a party of 5 persons in deep and earnest conversation. 3 of them had visors on their faces too, and the 2 that were unmasked were Hugh de Mortimer and the friar we have heard of. Now, my lord the king, unless he explain that, we have no explanation at all. But your wisdom will judge." "Let him explain if he will," said the king, "or rather, if he can. I doubt it much, but I am willing to hear." "My lord," replied Hugh de Mortimer, "for once in their lives these noble gentlemen have told the truth. I did go out after the priest, I did accompany him to the forest, I did meet 3 men there, but with no evil purpose, nor did one word transpire which any man could call treason." "Who were the men you went to see?" demanded the king. "Nay, sire," replied Hugh, "if I give not their names. My accusers, if they charge me with crime, must show that I have been guilty of it. Now no such thing is ever attempted to be proved. All they assert is, that I spoke with a friar, rode out with a friar, and was seen conversing with 3 unknown persons in Sherwood. If this be held as treason, God defend the innocent." "But, my good lord," said Mortimer, to whom the king turned his eyes, "it is shown that this friar, who took you forth to speak with 3 other men, is himself a notorious traitor, and you must show that the others were not so also, or the imputation will lie against you of consorting with and concealing the counsel of the king's enemies." "Which is a high crime, my lord," added Henry sternly. Hugh de Mortimer gazed down thoughtfully on the ground for a moment, for he found that he was placed in a situation of much greater difficulty and danger than he imagined. But looking up at length, he answered, "My lord the king, I am here in this presence without friends or counsellors to aid or to assist me. I have come without forethought or preparation, as fast as my horse would bear me, to answer a charge cunningly contrived beforehand by my enemies. I do beseech you, give me but 24 hours to consider well how I ought to act. If I may have any one to advise with me, I shall esteem it as a grace, but if not, at all events let me have time for thought myself. I know that I can prove my innocence beyond all doubt if I have time to do it." "You shall have time and counsel too," replied the king, "but it shall be under custody. My Lord of Mortimer, attach him in our name. Let him be conveyed to his chamber. Set a strong guard upon the door, and give access to any one of his servants, but not more, that he may have free leave to send for what counsellor he will. Let that counsellor visit him, and as he asks for 24 hours, bring him before us again at this time tomorrow." The Earl of Mortimer took a few steps forward, as if to attach the young nobleman for high treason, but Hugh de Mortimer bowed his head, saying, "I surrender myself willingly, my lord, and fixing my full reliance on the king's justice, await the event of tomorrow without fear." He then left the presence under the custody of Mortimer, and was conducted to the chamber which he had occupied since his arrival at Nottingham, and which comprised, as was usually the case with those assigned to noblemen of high rank, a bedroom for himself and an anteroom, across the entrance of which 1 or 2 of his attendants usually slept, barring all dangerous access to their lord during the night. Having beckoned some of the king's guard as they passed along, Mortimer stationed 2 soldiers at the door of the anteroom, and took measures for their regular relief on the rounds. He then entered with his prisoner, and finding stout Tom Blorkett in the anteroom, he asked whether the young nobleman would choose him as the attendant who would be permitted to wait upon him, or would send for another. "I should have asked for him, my lord, had I not found him here," replied Hugh. "I thank you for your courtesy, however, and trust that the time may come when, having proved my innocence, I may repay it." "I hope to see you soon at liberty," rejoined Mortimer, with a dark smile; and retiring from the chamber, he ordered another guard to be stationed at the foot of the staircase. No sooner was he gone than Hall called the stout yeoman into the inner room, and bade him shut the door. "Nay, look not downcast, Blorkett," he said, as the man entered with a sad and apprehensive look. "This storm will soon pass away. Indeed, it would have been dissipated already, but that I was embarrassed by a matter which will be joyful tidings to you." "I know what you would say, my lord," replied the good yeoman, "for, since we have been here, I have heard of the noble earl. That urchin boy who served you some time at Hereford sprang up behind me one day when I was crossing the forest, and told me all about it." "Well then, Blorkett," continued Hugh, "no time is to be lost. Get to your horse's back with all speed, and ride along upon the east side of Sherwood, taking the Southwell road till you come to the Mere Mark, a tall post painted with red stripes. There turn into the wood for some 500 yards, and sound 3 mots upon your horn. Whoever comes to you will lead you to my uncle. Tell him I have been watched, that the man who passed while we were speaking together yesterday recognised me, and combining that fact with others, has given a face of truth to an accusation of treason against me. Show him that I dare not say who it was I met, lest the forest should be searched and his retreat discovered. When 24 hours are over, however, I must speak, if I would save my head from the axe, for I see there is a dark conspiracy against me, and I am without support. Beseech him to put as many miles as may be between himself and Nottingham ere this hour to-morrow, for the king's wrath burns as fiercely against him as ever. Away, good Blorkett, away. Should anyone stop you and ask you where you are going, say for Master Roger Moore, a clerk well skilled in the laws, and lose no time." "I will not spare the spur, my lord," replied Blorkett, and withdrew, leaving Hugh de Mortimer in meditations which were sad and gloomy, notwithstanding all his efforts to convince himself that no real danger hung over him. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The wind was from the south, sighing softly through the trees. The sun had gone down about half an hour. The moon was rising, though not yet visible to the eye, except to the watchers on castle towers, or the lonely shepherd on the mountain. The night was as warm as midsummer, though the year had now waned far, and in the sky there were none but light and fleecy clouds, which scarcely dimmed the far twinkling stars as they shone out in the absence of the two great rulers of the night and day. It was one of those sweet evenings which we would choose to wander through some fair scene with the lady that we love, looking for the moon's rising from behind the old ivy-clad ruin, and repeopling the shady recesses of wood and dale with the fairy beings of old superstition, though they have long given place to the harsher realities of a state of society which has become, to use Rosalind's term, a working-day world indeed. Such was the night when, under the brown boughs of the wood, with yellow leaves overhead and long fern around, sat a party of some 7 or 8 stout men, dressed in the green garb which we have already described in another place. Their bows rested against the trees close by, their swords hung in the baldricks by their side. Some horses were heard snorting and chomping at no great distance, and a large wallet lay in the midst, from which the long-armed dwarf Tangel was drawing forth sundry articles of cold provision, together with 2 capricious leathern bottles and a drinking-cup of horn. There were 2 persons there whom the reader already knows, the bold leader of the forest outlaws and the old Earl of Mortimer, now, alas, an outlaw likewise. Though his wounds had been severe, and he had suffered much both in body and in mind, the old knight's spirit seemed still unquenched. On the contrary, indeed, with no weighty matters pressing on his mind, with the fate and fortune of others, nay, of his country itself, no longer hanging on his advice, it seemed as if a load had been removed from his bosom, and as he half sat, half lay upon the turf, he could jest with the men around him more lightly than in his stately hours of power and influence. "Poor hunting, Robin, poor hunting!" he said. "Now I would not have this day's sport recorded against us, as true foresters, for very shame." "'Tis no want of craft, my good lord," replied Robin. "'Tis the nearness of the court which drives all honest beasts away. We must have had bucks enough, but that they are rank just now." "Like the age, Robin, like the age," answered the earl. "However, we must e'en take the best of our fate, and put in the bag what fortune chooses to send. There are hares enough, and fine doe, though you were as tender of them as if they had been children." "I never loved to wing an arrow at a doe," said Robin Hood. "I know not why, they always look to me like women, and often do I lie in the springtime and see them trip along with their dainty steps, their graceful heads moving to and fro, and their bright black eyes looking as conscious as a pretty maid's at a May-day festival, and I think there must be some truth in the old story of men's souls sometimes taking possession of a beast's body." "Not so often, Robin," rejoined the earl, "as a beast's soul taking possession of a man's body. I could pick you out as goodly a herd from the English court as ever trooped through the shades of Sherwood, or were driven out by the piping swineherd to eat acorns in the lanes by Southwell." "Doubtless, doubtless, my lord," replied Robin. "Men will make beasts of themselves in all places, while the honester four-legged things of the forest seem as if they wanted to gem up manward. Why, down at that very place, Southwell, there is a fallow deer who knows me as well as if she were one of my band. She comes when I call her, if she be within hearing, and lets me rub her long hairy ears by the half hour. Then what long walks we will have together! I ask her all sorts of questions, and she contrives to answer one way or another, till, if I be too saucy with her about her antlered loves, she butts at me with her round hornless head, and stamps her tiny foot upon the ground. You would say it was a very woman if you saw her." "'Tis a wonder that she has escaped without an arrow in her side," replied the earl. "Nay," cried Robin, "there is not a man in Sherwood, or 20 miles around, who would pierce a hole in her brown bodice for all that he is worth. Every one knows Robin Hood's doe, and foul befall him that hurts her. But come, Tangel, what hast thou got there? 'Tis so dark I cannot see." "A huge hare pie," said Tangel, "and bottles of stuff to baste it with, but the crust as hard as the sole of a shoe, and unless thine analyse be somewhat sharper than thy wit, thou wilt go without any supper, and be obliged to take the testament of the Scotch tinker." "And what is that?" asked Robin. "Drink for all," replied the dwarf. "But I will light a torch, Robin, lest thou should cut thine invaluable thumb, and spoil thy shooting for the next month." A torch was soon lighted, and, seated round the great hare pasty, Robin Hood and his friends began their evening meal. But the horn cup had only gone once round when the outlaw held up his hand, crying "Silence!" and interrupting a burst of merriment which one of Tangel's hard jests upon a forester opposite had just produced. All was silent in a moment amongst the little party, but no other sound reached their ears, and Robin Hood was again resuming the conversation, saying, "I thought I heard a horn," when the notes were repeated, but it was still far in the distance. "It is Yockley from the second mere," said the outlaw, starting up. "It must be your nephew, my lord, who sounded first. I expect no one from such a quarter to-night, but I must answer, and Yockley will bring him hither." Thus saying, he put his horn to his lips and blew a long blast upon it, very different from that which they had just heard, but well understood by all the foresters as indicating where their leader was to be found. "Is it not dangerous, Robin?" said the earl. "I expect not my nephew here, and we are but 6. "We could soon call more," replied Robin, "and our horses are near. But if there be any danger in the party, Yockley will not bring them hither. Now take some more food, my lord, and send round the cup again. It must be the Lord Hugh, escaped from the revel of the castle, to take a ride in Sherwood by the moon's light." No more was said in regard to the sounding of the horn, and the merry jest again went on, around the green table where the viands were spread. The torch, stuck in a hole in the ground, shed its light upon the various faces in the circle, and upon the sylvan repast, and a song from one of the foresters cheered the minutes till, at length, again the horn hastened much nearer, and Robin again gave his accustomed reply. In about 3 minutes more the forms of a man on horseback and another on foot by his side were seen coming through the trees, while the eyes of the whole party round the torch were turned towards them. "Why, who is this?" exclaimed the Earl. "My good yeoman Tom Blorket, as I live! He has found his old lord out, even in Sherwood." The eyes of Blorket had not been idle as he came up, and though the Earl was no longer habited as the high noble of a splendid and ostentatious age, the faithful servant singled him out instantly. Springing from his horse, he kissed his master's hand with affectionate reverence, while a tear stood in his eye. But he could utter nothing except, "Oh, my lord!" "Well, Blorket," replied the Earl, laying his hand on the yeoman's shoulder, "I am glad to see thee, my good friend, though thy coming may be somewhat dangerous." "I come not without cause, my lord," said Blorket, "and sad cause too, and I must give my message hastily, for there is no time to lose. Your nephew, sir, has been arrested on suspicion of treason, being seen conversing with 3 masked men in the forest. He dared not say that one of them was yourself, my lord, because a price has been set upon your head, and the first word of your being near would send half the nobles of the court hunting you through Sherwood." "Let them come," said Robin Hood calmly. "We would entertain them well." "He refused to answer their questions," continued Blorket, "and has gained some 24 hours, that is, till to-morrow at the hour of 2 or 3, when they will be put to him again. He, in the meantime, remaining a close prisoner. He therefore prays you, my lord, to provide for your own safety with all speed, leaving this part of the forest and betaking yourself to a distance from Nottingham." "Where is the prince?" demanded the old earl. "He is gone to Derby, as I hear," replied the yeoman, "to put down some rough-handed clowns amongst the mountains there, who will not believe that the great Earl of Leicester is dead." "These are bad tidings indeed," said Robin Hood. "We cannot storm Nottingham Castle, I fear, and set him free." "Bad tidings indeed," repeated the earl, "and I know not well whether to go at once to the king's court and justify poor Hugh, or—" "Nay, nay, my lord," cried Sir Robin Hood, "that will not do. I have always found it best when one is of sound discretion, whom we love, beseeches us for his sake to do this or that, not to aim at more than he requires, thinking that we can better his advice, but simply to perform his bidding if we can. Otherwise, not knowing all the secret causes of his desire, we often break his purpose while we seek to mend it. He asks you to go, my lord. 'Twere better to do so, far. I will remain, nay, go nearer still to Nottingham this very night, and the castle walls will be thicker and stronger than they have ever been yet, if I hear not all that takes place within them. Nay, more, should danger threaten the good young lord, we will find means to give him help, although, as the old song says, the castle walls are strong and high. Yet there are means of leaping over them if one have but a good will. Fear not, my lord, fear not. All that your nephew asks is to be enabled, by your absence in some place of safety, to acknowledge whom it was he met in the forest here, without danger to yourself. Was it not so, Tom?" "Exactly so," replied the yeoman, "and he seems no way cast down. But the king's people are eager enough after him, that is clear, for I found that they dogged me nearly to Lamley Haggard, which made me so long, otherwise I would have been down 2 hours ago, for I was forced to ride on and then come back again. I found one of them still waiting near the mere, but as he was teasing a pretty boy who seemed to have lost his way, I picked a quarrel with the vermin, and so belaboured him that he will dog no honest man again for some weeks to come, even if he can contrive to drag his bones back to Nottingham to-night." "Well done, yeoman, well done, Tom!" cried several voices, and the old earl, who had been buried in thought while his servant spoke, now turned to his forest companion, saying, "Send a quick messenger to the prince, Robin. It is with him that Hugh's safety rests. It seems that I ought to go hence, and therefore I will do so at once. But, Blorkit, you speed back to Lord Hugh and tell him that if need be, I am willing, at a moment's notice, to surrender myself to the prince's hand, ay, or the king's, though that, I know, were death. For the few days of my old life are worth naught compared with the long, high course before him. Speed you back, Blorkit, at once, while I will mount and away. Robin, let me have one of your men with me. Come, Morton of the Moor, you shall show me the way." A few words more passed between Robin and the earl ere the old nobleman departed, but as soon as he was gone, the bold forester turned to Blorkit, who was already on his horse's back, exclaiming, "Stay, Tom, a moment. Who was this boy you spoke of? Where have you left him?" "I know not the boy," answered Blorkit, "and I left him with one of your people, upon assurance of safety and of freedom to come and go, for he was weary and seemed terrified." "He is with Harry of Mansfield," joined in Yockley, who had accompanied the yeoman thither, "and we both promised that we would let him go when he liked, for it was with being kept he seemed most afraid. But he asked for you, Robin, and so Sir Harry is bringing him along down the Ver course and by the Row lane." "We must on and meet them," said Robin Hood. "Go you back, good Blorkit, speedily, and should anything new happen, come again to the second mere. You, Yockley, go on to the lodge as fast as your legs can carry you, and bring up the people there to the Royal Hart Pond. Lead on the horses, I will afoot." Thus saying, he walked on with his arms folded on his broad chest and his eyes bent upon the ground. His countenance was seldom, if ever, gloomy, for serenity was one of its peculiar characteristics. Sometimes it was grave indeed, and very often thoughtful, but the wrinkled frown had no place there, and even when the quick burst of anger crossed it, it showed itself only in the lightening of the eye and the expansion of the nostril. His face was now anxious, however, and as he walked along, his lips, as was very frequent with him, gave unwitting utterance to that which was passing in his heart. "We must not let him perish," he said. "I doubt this king. He is too weak to be honest. 'Tis strange how near the fool and the rogue are akin. Wisdom and goodness, ay, wisdom and goodness, they are brother and sister, the one somewhat gentler than the other, but of the same blood." The pace of a thoughtful man is generally slow, but it was not so with Robin Hood upon the present occasion, for while he thus meditated and murmured broken sentences to himself, he strode on at a rapid rate, till, at the distance of about a mile from the spot where he had been seated with the earl, the sound of voices speaking met his ear, and pausing, he turned to one of those behind him, saying, "You must ride to Derby, Dickon. Seek out the prince. Say you bring him a message from the Lord Hugh de Montfort, and, when you see him, add that if he would save a friend's life, he must to Nottingham with all speed. Take one of the horses as far as Beeston. It will carry you well so far, but you must use speed. So knock up the Merry Miller, and bid him, for love of Robin Hood, to lend you his black mare to Derby. Away with you, good Dickon, and when in Derby, tell good Marjorie Green of the setting sun to send me what tidings she has had out of Cumberland. Here, bring forward the torch. Now, boy, what do you want with me?" These last words were addressed to a slight youth, dressed in a page's habit, but not such as we represent, upon the stage or in pictures, as the garb of a page of the Middle Ages. The upper garment which he wore was one of the loose cassocks then generally in use, of a rich purple cloth, descending considerably below the knee, and somewhat longer indeed than the ordinary petticoat of the English peasant girl of the time. From underneath this appeared a small foot, covered with long-toed riding boots, and a green hood, with a trimming of grey squirrel fur, clasped round the neck with a gilt fur-mail or buckle, was brought far over the forehead, concealing the greater part of the face. Over the right shoulder was slung a belt holding a long dagger, underneath which appeared a wallet or pouch of velvet trimmed with fur. To judge from his size and general appearance, the boy might be some 14 years of age, and apparently not of a very strong and hardy make. Ere he answered, he shaded his eyes with his hand, somewhat dazzled, it seemed, by the light of the torch, and Robin had to ask him again, "What do you want with me, my good lad?" "I would speak with you alone," said the boy. "I would speak with you alone, and immediately, for the matter is of life and death." Robin Hood took the torch from the man that held it, and bade the rest stand back. Then, fixing his eyes with a calm, searching gaze upon the part of the youth's countenance which was visible under the hood, he waited in silence to hear what the boy had to say. The page hesitated for a moment, and then murmured, "The Lord Hugh de Monthermer." "Oh, we know about him," cried Robin Hood. "Stale news, young gentleman, if that be all." The boy, who had seemed at first abashed and uncertain, now lifted his head with an angry toss, as if offended, replying boldly, "You are rash and hasty. Hear before you answer, Sir Forester. The news is not stale, though you think yourself so wise. You know that the Lord Hugh is in prison, for you have had his man with you, but you know not that he is condemned to death, and that his head will be struck off in the castle yard to-morrow at daybreak. Do you know that?" "No, by the blessed Virgin," replied Robin Hood, "I do not know it, and I say that it shall not be, if I have power to help it." "Ay, there is the question," cried the boy. "Have you the power?" "Of that anon," replied Robin Hood. "First, show me that the tidings are true." "There," said the page, "read that, if thou canst read. If not, I will for thee." And he held out an open letter to the outlaw, who took it eagerly from his hand and gazed at it by the light of the torch. The writing consisted of two parts traced by different hands, the latter being evidently an answer to the former, scrawled down in haste at the bottom of the paper. The first was to the following effect: "To my noble and well-beloved Lord Earl of Mortimer, greeting. These from the humblest and most devoted of his servants, Richard de Ashby. If the time given, my good lord, till 3 to-morrow, be permitted to run on, the game will escape us, for I doubt not the prince is already informed. And be you sure that he will set off with all speed, and, if he arrive in time, will save the criminal. I therefore send you up a man who is ready to swear that he heard the criminal say to the monk, as they passed through the gates together, that out of de Montford's ashes would soon rise up a phoenix to destroy his enemies. The fellow is well tutored in his tale, so that you shall not catch him tripping, and I do beseech you to make use of him before the king without delay, so that, if possible, there may be an axe between our enemy's head and his body before noon to-morrow. If the forfeited estates be divided between you and my good Lord of Pembroke, I would advise the one I love best to choose the northern ones. They are worth 500 marks a year more than the others." All this was written in a fine and clerkly hand, while the letters below were rough and dashing, and somewhat difficult to read. The words, however, were as follows: "Trusty friend, the matter is settled. The king has called together all the barons on the spot. Luckily, Gloucester was away, and Talbot's voice was drowned in the rest. He dies to-morrow at daybreak. I have the warrant under the king's hand. Thanks for the hint. The northern estates are mine, and friends shall not go unrewarded by yours. Mortimer." "Ha!" said Robin Hood, after he had read the letter and the reply. "Ha! This is mighty good. Why, what a nest of scorpions have we here! And this is the court of England. Oh, de Montford, noble de Montford, if thou didst want an advocate to plead thy cause and justify thy holy zeal to crush the venomous reptiles that infest the land, this paper has a tongue that would convince the dead. But we will see. May God so help me, as I am at this execution to-morrow, if we find not other means to stay it. And beware, my Lord of Mortimer, how you come within mark of the English yew, for thy breast must be cased in steel indeed, if I drown not the peacock's feather in your heart's black blood. Do you hear them coming from the lodge, miller?" "Not yet, Robin," replied the man to whom he spoke. "Tom is upon the hill. He will sound his horn." "We must give the youth warning what we are about to do," said Robin Hood, running his eye attentively over the form of the page before him. "We must give him warning. Ha! Richard de Ashby. So, boy, this is news indeed you have brought me. Have you aught else to tell?" "Not now. answered the boy, "for I must back to Nottingham with all speed, lest I be missed. To-morrow will do for my other tidings. I cannot think he will be so hasty there." "Nay, nay, if thou hast aught to tell," exclaimed Robin, "tell it now. One can never say to-morrow's sun will rise. There are precipices at every rood on the highway of human life, over which our best intentions fail, and dash themselves to pieces. Speak out, speak out. It will but take thee a spare minute." "Well then," replied the boy, "doubtless you love not much the Earl of Ashby." "Not much," answered Robin Hood bluffly, "but his son much less." "It matters not," rejoined the page, "but I tell you the earl's life is in danger from secret foes. There is a man, a base bad man, the betrayer of all that trust in him." The boy paused and seemed to gasp for breath. "He seeks the earl's death, ay, and that of his son also," he continued, "in order that he may wed the heiress of the house, and himself become its head. If I did know a friend of the earl, I would beseech him earnestly to watch the old man well, ay, to watch his food, to watch his steps, to have his wine tried before he drinks it, never to let him forth alone, if it be but to taste the morning air upon a sunny bank. But you are his enemies." "Yet we will act as friends," said Robin Hood. "He shall have warning, ay, and assistance at hand in case of need. And now," he added in a low and soft tone, advancing a step, and taking the page's hand, "and now, what is to become of thee, poor thing? Dost thou think I do not know thee, Kate?" She shook terribly, and cast down her eyes without reply. "'Tis well," he continued, finding that she did not answer. "But listen to me, Kate Greenleaf. Listen to one that speaks to thee kindly. Thou hast done a good act this night. Let it be balm to thy heart. Nay, let it be more. Let it be but as seed that thou hast sown, and bring forth still more plentiful fruit hereafter. Cast off the villain, whom thy better nature hates. Leave him to the deeds which will, ere long, bring down destruction on his head. Let him receive the reward of his own wickedness. And then—" "Die!" said Kate Greenleaf. "There is nothing else left for me to do." "Nay, speak not of my father. Utter not his name, for it is worse than fire even to hear it mentioned. Talk not to me of the cloister, where I might linger out long days of miserable memory. My life is near its close. My heart is broken, by my own act, I know, but all the more dreadful is the wound. There is no balm that can heal this. There is no time that can soothe it. He whom I trusted is a villain. Me he might have injured, betrayed, cast off, trampled upon. I might have wept or raved and still lived on. But to find him a traitor, a murderer, a fiend, to be forced, as if for my punishment on earth, to betray him who has betrayed me, and to blast his schemes and his fame, who has blasted my name and my happiness. This is the cup of death, I tell thee, and a bitter death it is. But I must go back. Thy people have promised that they will not stay me, and I must go back. Whatever tidings I can give, you shall have, for I have sworn to unravel the dark clue, to frustrate the wicked scheme, and to bring down upon his head the punishment he merits. God will give me strength to tread this path where every step is agony, and oh, when it is done, may he receive the broken heart and penitent spirit, for the sake of him who died to save us." "Amen," said Robin Hood. "Yet stay a moment. Thou must have some one to guide thee back. Thou art nearer the town than thou thinkest, for I will speak a word with thee by the way." Chapter 30 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. It was an hour past midnight. The sentries had just been relieved upon the castle wall, and Hugh de Mottimer sat by the window, looking out into the depth of sight, and gazing at the far twinkling of the stars. The mind was occupied in the same manner as the body, for it was looking forth into the dark night of death, and marking the small bright shining lights from heaven, that tell of other worlds beyond. His fate had been announced to him, that he had been judged and condemned without his presence, and that the first ray of the morning sun was to witness his death. He had solemnly appealed against the sentence, telling Lord Pembroke, who had brought the announcement thereof, that such a deed was mere murder. Neither had he left anything undone that behoved him to do, to check the base purposes of his enemies by apprehensions of after retribution. But they scoffed at his threats, and heeded not his remonstrances, justifying the illegal course they pursued by declaring that he had been taken in the act of treason. All communication was denied him with the world without, and even the materials for writing were refused, perhaps to guard against the chance of his doom being made known to others who might interfere to stay the execution, or perhaps to prevent him from recording for after times the iniquity that was about to be committed. A priest was promised him in the morning, but in the meanwhile he remained in solitude. He heard his good yeoman, Blorket, driven back from the door by the guards, and, with naught but his own thoughts to comfort and console him, he sat preparing himself for the grave as best he might. How often had he met the abhorred enemy, death, in the battlefield, and how often he staked life's bright jewel on the chances of an hour. How often had fate seemed near at hand in the burning march through the barren sands of the east, and in the deadly pestilence. But in all these shapes had the grim inevitable lord of the grave seemed less terrible than when waiting through the livelong night, with the certainty of being murdered, unresisting, on the morning. Active exertion, gallant daring, the exercise of the high powers of the soul, set at naught the idea of annihilation, and when, with eager fire, man puts forth all his faculties in the moment of danger, the very possession tells him that he is immortal, and makes the open gate of the tomb appear but the portal of a better world. It is the cold, calm, slow approach of the dark hour of passage, when the mind has naught to work upon but that one idea, which smears the dart with all the venom that it is capable of bearing. Then rise up all those dark doubts and apprehensions with which the evil spirit besieges the small garrison of faith. Then come the sweet and lingering affections of the world, the loves, the hopes, the wishes, the prospects, the enjoyments. Then speak the memories of dear things past, never to be again, of voices heard for the last time, of looks to be seen no more. It is a terrible and an awful thing, even for the stoutest heart and best prepared spirit, to wait in silence and in solitude for the approach of the King of Terrors. The young knight strove vigorously to repel all weakness, but he could not shut out regret. 12 hours had scarcely passed since, in the pride of success and the vanity of hope, he had clasped her he loved in his arms, and fancied that fate itself could scarcely sever them. And now he was to lose her for ever. Would she forget him when he was gone? Would she give her hand to another? Would the gay wedding train pass by, and the minstrel's song sound loud, and the laugh, and the smile, and the jest go round, and all be joyful in the halls of Lindwell, and he lay mouldering in the cold earth hard by? But love and trust and confidence said no, and though it might be selfish, there was a balm in the belief that Lucy would mourn him when he was gone, aye, that she had promised to love him and be his even beyond the grave. Of such things were his thoughts as he gazed forth on that solemn night, but suddenly something, he knew not what, called its attention from himself, and he looked down from the window of his chamber upon the top of the wall below. The distance was some 30 feet. The night was dark, for the moon had gone early down, but even in the dim obscurity he thought he saw something like a man's head appear above the battlement. In a moment after, with a bound as if it had been thrown over by an engine, a human body sprang upon the top of the wall, ran forward to the tower in which he was confined, and struck the stonework with its arm. The next instant, without any apparent footing, he could perceive one leg stretched upwards, while the hand seemed to have obtained a grasp of the wall itself, and then the rest of the body ascended to the height of about 4 feet from the ground, sticking fast, like a squirrel swarming up a large beech tree. A long thin arm was then extended far overhead to a deep window, just beneath that at which the young knight stood, and by it the whole body was drawn up into the aperture of the wall, while a sentinel passed by with slow and measured steps. As soon as the soldier was gone, the arm was again stretched forth in the direction of the casement from which Hugh was gazing down, and the hand struck once or twice against the wall in different places, making a slight grating sound, as if it were armed with some metal instrument. At length it remained fixed, and then the head and shoulders were protruded from the opening of the window below, the feet resting upon the stonework. Then came one of those extraordinary efforts of agility and pliability of limb which Hugh had never witnessed but in one being on the earth. By that single hold which the fingers seemed to have on the wall, the body was again swung up till the knee and the hand met, and the left arm was stretched out towards the sill of the casement above. Although the figure appeared to be hump-backed, and consequently in that respect unlike the dwarf Tangel, Hugh de Montfort could not doubt that it was he, and, reaching down as far as possible, he whispered, "Take my hand, Tangel." In an instant the long, thin, monkey-like fingers of the dwarf clasped round his, as if they had been an iron vice, and with a bound that nearly threw the stout young soldier off his balance, Tangel sprang through the window into the room. "Ha, ha!" said he in a low tone. "Who can keep out Tangel?" "No one, it seems, my good boy," answered Hugh. "But what come you here for? I fear I cannot descend as you have mounted." "Here, help me off with my burden," rejoined the boy, "and thou wilt soon see what I come for. But we must whisper like mice, for tyrants have sharper ears than hares, and keener eyes than cats. Here's a priest's gown and a hood for thee, and a chorister's coat for Tangel. Thou art just the height of the king's confessor, and I shall pass for his pouncet-bearer. Here's a ladder too, not much thicker than a spider's web, but strong enough to bear up the fat friar of Barnesdale." The feelings of Hugh de Montfort at that moment must be conceived by the reader, for I will not attempt to address them. Life, liberty, hope were before him, and the transition was as great from despair to joy as it had lately been from happiness to grief. He caught the poor dwarf in his arms, saying, "If I live, boy, I will reward thee. If I die, thy heart must do it." "No thanks to me," replied Tangel in a somewhat trembling voice. "No thanks to me, good knight. It is all Robin's doing, though I was glad enough to have a finger in the pie, and he, great cart-horse, could no more climb up that wall than he could leap over Lincoln Church. But come, fix these hooks to the window, get the gown over thee, and then let us look out for the sentinel. He will pass again before we have all ready." "But there are sentries in the outer court too," said Hugh de Montfort. "How shall we manage if we meet with any of them?" "Give them the word," said Tangel. "I waited, clinging as close to the wall as ivy to an old tower, till I heard the round pass, and the word given. It was 'the 3 leopards.' But there he goes now. Let us away quick. He will soon be back again." Letting the ladder made of silken rope gently down from the window, Hugh bade the dwarf go first, but Tangel replied, "No, I will come after, and bring the ladder with me. I have got my own staircase on the 4 daggers that I fixed into the crevices. Go down, holy father, go down, and if that book be a breviary, take it with you." "It may serve as such," said Hugh, "but ere I go, let me leave them a message." And taking a piece of half-charred wood from the fire, he wrote a few words with it upon the wall. Then approaching the window, he issued forth and descended easily and rapidly to the battlements. The dwarf seemed to have some difficulty in unfastening the hooks of the ladder, however, for he did not follow so quickly as Hugh expected, and whether the sentinel had turned before he got fully to the end of his beat, or his pace was more rapid than before, I know not. But ere the boy began to descend, the soldier's steps were heard coming round from the other angle of the wall. Hugh gave a quick glance up to the window in the tower, and saw that the dwarf was aware of the sentry's approach, and also that the ladder hung so close to the building as not to be perceptible without near examination. His mind was made up in an instant, and folding his arms upon his chest, he drew the hood farther over his face and walked on to meet the sentinel with a slow pace, and his eyes bent upon the ground. The moment the soldier turned the angle and saw him, he exclaimed, "Who goes there? Stand! Give the word!" "The 3 leopards," replied Hugh in a calm tone. "Pass!" cried the sentinel. "Your blessing, Holy Father. This is a dark night." "Dominus vobiscum," replied Hugh. "It is dark indeed, my son, but no nights are dark to the eye of God." And turning with the sentinel on his round, he added in a loud tone as they passed immediately under the window, "You did not see my boy upon your round, did you? He was to come hither with the books. But, marry, he is a truant knave, and is doubtless loitering with the pages in the king's anteroom." "I saw him not, Holy Father," said the soldier. "Is the king still up?" "Ay, he is," answered Hugh, "and will be for this hour to come." And on he walked by the side of the man till they were out of sight of the window. "The boy is marvellous long in coming," observed the pretended priest. "Shall we turn back and see, good father?" asked the soldier. "Oh, no," replied Hugh. "This is the way he should come, for he has to pass round by the court, you know, unless, indeed, he goes up the steps at the other side." Just as he spoke, the sound of quick feet following was heard, and the sentry turned sharply once more, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" "The 3 leopards," said a childish voice, very unlike that of Tangel, but Tangel it proved to be, dressed in his white cope and hood, and bearing a small bundle beneath his arm. "Thou hast been playing truant," cried the knight, "and shalt do penance for this." But he did not venture to carry far his pretended reprimand, lest some mistake between him and Tangel might discover the deceit; and walking on by the side of the sentinel to the top of the flight of steps which led down into the great court close by another of the towers, he there wished him good night, giving him a blessing in a solemn tone. The guard at the bottom of the stone stairs heard the conversation between his comrade and the seeming priest above, and without even asking the word, walked on beside the young knight and the dwarf, and passed them to the sentry at the gate. The large wooden door under the archway was ajar, while several of the soldiery were loitering about, telling rude tales of love to some of the fair girls of Nottingham, who had ventured upon the drawbridge, even at that late hour, to lose their time and reputation, if they had any, with the men-at-arms. For human nature and its follies were the same, or very nearly the same as now. At the end of the drawbridge, however, was a sentinel with his partisan in his hand, taking sufficient part in the merriment of the others, notwithstanding his being on duty, to make him start forward in alarm at the sound of a step, and show his alertness by lowering his weapon and fiercely demanding the word. Hugh gave it at once, adding in a quiet tone, "Ought you not to be more upon your guard, my son, against those who come in than those who go out?" "Pass on, and mind your own business, sir priest," replied the sentry, who was not a very reverent son of the church. "These knaves in their black gowns," he murmured, "would have no one speak to a pretty lass but themselves." Hugh had continued to advance, and he certainly did not now pause to discuss the question of duty with the soldier, but hastened into the town, through a great part of which it was absolutely necessary to pass, and then through the dark streets of Nottingham, descending the hill rapidly and breathing lighter at every step. "Hark!" he said at length, speaking to the boy in a low tone. "Do you not hear people following?" "It is likely," replied the dwarf. "I am not alone in Nottingham. We may have some difficulty at the gates, however, for the warder at the tower is as surly as a bear, and though we all know him well, yet it is a robe of sendal to a kersey jerkin he refuses to get up and turn the key." In another minute the question was put to the proof, the boy running forward to the town gate and knocking at the low door under the arch. At first there was no answer whatsoever, and the dwarf, after knocking again, shouted loudly, "Ho, Matthew Pole! Matthew Pole, open the door for a reverend father who is going forth to shrive a sick man." "To shrive a harlot or a barrel of sack," grumbled an angry voice from within. "I will get up for none of ye, and if I did, I could not open the gate wide enough at this hour of the night for that fat friar of Barnesdale to roll his belly out." "'Tis neither he of Barnesdale nor Tuck either," cried the boy, "but a holy priest come from the castle." "Then he had better go back whence he came," replied the warder. "Get you gone, or I will throw that over thee, which will soil thy garments for many a day. Get thee gone, I say, and let me sleep, till these foul revelling lords come down from the castle, who go out every night to lie at Lamley." A noise of prancing horses and of eager voices was heard the moment after, coming rapidly down the hill, and Hugh de Monthermer, putting his hand under his black robe, seized the hilt of the analyse, or sharp knife, which had been accidentally left with him when his sword was taken away. "I will sell my life dearly," he said, speaking to the dwarf. "Stand in the dark," whispered Tangel, "and they will not see you. These are the lords who sleep out of the town." Hugh de Monthermer had scarcely time to draw back when a troop of horsemen, who had in fact left the castle before him, came down to the gate, having followed the highway, while he had taken a shorter cut by some of the many flights of steps of which the good town of Nottingham was full. "What ho!" cried a voice which the young lord recognised right well. "Open the gate. Are you the warder's boy?" "No, please you, noble lord," replied Tangel, "and I cannot make old surly Matthew Pole draw a bolt or turn a key, although he knows we are in haste." "What ho! Open the gate," repeated the voice in a loud tone. "How know you that I am a noble lord, my man?" "Because you sit your horse like the Earl of Mortimer," answered the boy. "You may say so indeed," said the other, laughing. "But who is that under the arch?" "That is my uncle," replied Tangel, "the good priest of Pierrepont. He is going to shrive the man that fell over the rock, as your lordship knows, just at sundown." "I know nothing about him," replied Mortimer, "but I do know that if this warder come not forth, his thrift shall be a short one. Go in, Jenkin, and slit me his ears with thy knife till they be the shape of a cur's. Ha! he comes at length. How now, warder, how dare you keep me waiting here? By the Lord, I am minded to hang thee over the gate." The burly old man grumbled forth something about his lantern having gone out, and then added in a louder tone, "I did not expect you, my lord, so soon to-night. You are wont to be an hour later." "Ay, but we have some sharp business at daybreak to-morrow," cried Mortimer, "so we must be abed by times." Slowly, and as if unwillingly, the warder drew down the large oak bar, saying, "You must give the word, my lord." "The Three Leopards," replied Mortimer. "Come quick, open the gate, or, by my halidome, it shall be worse for you." With provoking slowness, however, the old man undid bolt after bolt, and then threw wide the heavy wooden valves, and without further question the train of Mortimer rode out, his very robes brushing against Hugh de Monthermer as he passed. The young knight and the boy followed slowly, and before the gates could be closed again, coming rapidly from the neighbouring streets, several other men on foot issued forth in silence, without giving any word to the warder. "Ah, you thieves!" said good Matthew Pole to the last of them. "If I chose to shut you in, there would be fine hanging to-morrow." "No, no," replied the man, "there would be one hung to-night, good Matthew, and he would serve for all. You don't think we let the hanging begin without having the first hand in it?" A straggling house or two on the outside of the gate were passed in a few minutes, a lane amongst trees lay to the right and left, and a little stile presented itself in the hedge, formed of two broad stones laid perpendicularly, and two horizontal ones for steps. Over these the boy sprang at a leap before Hugh de Monthermer, who followed quickly, though somewhat more deliberately. The moment he was past, a hand seized him, and a voice cried, "Free, free, my good lord!" "But, my fay, we shall have all the honest part of the court under the green boughs of Sherwood ere long. Taking the king's venison will become the only lawful source of honest men, for if they don't strike at his deer, he will strike at their heads." "Ah, Robin, is that you?" said Hugh. "This is all thy doing, and I owe thee life." "Faith, not mine," replied Robin Hood. "'Tis the boys', 'tis the boys'. My best contrivance was to get into the castle court to-morrow, by one device or another, secure the gate, send an arrow into Mortimer's heart and another into the headsman's eye, make a general fight of it, while you were set free, and then run away as best we could. 'Twas a bad scheme, but yet at that early hour we could have carried it through, while one half the world was asleep and the other unarmed. but Tangel declared that he could run up the wall like a cat, so we let him try, taking care to have men and ladders ready to bring him off safe if he were caught. So 'tis his doing, my lord, for you contrived to get the elf's love while he was with you." "And he has mine for ever," answered Hugh. "But alas, my love can be of little benefit to anyone now." "Nay, nay, never think so," replied the outlaw. "As much benefit as ever, my good lord. Cast off your courtly garments, take to the forest green, with your own strong right hand defend yourself and your friends, set courts and kings at naught and defiance, and you will never want the means of doing a kind act to those who serve you. I ought not, perhaps, to boast, but Robin Hood, the King of Sherwood, has not less power within his own domain than the third Harry on the throne of England. But, by my faith, I hope the Blessed Virgin has holpen Scathelock and the miller, with their band, to get out of the gates, for they are long a-coming, and there will be fine hunting in every hole of Nottingham to-morrow morning. I came over the wall with Hardy and Pell." "They are safe enough, reckless Robin," cried Tangel. "I heard the miller's long tongue bandying words with surly old Matthew Pole, as if ever one bell stopped another. But hark! There are their steps, and we had better get on, for I have a call to sleep just now." "Well, thou shalt sleep as long as thou wilt to-morrow," said Robin, "for thy good service to-night. But by your leave, my lord, you and I must ride far, for it were as well to leave no trace of you in the neighbourhood of Nottingham. Here are strong horses nigh at hand, and if you followed my counsel, you will be 25 miles from the place where they expected to find you by daybreak. It will be better for us all to disperse, and to quit this part of the county. My men have their orders, and I am ready." The counsel was one that Hugh de Monthermer was very willing to follow, and ere many minutes more had passed, he and Robin Hood were riding through the dark shady roads of Sherwood, as fast as the obscurity of the night would permit. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It was in the small wooden house in the lower part of the town, to which we have seen Sir William Geary lead his worthy companion Guy de Margan, that unhappy Kate Greenley sat in the recess of a window which looked over the meadows, and through which a faint gleam of the autumnal sun was streaming in upon her. She was as beautiful as ever, perhaps more so, for her face was paler and more refined, and though she had lost the glow of rustic health, her countenance had gained a peculiar depth of expression which was fine though sad to see. Her eyes were fixed intently upon those autumnal fields with a straining gaze and a knitted brow, but it was not of them she thought, no, nor of any of the many things which they might recall to her mind. It was not of the happy days of innocence, it was not of the companions of her childhood, it was not the sports of her youth, it was not of her father's house, it was not of the honest lover whose pure affection she had despised, whose generous heart she had well nigh broken. No, no, it was of none of these things. It was of him who had wronged and betrayed her. It was of him who had trampled and despised. It was of him whom she now hated with a fierce and angry hate. Ay, hated and feared, and yet loved, strange as it may seem to say so, of him whom she had resolved to punish and destroy, and for whom she yet felt a yearning tenderness which made every act she did against him seem like plunging a knife into her own heart. Oh, had Richard de Ashby then, even then, suffered his hard and cruel spirit to be softened towards the girl whom he had wronged, if he had soothed and tranquillized and calmed her, if he had used but one tender word, one of all the arts which he had employed to seduce her, Kate Greenley would have poured forth her blood to serve him, and would have died ere she had followed out the stern course which she purposed to pursue. But he was all selfishness, and that selfishness was his destruction. Hark! It is his step upon the stairs. but she no longer flies to meet him with the look of love and total devotion which marked her greeting in former days. The glance of fear and doubt crosses her countenance. She dare not let him see that she has been thoughtful. She snatches up the distaff and the wheel. She bends her head over the thread, and with a sickening heart she hears the coming of the foot, the tread of which was once music to her ear. He entered the room, with a red spot upon his brow, with his teeth hard set, with his lip drawn down. There was excited and angry passion in every line of his face. There was a fierceness in his very step which made her grieve she had not avoided him. It was too late, however, for though he scarcely seemed to see her, she could not quit the room without passing by him. He advanced as if coming direct towards her, but ere he had much passed the middle of the chamber, he stopped and stamped his foot, exclaiming, "Curses upon it!" Then turning to the unhappy girl, he cried, "Get thee to thy chamber. What dost thou idling here, minion? Prepare in a few days to go back to thy father. Or, if thou likest it better," he added, with a contemptuous smile, "to thy Franklin lover. He may have thee cheaper now, and find thee a rare leman." Kate stood and gazed at him for a moment, but for once passion did not master her, and she answered, well knowing that whatever seemed her wish would be rejected, "I am ready to go back to my father. I have made up my mind to do it. Thou treatest me ill, Richard de Ashby. I will live with thee no longer. I will go at once." "No, by the Lord, thou shalt not," he cried, resolved not to lose the object of his tyranny. "Get thee to thy chamber, I say. I will send thee back when I think fit. Away! I expect others here." And Kate Greenley, without reply, moved towards the door. As she passed, he felt a strong desire to strike her, for the angry passion that was in his heart at that moment called loudly for some object on which to vent itself. She spoke not, however. She did not even look at him, so there was no pretext, and biting his lip and knitting his brow, he remained gazing at her as she moved along, with a vague impression of her beauty and grace sinking into his dark mind and mingling one foul passion with another. When she was gone and the door was closed, Richard de Ashby clasped his hands together and walked up and down the room, murmuring, "That idiot Mortimer! When he had him in his hand, to leave him in his chamber, which any child could scale. Out upon the fool, with dungeons as deep as a well close by. But he cares naught, so that he get the land. How is this step to be overleaped? Ha! Here they come." In a moment or two after, the door of the room again opened, and 4 men came in, 2 dressed as noblemen of the court, and 2 as inferior persons. Those, however, whose apparel taught one to expect that high and courteous demeanour for which the Norman nobleman was remarkable, when not moved by the coarse passions to which the habits of the time gave full sway, were far from possessing anything like easy grace or manly dignity. There was a saucy, swaggering air indeed, an affected indifference, mingled with a quick and anxious turn of the eye, a restless, furtive glance, which bespoke the low-bred and licentious man of crime and debauchery, uncertain of his position, doubtful of his safety, and though bold and fearless in moments of personal danger, yet ever watchful against the individual enmity or public vengeance which the acts of his life had well deserved. "Well, Dickon," cried the first who entered, "we have thought of the matter well. But what makes thee look so dull? Has the Prior of St. Peter's made love to thy paramour, or the king won thy money at cross and pile, or—" "Oh, nonsense, Ellaby!" exclaimed Richard de Ashby. I am in a mood that will bear no jesting. What is the matter with me? By my faith, not a little matter. Here, my bitterest enemy, you know Hugh de Mothamer, he was in Mortimer's hands, doomed to death. His head was to be struck off this morning at daybreak. Mortimer and Pembroke were to divide his lands, and I and Guy de Margan to have revenge for our share. "I would have had a slice of the lands too," interrupted Ellaby, "or a purse or two of the gold, had I been in your place." "Well, I say," replied Richard de Ashby, "what would you? The fool Mortimer, instead of plunging him into a dungeon where no escape was possible, leaves him in his chamber thinking he cannot get out, because the window is some 20 or 30 feet from the top of the wall, with a sentry pacing underneath. Of course, the man who knows his life is gone if he stays may well risk it to fly. And when the door is opened this morning, the prisoner is gone, while on the wall of the room, written with charcoal, one reads, 'My lord the prince, taking advantage of the permission you gave, in case the base falsehood of my enemies should prevail against me, and having been condemned to death unheard, ere you could return to defend me, I have escaped from this chamber, but am ever ready to prove my innocence in a lawful manner, either by trial in court or by wager of battle against one of my accusers. Let anyone efface this ere the prince sees it, if he dare.' With this brag he ended, and now Guy de Margan raves, but Mortimer and Pembroke laugh, believing that they shall still share the lands. I threw some salt into their mead, however, telling them that as they had left him with his head on, he had a tongue in it that would soon clear him at the prince's return, and as he had saved his life, would save his lands also. Is it not enough to drive one mad to see such fools mar such well-laid schemes?" "No, no," replied the man who had followed Ellaby. "Nothing should drive one a whit madder than the drone of a bagpipe drives a turnspit dog. Give a howl and have done with it, Sir Richard." "I'll tell you what, Dighton," said Richard de Ashby, "you men wear away all your feelings as the edge of a knife on a grindstone." "That sharpens," interrupted Dighton. "Aye, if held the right way," replied Richard. "But you have never known hate such as I feel." "Perhaps not," answered Dighton, with a look of indifference, "for I always put a friend out of the way before I hate him heartily. It is better never to let things get to a head. If on the first quarrel which you have with a man you send him travelling upon the long road which has neither turning nor returning, you are sure never to have a difference with him again, and I have found that the best plan." "But suppose you cannot?" asked Richard de Ashby. "You may be weaker, less skilful, may not have the opportunity. Suppose you cannot, I say." "Why then employ a friend who can," replied the bravo. "There are numbers of excellent good gentlemen who are always ready, upon certain considerations, to take up any man's quarrel, and it is but from the folly of others who choose to deal with such things themselves that they have not full employment. Here is Ellaby, tolerably good, both at lance and broadsword. And I," he continued, looking down with a self-sufficient air at the swelling muscles of his leg and thigh, "and I do not often fail to remove an unpleasant companion from the way of a friend. Then if secrecy be wanting, we are as wise as we are strong. Are we not, Ellaby?" "To be sure," answered Ellaby with the same swaggering manner. "We are perfect in everything, and fit for everything. As great statesmen as de Montford, as great soldiers as Prince Edward, as great generals as Gloucester, as great friends as Damon and Pythias." "And as great rogues," added Richard de Ashby, who was not to be taken in by swagger. "And as great rogues, Ellaby, as... No, I will not insult you by a comparison. You are incomparable in that respect at least, or only to be compared to each other." "Very complimentary indeed," said Ellaby, "especially when we come here to do you a favour." "Not without your reward present and future," replied Richard de Ashby. "You come not to serve me without serving yourselves too." "Well, well," cried Dighton, who carried the daring of his villainy to a somewhat impudent excess, "we must not fall out, lest certain other people should come by their own. There's an old proverb against it," for the proverb was as old even in his day. "But to overlook your matter of spleen, dearly beloved Richard, and forgetting this Mortimer affair, let us take the affair up where Ellaby was beginning. We have thought well of the business you have in mind, and judge it very feasible indeed. We are willing to undertake it. If we can get the old man once to come out of sight of his people alone, we will ensure that he shall never go back into Lindwell gates on his own feet. However, there is a thing or two to be said upon other affairs. But speak you, Ellaby, speak. You are an orator, I a mere man of action." "Well, what is the matter?" asked Richard de Ashby. "If you can do the deed, the sooner it is done the better." "True," said Ellaby, "but there is something more, my beloved friend. The doing the deed may be easier than getting the reward. When this old man is gone, there still stands between you and the fair lands of Ashby a stout young bull-headed lord, called Alured, who, having ample fortune and fewer vices, is likely to outlive you by half a century, and bequeath the world a thriving race of younkers to succeed to his honours and his lands." "Leave him to me," replied Richard. "His bull head, as you call it, will soon be run against some wall that will break it, as I shall arrange the matter." "But even if such be the case," rejoined Ellaby, "how can we be sure that Richard Earl of Ashby will not turn up his nose at us, his poor friends, as is much the mode with men in high station, refuse us all reward but that small sum in gold which he now gives, and dare us to do our worst? As we cannot condemn him without condemning ourselves likewise, we must have it under your hand, good Richard, that you have prompted us to this deed, and promise us £2,000 of silver as our reward." Richard de Ashby looked at him with a sneering smile, though his heart was full of wrath, and he answered, "You must think me some boy, raw from the colleges and ready to play against you with piped dice. No, no, Dighton, Ellaby, you are mistaken. Being all of us of that kind and character of man who does not trust his neighbour, we must have mutual sureties, that is clear. Now hear me. I will make over to you by bond, this day, my castle in Hereford, with all the land hereunto appertaining. You know it well. In the bond there shall be a clause of redemption, and that if I pay you £2,000 of silver before this day 2 years, the castle shall be mine again. Such is what I propose. But in the meantime you shall give me a covenant, signed with your own hand, to do the deed that we have agreed upon. Then shall we all be in the power of each other." "And pray what are we to have?" asked one of the two inferior men who had followed the others into the room, and who seemed to have been almost forgotten by the rest. "What you were promised," replied Richard de Ashby. "Each of you 50 French crowns of gold this night, when the deed is done." "Ay," cried the spokesman, "but we must have a part of that £2,000 of silver." But Dighton took him by the breast in a joking manner, saying, "Hold thy tongue, parson. I will settle with thee about that. If thou art not hanged before the money is paid, we will share as officer and soldier. You and Dicky Keene shall have a 4th part between you, and we two the rest." This promise appeared to satisfy perfectly his worthy coadjutor, who seemed to rely upon the old proverb that there is honour amongst thieves, for the performance of the engagement. Such, however, was not the base with Richard de Ashby and the 2 superior cutthroats, who proceeded to draw up the 2 documents agreed upon for their mutual security. The bond of Richard de Ashby was soon prepared, and the only difficulty that presented itself regarded the written promise he had exacted from his 2 friends, for Dighton boldly avowed that he could not write any word but his own name, and Ellaby was very diffident of his own capacity, though either would have done mortal combat with any man who denied that they were gentlemen by birth and education. Richard de Ashby, for his part, positively declined to indite the document himself, even upon the promise of their signature, and at length Ellaby, after much prompting and assistance, perpetrated the act with various curious processes of spelling and arrangement. "And now," said Richard de Ashby, when this was accomplished, "all that remains is to lure the old man from the castle, which we had better set about at once, for if Alured were to return, our plan were marred." "But upon what pretence?" asked Dighton. "Will you get him to come forth?" "I have one ready," answered Richard de Ashby, "one that will serve my purpose in other respects too. But who we shall get to bear the letter is the question." "Why not the woman you have with you?" said Ellaby. We could dress her up as a footboy." "No," replied Richard de Ashby thoughtfully. "No, I did buy her a page's dress to employ her in any little things that might require skill and concealment, for she is apt and shrewd enough. But in this matter I dare not trust her. When the old man and the note were found, she would tell all. She needs some further training yet, and she shall have it, but at present we must deal by other hands. You must get some rude peasant boy as you go along, and only one of you must show himself even to him. But I will write the note and come along with you myself. There is no time to spare." Richard de Ashby then, who was, as we have hinted, a skilful scribe, sat down and composed the fatal letter to his kinsman, which was to draw him from his home and give him to the hands of the murderers. And knowing well the Earl's character, he took care so to frame the epistle as to ensure its full effect. The handwriting, too, he disguised as much as might be, though never having seen that of the person whose name he assumed, he endeavoured to make it as much like the hand of a clerk or copyist as possible. The note was to the following effect: "To the most noble and valiant Lord the Earl of Ashby, greeting. Dear and well-beloved Lord, a false, cruel, and horrible accusation having been brought against me, and I having been doomed to death unheard by the ears of justice and clemency, have been compelled to seek my own safety by flight from the castle of Nottingham, leaving my fair name and character undefended. Now I do adjure you, as one who has ever been held the mirror of chivalry and the honour of arms and nobility, to meet me this day at the hour of 3 by what is called the Bull's Hawthorn, which you, my lord, know well, and which is but 1 poor mile from your manor at Lindwell. I will there give to you, my lord, the most undoubted proofs of my perfect innocence, beseeching you to become my advocate before the king and the prince, and to defend me, as none but one so noble will venture to do. Lest you should think that I seek to entangle you more on my behalf, I hereby give you back all promises made to me regarding the Lady Lucy, your daughter, and declare them null and void, unless at some future time you shall think fit to confirm them. It is needful, as I need not say, that you should come totally alone, for even the chattering of a page might do me to death. Hugh de Mortimer." Richard de Ashby mentioned to none of his companions what the letter contained, but folding it, he tied it with a piece of yellow silk and sealed it, stamping it with the haft of Ellaby's dagger. "Now," he cried, "now all is ready. Let us be gone. Are your horses below?" "They are at the back of the house," said Dighton. "Quick, then, to the saddle," cried their companion. "I will get mine and join you in a minute, to ride with you some way along the road, for I must have speedy tidings when the deed is done." "By my faith," said Ellaby, walking towards the door, "you are growing a man of action, Richard, but keep us not waiting." "Not longer than to come round," replied Richard de Ashby, descending the stairs with them, and in a minute after the heavy door of the house banged to behind the party of assassins. Scarcely were they gone when poor Kate Greenleigh ran into the room and snatched up a large brown wimple which lay in the window, casting it over her head as if to go forth. Her eyes were wild and eager, her face pale, her lips bloodless, and her whole frame trembling. She seemed confused too, as well as agitated, and muttered to herself, "Oh, horrible! Where can I find help? What can I do? I will seek these men, but it will be too late if I go afoot. I will take the page's dress again and hire a horse." She paused and thought for an instant, adding, "But the mere is far from Lindwell. 'Tis the other way. It will be too late. It will be too late." Her eyes fixed vacantly on the window, and a moment after she uttered a slight scream, for she saw a head gazing at her through the small panes. Shaken and horrified, the least thing alarmed her, so that she caught at the back of a tall chair for support, keeping her eyes fixed with a look of terror upon the face before her, and asking herself whether it was real or some frightful vision of her own imagination. "It is the boy," she cried at length. "It is the dwarf boy I saw with them in the wood." And running forward with an unsteady step, she undid the great bolt of the casement. Tangel instantly forced himself through and sprang in, exclaiming, "Ha ha! I watched them all out, and then climbed to tell you—" But before he could end his sentence, Kate Greenleigh sank fainting upon the floor beside him. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. There was a low, deserted house standing far back from the road, in a piece of common ground skirting the forest between Lindwell and Nottingham. There were some trees before it, and some bushes, which screened all but the thatched roof from observation as the traveller passed along. There was a dull pond, too, covered with green weed, between it and the trees, which, exhaling unwholesome dews, covered the front of the miserable-looking place with yellow lichens, and filled the air with myriads of droning gnats. And there it stood, with the holes, where door and window had been, gaping vacantly, like the places of eyes and nose in a dead man's skull. All the woodwork had been carried away, and part even of the thatch, so that a more desolate and miserable place could not be met with, perhaps, in all the world, though at that time there was many a deserted house in England, and many a hearth, which had once blazed brightly amidst a circle of happy faces, was then dark and cold. It was a fit haunt for a murderer, and before the door appeared Richard de Ashby, a few moments after he had parted from his fell companions, sending them onward to perform the bloody task he had allotted them. His dark countenance was anxious and thoughtful. There was a look of uncertainty and hesitation about his face, aye, and his heart was quivering with that agony of doubt and fear which is almost sure to occupy some space between the scheme and the execution of crime. The ill deed in which he was now engaged was one that he was not used to. It was no longer some strong, bad passion hurrying him on, step by step, from vice to vice and sin to sin, but it was a headlong leap over one of those great barriers raised up by conscience and supported by law, divine and human, in order to stop the criminal on his course to death, destruction, and eternal punishment. He sprang from his horse at the door. He entered the cottage. He stood for a moment in the midst. He held his hands tightly clasped together, and then he strode towards the door, murmuring, "I will call them back. I can overtake them yet." But then he thought of the bond that he had given, of the objects that he had in view, of rank and wealth and station, of Lucy de Ashby and her beauty, of triumph over the hated Mortimer. Never, never did Satan, with all his wiles and artifices, more splendidly bring up before the eye of imagination all the inducements that could tempt a selfish, licentious, heartless man to the commission of a great crime than the fiend did then for the destruction of Richard de Ashby. He paused ere he recrossed the threshold. He paused and hesitated. "It is too late," he thought. "They will but scoff at me. It is too late. The die is cast, and I must abide by what it turns up. This is but sorry firmness, after all. Did I not resolve on calm deliberation, and shall I regret now?" He paced up and down the chamber for a while, and then again murmured, "I wished I had brought Kate with me. I might have toyed or teased away this dreary hour with her. But no, I could not trust her in such deeds as this. They must be at the Hawthorn by this time. I hope they will take care to conceal themselves well, or the old man will get frightened. He is of a suspicious nature. There's plenty of cover to hide them. I will go tie the horse behind the house so that no one may see him." His true motive was to occupy the time, for thought was very heavy upon him, and he contrived to spend some 10 minutes in the task, speaking to the charger and patting him, not that he was a kindly master, even to a beast, but for some time the animal was a companion to him, and that was the relief which he most desired. He then turned into the cottage again, and once more stood with his arms folded over his chest in the midst. What if they fail? He asked himself. What if he suspects something and come with help at hand? They might be taken, and my bond found upon them. They might confess, and, to save themselves, destroy me. 'Twere a deed well worthy of Ellaby. No, 'tis not likely. He will never suspect anything. Hark! There is a horse. I will look out and see." And creeping round the pond to the side of the bushes, he peered through upon the road. But he was mistaken. There was no horse there. The sound was in his own imagination, and he returned to his place of shelter, feeling the autumnal air chilly, though the day was in no degree cold. It was that the blood in his own veins had, in every drop, the feverish thrill of anxiety and dreadful expectation. No words can tell the state of that miserable man's mind during the space of 2 hours, which elapsed while he remained in that cottage. Remorse and fear had possession of him altogether. Aye, fear, for although we have acknowledged that perhaps the only good quality he possessed was courage, yet as resolution is a very different thing from bravery, so were the terrors that possessed his mind at that moment of a very distinct character from those which seize the trembling coward on the battlefield. There was the dread of detection, shame, exposure, the hissing scorn of the whole world, everlasting infamy, as well as punishment. Death was the least part indeed of what he feared, and could he have been sure that means would be afforded him to terminate his own existence in case of failure, the chance of such a result would have lost half its terror. But there was remorse besides, remorse which he had stifled till it was too late. He saw his kinsman's white hair, he saw his countenance. He endeavoured in vain to call it up before his eyes with some of those frowns or haughty looks upon it which his own vices and follies had very often produced. There was nothing there now but the smile of kindness, but the look of generous satisfaction with which from time to time the dear Earl had bestowed upon him some favour, or afforded him some assistance. Memory would not perform the task he wished to put upon it. She gave him up to the anguish of conscience, without even awakening the bad passions of the past to palliate the deeds of the present. He leaned on the dismantled window frame, with his heart scorched and seared, without a tear to moisten his burning lid, without one place on which the mind could rest in peace. The hell of the wicked always begins upon earth, and the foul fiend had already the spirit in his grasp, and revelled in the luxury of torture. At length there came a distant sound, and starting up he ran forth to look out. His ears no longer deceived him. The noise increased each moment. It was the horse's feet coming rapidly along the road. He gazed earnestly towards Lindwell, but instead of those whom he expected to see, he beheld a large party of cavalry riding by at full speed, and as they passed on before him, galloping away towards Nottingham, the towering form of Prince Edward rising by the full head above any of his train, caught the eye of the watcher, and explained their appearance here. The rapid tramp died away, and all was silent again. Some 20 minutes more elapsed, and then there was a duller sound, but still it was like the footfalls of horses coming quick. Once more he gazed forth, and now he beheld, much nearer than he expected, 4 mounted men approaching the cottage, but avoiding the hard road, and riding over the turf of the common. One of them seemed to be supporting another by the arm, who bent somewhat feebly towards his horse's head, and appeared ready to fall. In a minute they came round, and Ellaby, springing to the ground, while the man they had called Parson held the rein for Dighton's horse, aided the latter to dismount, and led him into the cottage. "It is done," said Ellaby in a low voice. "It is done, but Dighton is badly hurt. The old man passed his sword through him when first he struck him, and would have killed him outright, if I had not stabbed the savage old boar behind. We cast him into the little sand pit there, but poor Dighton is bad, and can scarce sit his horse." Yes, I can," said Dighton in a faint tone. "If I had a little wine I could get on." "I have some here in a bottle," cried one of the others. Dighton drank, and it seemed to revive him. "I have had worse than this before now," he said. "I can go on now, and we had better make haste, for there were certainly people coming." "Away then," said Richard to Ashby. "Away then to Lenton, and then run down to Bridgeford. If you can get to Thorpe tonight, you would be safe. I will to the castle, and be ready to console my fair cousin when the news reaches her." "She will have heard it before that," murmured Dighton, "for I tell you there were certainly people coming." And taking another deep draught of his wine, he contrived to walk, almost unassisted, to the horse's side and mount. There was a black look, however, under his eyes, a bloodless paleness about the face, and a livid hue in his lips, which told that his wound, though "not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door," to use the words of Mercutio, was enough. "Fail not to give me tidings of you," said Richard de Ashby, speaking to Ellaby, and going round to the back of the cottage, he mounted his horse, which by his pawing seemed to show that the long delay had not been less tedious to himself than to his master, and galloped away to Lindwell, anxious to reach the castle before the news. Even at the rapid pace at which he went, he could not escape thought. Black care was behind him, and eagerly he turned in his mind all the consequences of the deed that he had done. His own conduct was the first consideration, and a strange consideration it was. What was he to say? What was he to do? At every step he must act a part, ay, and, like the poor player who sometimes, distressed in circumstances, pained in body, or grieved in mind, has to go laughing through the merry comedy, the character which Richard de Ashby had now to play was the direct reverse of all the feelings of his heart. Crime, however, produces an excitement of a certain kind independent of the very gratification obtained. We have in our own day seen murderers laugh and sing and make merry, with hands scarcely washed from the blood of their victim. And strange to say, when Richard de Ashby resolved to assume a face of cheerful gaiety on arriving at Lindwell Castle, the only danger was that he would overact the part. In truth, remorse, like a tiger, lay waiting to spring upon him the moment action ceased, but for the time his mind was much relieved, and more buoyant than it had been while watching in the cottage. Doubt, hesitation, apprehensions regarding the failure of the deed were all gone. It was done irretrievably. It was accomplished, not only without any mischance, but with a circumstance which promised to remove one of his accomplices, and that was no slight satisfaction. So smooth does one crime make the way for another, that he who had lately pondered with no small hesitation the very deed in which he was engaged, now felt, glancing through his mind, with satisfaction, the thought of disposing of Ellaby also by some similar means, and leaving none but the two inferior ruffians, whom he might easily attach to himself and render serviceable in the future. Crimes are gregarious beings, and are seldom, if ever, met with single. His horse was fleet. The distance was not great, and in the space of about a quarter of an hour he saw the towers of Lindwell rising over the woody slopes around. He then checked his speed in some degree, going on at a quick but still an easy canter, knowing that there was always someone on the watch-tower who might remark the furious gallop at which he came, unless he slackened his pace. He had soon reached the open space. He had soon mounted the hill. The drawbridge was down, and doors of the barbican were open. One of the warders sitting quietly on a bench in the sun, 2 or 3 stout yeomen and armed men were amusing themselves between the 2 gates, and all turned to salute their master's kinsman as he passed, without giving the slightest indication that anything was known amiss within the walls of Lindwell. Dismounting at the inner gate and giving his horse to one of the grooms, Richard de Ashby was upon the point of asking for his cousin Lucy, but recollecting his part again, he inquired if the Earl were there, adding, "I thought to have met him between this and Nottingham." "No, Sir Richard," replied the porter, moving slowly back to the great gate of the hall. "My lord had ordered his horses and train to be ready for Nottingham by noon, but news came from the city which stopped him, and then the son of old Uchtred, the swine-driver, brought a letter on which my lord went out on foot and alone. He would not even have his page, but carried his sword himself." "Methinks that was rash," said Richard de Ashby. "These are not times to trust to. Can I speak with the Lady Lucy? Know you where she is?" "In her own chamber, I fancy, poor lady," replied the porter. "Go, Ned, and tell her that Sir Richard is in the hall, and would fain see her." Richard de Ashby was a hypocrite. He was a hypocrite in everything. Though a man of strong passions and of fierce disposition, it was not when he seemed most furious or most angry that he really was so, any more than when, as on the present occasion, he seemed most gay and light-hearted, that he was in reality cheerful. While the page went to seek for his fair cousin, he walked up and down the hall, humming a light tune, and seemingly occupied with nothing but those dancing phantasms of imagination which serve a mind at ease to while away a few idle minutes. The only thing which, during the whole time he was kept waiting, could have betrayed even to eyes far more keen and scrutinizing than those which now rested upon him, that there were more deep and anxious thoughts within, was a sudden start that he gave on hearing some noise and several persons speaking loudly in the court. But the sounds quickly passed away, and the next minute Lucy herself entered the hall. She was pale, and her countenance seemed thoughtful, but her demeanour was calm, and though she had never loved the man that stood before her, she addressed him in a kind tone, saying, "I give you good day, Richard. We have not seen you for a long time." "No, fair cousin," he replied, "and I rode here in haste from Nottingham, thinking I might be the bearer of good tidings to you. But I fancy from your look you have heard them already." "What may they be?" said Lucy, the colour slightly tinging her cheek. "Why," answered Richard de Ashby, "they are that a certain noble lord, a dearer friend of yours than mine, fair cousin, who lay in high peril in Nottingham Castle, has made his escape last night." "So I have heard," replied Lucy, her eyes seeking the ground. "People tell me they had condemned him to death without hearing him." "Not exactly so," said Richard de Ashby. "They heard him once, but then—" "Oh, lady! Oh, lady!" cried one of the servants, running into the hall, with a face as pale as ashes, and a wild, frightened look. "Here's a yeoman from Eastward, who says he has seen my lord lying murdered in the pit under the bull's hawthorn." Lucy gazed at the man for a moment or two, with her large dark eyes wide open, and a vacant look upon her countenance, as if her mind refused to comprehend the sudden and horrible news she heard. But the next moment she turned as pale as ashes, and fell like a corpse upon the pavement. "Fool, you have killed her!" cried Richard de Ashby, really angry. "You should have told her more gently. Call her women hither." The man remarked not, in his own surprise and horror, that Richard de Ashby was less moved by the tidings he had given than by the effect they produced upon Lucy. All was now agitation and confusion, however, and in the midst of it the poor girl was removed to her own chamber. The peasant who had brought the news was summoned to the presence of the murdered man's kinsman, and informed him that, in passing along at the top of the bank, he had been startled by the sight of fresh blood, and at first thought some deer had been killed there, but looking over the hedge he had seen a human body lying under the bank, and on getting down into the pit had recognised the person of the Earl. He was quite dead, the man said, with a cut upon the head, and a dagger still remaining in a wound on his right side. Instantly coming away for help to bear him home, he had found by the way, not far from the pit, the murdered man's sword, which he picked up and brought with him. On examination, the blade was found to be bloody, so that the Earl had evidently used it with some effect, but the peasant had found no other traces of a conflict, and had come on with all speed for aid. One of the flat boards which in that day, placed upon trestles, served as dining tables in the castle hall, was now carried out by a large party of the Earl's servants and retainers, in order to bring in the corpse. Richard de Ashby put himself at their head, and by his direction they all went well armed, lest, as he said, there should be some force of enemies near. It was now his part to assume grief and consternation, and as they advanced towards the well-known spot, he felt, it must be acknowledged, his heart sink when he thought of the first look of the dead man's face. But he was resolute, and went on, preparing his mind to assume the appearance of passionate sorrow and horror, calculating every gesture and every word. The old hawthorn tree, which was a well-known rendezvous for various sylvan sports, was soon in sight, and a few steps more brought them to the bloody spot near the edge of the pit, where both the green grass and the yellow sand were deeply stained with gore in several places. Many an exclamation of grief and rage burst from the attendants, and Richard de Ashby, with a shudder, cried, "Oh, this is terrible!" "Hullo, but where's the body?" cried a man who had advanced to the side of the pit. "Don't you see it?" said the peasant who had brought the news, stepping forward to point it out. "By the Lord, it is gone!" Richard de Ashby now became agitated indeed. "Gone!" he exclaimed, looking down. "Gone! The murderers have come back to carry it off." And running round to a spot where a little path descended, after the manner of a rude flight of steps, into the sandpit, he made his way down, followed by the rest, and searched all around. The spot where the body had lain was plainly to be seen, marked both by some blood which must have flowed after the fall from above, and also by a fragment of the Earl's silken pourpoint, which had been caught and torn off by a black thorn bush as he fell. "They cannot be far off," said the peasant, "for the poor gentleman was a heavy man to carry, and there seemed nobody near when I was here." "Pshaw!" cried Richard de Ashby, "there might have been 100 amongst the bushes and trees without your seeing them. However," he continued eagerly, "let us beat the ground all round. Someone run back to the castle for horses. If we pursue quickly, we may very likely find the murderers with the corpse in their hands." "It may be, Sir Richard," said one of the attendants, "that some of the neighbouring yeomen or franklins coming and going from eastward to Nottingham market, which falls to-day, may have chanced upon the body and carried it to some house or cottage near." "Well, we must discover it at all events," said Richard de Ashby, who feared that one half of his purpose might be frustrated if the letter, which he had written under the name of Hugh de Mortimer, was not actually found upon the corpse. Spread round! Let us follow up every path by which the body could be borne, shouting from time to time to each other, that we may not be altogether separated. But here come more men down from the castle. We shall have plenty now. Let 6 or 8 stay here till the horses arrive, then mount and pursue each horse road and open track for some 2 or 3 miles. They cannot have gone much farther." All efforts, however, were vain. Not a trace could be found of the body, or of those who had taken it; and although Richard de Ashby at first had entertained no doubt that they would find it in the hands of some of the neighbouring peasantry, and only feared that the important letter might be by any chance lost or destroyed, he soon became anxious, in no ordinary degree, to know what had become of the body itself. Had it been found, he asked himself, by those bold tenants of Sherwood, whose shrewdness, determination, and activity he well knew? And if so, might not the dagger which Ellerby had left in the wound, and with the haft of which he himself had sealed the letter, prove at some after point a clue to the real murderers? His heart was ill at ease. Apprehension took possession of him again, and towards nightfall he returned to the castle, accompanied by a number of the men who by that time had rejoined him, with a spirit depressed and gloomy, and a heart ill at ease indeed. Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The grey twilight hung over the world when Richard de Ashby re-entered the outer court of the castle at Lindwell, but still he could perceive horses saddled and dusty, attendants running hither and thither, armed men standing in knots, as if resting themselves for a moment after a journey, and every indication of the arrival of some party having taken place during his absence. His first thought was that the corpse must have been found and brought back by some of the small bodies of Prince Edward's troops, which were moving about in all directions. But he soon saw that such an event was impossible, as he himself, or some of those about him, must have met any party which had passed near the scene of the murder. The next instant, in going by one of the little groups of soldiers we have mentioned, he recognised the face of some of the retainers of the house of Ashby, and exclaimed, "What, has the Lord Alured returned?" "Not half an hour ago, Sir Richard," replied a soldier, and Richard de Ashby hurried like lightning into the hall. There was a coldness at his heart, indeed, as he thought of meeting the man whose father's blood was upon his hand, and against whose own life he was devising schemes as dark as those which had just been executed. But he was most anxious nevertheless to meet his cousin, ere he had conversed long with Lucy, and to give those impressions regarding the causes of the bloody deed which best suited his purposes. Alured de Ashby was not in the great hall, but Richard, without a moment's delay, mounted the great staircase to the upper chamber, where Hugh de Mothamer's last happy hour had been passed with Lucy. There were voices speaking within, but the kinsman paused not a moment, and opening the door he found the sister weeping in the arms of her brother. They had been some time together. The first burst of sorrow in speaking of their father's death had passed away. An accidental word had caused them to converse of other things connected therewith, indeed, but not absolutely relating to that subject, and the first words that met Richard de Ashby's ear were spoken by the Lord Alured. "Never, Lucy," he was saying, "never. Fear not, dear girl. I will never force your inclination. I will try to make you happy in your own way. As my poor father promised, so I promise too." Their dark kinsman saw at once that the proud and stubborn heart of his hasty cousin was softened by the touch of grief, and that he had made a promise which no other circumstances would have drawn from him, but which, however much he might regret it at an after period, would never be retracted. Lucy started on her cousin's entrance, and, why she knew not, but a shudder passed over her as she beheld him. He advanced towards them, however, with an assumption of frank and kindly sympathy, holding out a hand to each. But Lucy avoided taking it, though not markedly, and saying in a low voice to her brother, "I cannot speak with anyone, Alured." She glided away through the door which led to her own apartments, leaving Richard de Ashby with all the bitter purposes of his heart only strengthened by what he had seen and heard. Alured took his cousin's hand at once, asking, "Have you brought in the body? Where have you laid him?" In a rapid but clear manner Richard explained that the search had been ineffectual, and told all that had been done in vain for the discovery of the corpse. After some time spent in conjectures as to what could have become of the body, the peasant who had first discovered it was called in, and questioned strictly as to what he had seen, and his knowledge of the old lord's person. His replies, however, left no doubt in regard to the facts of the murder, and when he was dismissed, Alured turned, with a frowning brow and a bewildered eye, to his cousin, asking, "Who can have done this?" Richard de Ashby looked down in silence for a moment, as if almost unwilling to reply, and then answered, "I know of but one man whom he has offended." "Who? demanded Alured sharply. "I know of none." "None but Hugh de Mothamer," said Richard de Ashby. "Hugh de Mothamer!" cried the young earl. "Offended him! Why, he has loaded him with favour. 'Twas his letter telling me that he intended to give our Lucy's hand to one of our old enemies that brought me back with such speed. Offended him! He is the last man that had cause of complaint." "You know not, Alured, you know not all," cried his false cousin. "Far be it from me to accuse Hugh de Mothamer behind his back. I have ever said what I have had to say of him boldly and to his face, and all I wish to imply is, without making it any accusation whatsoever, that I know of not one man on earth whom your poor father has offended but Hugh de Mothamer." "And how offended him?" asked the young earl. "By withdrawing his promise of your sister's hand," answered his cousin. "'Tis but yesterday, upon some quarrel. I know not what, that he who is now dead retracted every rash engagement of the kind, and told him he should never have her. Lucy will tell you the same." "Ha!" cried Alured, knitting his brows thoughtfully. "Ha! But no, no, no! To do him justice, Mortimer is too noble ever to draw his sword upon an old man like that. His name was never stained with any lowly act. He might be a proud enemy, but never a base one." "I dare say it is so," answered Richard, "though I have seen some mean things too. Did he not avoid meeting you in arms, on quarrel concerning my poor little paramour? But all this matters not. I bring no charge against him. 'Tis but suspicion at the most. Only when I recollect that yesterday your father crossed all his hopes, and that Guy de Margan, Geary, and the rest who were with this poor earl, told me that there was a violent quarrel, and high and fierce words on both sides, I may well say that he was offended. And, as far as I know, he was the only one offended by the good old man. Lucy will tell you more, perhaps." "Stay," cried Alured, "I will go and ask her." "Nay," rejoined his cousin, "I must away with all speed to Nottingham to learn if aught has been heard of the body there. I will ask Guy de Margan and the others what really passed when they were here yesterday, and let you know early tomorrow." "Bring them with you, said Alured. "I will," replied Richard; "but in the meantime, by your good leave, my lord, I will take some of your men with me, for I came alone, and am not well loved, as you know, of these Mothamers." "Take what men you will," said the young earl, "but yet I cannot think they have had a hand in this. Good night, Richard, good night." So prone is the mind of man to suspicion, so intimately are we convinced in our own hearts of the fallibility of human nature at every point, that accusation often repeated will ever leave a doubt in the most candid mind. "Be thou as cold as ice, as chaste as snow, thou shalt not scape calumny," cried Shakespeare, addressing woman; and he might have said to the whole race of man, "Armour thyself in the whole panoply of virtue, cover thee from head to foot in the triple steel of honour, honesty, and a pure heart, still the poisoned dart of malice shall pierce through and wound thee, if it do not destroy." In the heart of Alured de Ashby there had never been a doubt that Hugh de Mortimer was, in every thought and in every deed, as high, as noble, and as true as ever was man on earth. And yet, alas! that it should be so! The words of a false, base man, whom he himself knew to be full of faults and detected in falsehoods, left a suspicion on his mind, in favour of which his jealous hatred of the race of Mortimer rose up with an angry and clamorous voice. It was with such feelings that he now strode away to his sister's chamber, but ere he knocked at the door he paused thoughtfully, remembering that she was already grieved and shaken by the sad events of that evening. He called to mind that he was her only protector, her only near relation now, and a feeling of greater tenderness than he had ever before suffered to take possession of his heart rose out of their relative position to each other, and caused him to soften his tone and manner as far as possible. He knocked at the door then, and went in, finding Lucy with her maids, the latter following mechanically the embroidery, on which one half of a woman's life was then spent, the former sitting in the window, far from the lamp, with her cheek resting on her hand, and her handkerchief beside her to wipe away the tears that ever and anon broke from the dark shady well of her long fringed eyes. As gently as was in his nature to do, Alured sat down beside her, and questioned her as to what had passed on the preceding day. She answered very briefly, for his inquiries mingled one dark and terrible stream of thought with another scarcely less dreadful. She knew little, she said, as she had not been present. She was not aware why her father had so acted, but she acknowledged that he had withdrawn his consent to her union with the man she loved, and had spoken words concerning him which had wrung and pained her heart to hear. So far, the tale of Richard de Ashby was confirmed, and Alured left her with a moody and uncertain mind, hesitating between newborn suspicions and the confidence which the experience of years had forced upon him. He paced the hall that night for many an hour, ever and anon sending for various members of the household, and questioning them concerning the transactions of the day. But he gained no farther tidings, and in gloom and sadness the minutes slipped away, the gay merriment, the light jest, the tranquil enjoyment all crushed out and extinct, and every part of the castle filled with an air of sorrow and anxiety, all feeling that a terrible deed had been done, and all inquiring, "What is to come next?" The last words of the young Earl, ere he retired to rest, were, "Let horses be prepared by 9 in the morning. I will go to Nottingham myself. This must be sifted to the bottom." Ere he set out, however, Richard Ashby, accompanied by several gentlemen of the court, had reached Lindwell, and were met by Alured in the hall, booted and spurred for his departure. "Ha! Give you good day, sir," he exclaims, in his quick and impetuous manner. "I was about to seek you if you had not come to see me." "This is a sad affair, my lord the earl," said Sir Guy de Margan. "Little did I think, when I rode over hither the day before yesterday with your noble father, that it was the last time I should see him living." "Sad indeed, sir, sad indeed," replied the young earl. "But the question now is, who did this deed?" "Who shalt say that?" said Sir Guy de Margan. Alured de Ashby paused, and crushed his glove in his hand, wishing any one to touch upon the subject of the suspicions which had been instilled into his mind, before he spoke upon them himself. But finding that Guy de Margan stopped short, he said at length, "May I ask you, Sir Guy, to tell me the circumstances which took place here during your stay with my father yesterday? Any act of his is of importance to throw light upon this dark affair." "I can tell you very little, my noble lord," replied Sir Guy. "When we arrived, we were told that the Lord Hugh de Mortimer was in the upper hall with your fair sister, the Lady Lucy. We all went thither together, but as we came to the Lord Hugh with a somewhat unpleasant summons to the presence of the king, your noble father, wishing to spare his feelings, desired us to wait without at the head of the stairs, while he went in to break the tidings. We soon, however, heard high words and very angry language on the part of the young lord. Then there was much spoken in a lower tone, and then Mortimer came nearer to the door, where he stopped and said aloud, 'You will not fail, my lord?' Your father answered in a stern tone, 'I will meet you at the hour you named. Fear not, I will not fail.' Alured de Ashby turned his eyes upon his cousin with a meaning look, and Richard de Ashby raised his to heaven, and then let them sink to the earth again. "I heard those words myself," said Sir William Geary, "and thought it strange Mortimer should appoint a meeting when he was aware he was going to a prison. It seems, however, that he well knew what he was about." "God send he met him not too surely," burst forth Alured de Ashby, with his eyes flashing. "After all, we may be quite mistaken," observed Richard, who knew that now, having sown the suspicions, ay, and watered them too, it was his task to affect candour, and seem to repress them, as a man lops off branches from a tree to make it grow stronger. "Hugh de Mortimer was always noble and true, and of a generous nature, as you well said last night, Alured." "But you forget," said Guy de Margan, "he was at this very time under a strong suspicion of a base treason, and had been seen speaking secretly in the forest with 3 masked men unknown." "Ha!" cried Alured de Ashby, seizing the speaker by the arm, and gazing into his face, as if he would have read his soul. "Ha! 3 masked men?" "It is true, upon my life," replied Guy de Margan. Be calm, my dear cousin," exclaimed Richard de Ashby. "Calm!" shouted the young earl. "Calm! with my father's blood crying for vengeance from the earth, and my sword yet undrawn?" "But listen," said Richard. "I have thought, as we came along, of a fact which may give us some insight into this affair. Yesterday evening, on my arrival here, ere any of us knew aught of your father's death, the old hall porter told me, on my inquiring for him, that the Earl had gone forth, having received a letter brought by some peasant boy. He mentioned the boy's name, for he seemed to know him, and therefore I ventured, as we passed the gates just now, to bid the warder speak with the old man, and have the boy sent for with all speed. 'Tis but right that we should know who that note came from." "Let the porter be sent for," cried Alured. "Let the porter be sent for." "I will call him," said Richard, and left the hall. In a moment after he returned with the old man, followed by a young clown of some 13 years of age. The boy stayed near the door, but Richard de Ashby advanced with the porter, the latter bowing low to his lord as he came up. "Who brought the letter given to my father just before he went out yesterday?" demanded the young earl in a stern tone. "Dickon, the son of Uchtred, the swine-driver, my lord," replied the porter. "He lives hard by, and there he stands." "Did he say aught when he delivered it?" asked Richard de Ashby. "Nothing, Sir Richard," answered the porter, "but to give it to my lord directly." "Come hither, boy," cried Alured. "Now, speak truly. Who gave you that letter?" "There were 4 of them, my lord," replied the boy, "but I never saw any one of them before." "Were they masked?" demanded Richard de Ashby. The boy replied in the negative, but his wily questioner, having put suspicion upon the track, was satisfied so far, and Alured proceeded. "What did they say to you?" he asked. "They bade me take it to the castle," replied the boy, "and tell the people to give it to my noble lord the earl as fast as possible." "Did they say nothing more?" demanded Alured de Ashby. The boy looked round and began to whimper. "Speak the truth, knave," cried the young earl. "Speak the truth, and no harm shall happen to you. But hesitate a moment, and I'll hang you over the gate." "They told me," answered the boy, still crying, "that if I saw the earl, I might say it came from the Lord Hugh de Monthermer, but not to say so to any one else." The whole party looked round in each other's faces, except Richard de Ashby, who gazed down upon the ground, as if distressed; though, to say truth, his heart swelled with triumph, for the words the men had used had been suggested by him at the last moment before he left them. He would not look up, however, lest his satisfaction should appear, and Alured set his teeth hard, saying, "This is enough." "But one more question, my good lord," cried Sir William Geary. "Do you know the Lord Hugh de Monthermer, boy?" "Yes, sir, very well," replied the boy. "I have seen him many a time with my lord and my lady." "And was he amongst them?" asked Sir William Geary. "Oh, no!" cried the boy, his face brightening up at once. "There was one of them as tall and mayhap as strong, but then he was black about the mazzard, and the other, who was well nigh as tall, had a wrong-looking eye." "This serves no farther purpose," said the young earl. "I must to Nottingham at once. You, gentlemen, will forgive a son who has his father's death to avenge. But you must not quit my castle unrefreshed. Richard will play the host's part while I am absent. So fare you well, and many thanks for your coming. Ho, are my horses ready there?" Chapter 34 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. Chapter 34. It was night, and in the castle of Nottingham sat the Princess Eleanor, with 1 or 2 ladies working at their embroidery near. Each had a silver lamp beside her, and while they plied the busy needle, they spoke in low tones, sometimes of the rumours of the day, sometimes of the colours of this or that flower that grew up beneath their hands upon the frame. The princess was differently employed, for though an embroidery frame stood near her also, she had turned away from it, and, by the light of a taper at her side, was reading attentively a paper which she held in her hand. There was a pleased smile upon her countenance, the high and noble expression of which was seldom what may be called very cheerful, though rarely very sad; for as yet she had never had cause for actual sadness, and even during the imprisonment of her beloved husband, amidst the wild chances of civil war, and the daily dangers of faction and strife, her heart had been lighted by high hope and confidence in the all-protecting hand of Heaven. In every countenance that is at all capable of displaying what is passing in the mind, every countenance except the dull, unlettered book, where mere animal desires appear written in their unvarying coarseness, there are two expressions, the one permanent, pervading every change and indicating the natural disposition, the inherent qualities of the spirit within; the other altering with every affection of the mind, brightening with joy or hope, growing dark under sorrow and disappointment, but still receiving a peculiar character from the permanent expression, as the sunshine and the cloud cast different light and shade upon the brown masses of the wood and the wild waters of the sea. The permanent expression of Eleanor's countenance was calm, and full of that thoughtfulness which approaches, in some degree, the bounds of melancholy, and yet the transient expression was often gay and happy in a very high degree, for that very thoughtfulness and sensibility of character which produced the former enabled her to love and hope and enjoy with the high zest which sparkled in the latter. And now upon her countenance was a look of well-pleased relief, as if something had grieved her and was taken away, and after she had read the paper she suffered her hand to drop over the arm of the chair, looking up with her large dark eyes towards heaven, as noble minds generally do when the heart is busy with high and elevating thoughts. "I am sure," she murmured to herself, "I was sure that young man was not guilty of that crime with which they charged him, and I am convinced also that he is as little guilty of this that they now lay to his account." A page stood near the door, as if waiting for some reply, now fixing his eyes upon the ground, now stealing a furtive glance at the pretty faces bending over their embroidery. To him Eleanor now beckoned, saying, "Come hither. Take the letter back to my dear lord, and say I thank him for the sight of it. Tell him I would fain speak with him when his leisure serves, and that I beseech him, when the Lady Lucy comes, to send her to me, that I may accompany her to the presence of the king. She will need a friend beside her." The boy took the letter, bowed, and retired, and Eleanor resumed her work, pausing from time to time, as if to think, and then busying her hands again, though her mind went on with other things. In about a quarter of an hour the door opened, and Edward entered, with a brow somewhat sad and gloomy. Nor did that expression altogether pass away, though the accustomed smile cheered it for a moment as he met her whom he so deeply loved. "She cannot be long," he said, after a few words of greeting. "This is a strange as well as a dark affair." "But you do not think him guilty?" demanded Eleanor. "Assuredly not," replied the prince. "But it has so happened, all has been so arranged, that I fear he will seem guilty though he be not. You read that letter, and you saw how easily he explained all that appeared suspicious in his former conduct, and yet a body of barons, Mortimer amongst the rest, were ready enough to urge my father to put him to death, without those forms and circumstances of customary law which are the only safeguards of men's liberty." "Do you think they would have executed him?" demanded Eleanor. "They would have murdered him," replied the prince, "for such a death without law is murder." Eleanor put her hands before her eyes, and after a moment's pause added, "And yet he was innocent, clearly innocent. Oh, I never doubted it, Edward. I have seen him, when you knew it not, gaze upon the countenance of my noble prince, and in his face, as in a moving picture, rise up 1,000 images of kindly thoughts within, affection, gratitude, esteem, and admiration, and I could have sworn that he would never plot against your father's throne, however reckless be the men of his world of faith and honesty." "I was sure also," answered Edward, "for I know him well, and am convinced that when, with a mistaken zeal, he was once found in arms against us, 'twas that he thought duty and honour called him to do that which wounded his own heart, even in the doing. But 'twas not alone that conviction which made me think the late accusation false," he continued in a lower tone, that the women near might not catch his words. "I knew the men who made it, Eleanor. I knew Mortimer to be cruel and treacherous. I knew Pembroke to be cold and hard and selfish. And now I find," he added with a smile, "they were to divide his lands between them. Here was Guy de Margan, too, a thing so light and frail, one would scarce think that such a delicate vessel could hold strong passions and fierce hatreds. Yet 'tis evident to me that there was no slight rancour there. "Oh, I know," replied Eleanor. "One night when Lucy and her lover, with my connivance I will own, walked by the moonlight under the southern cloisters at Eltham, this Guy de Margan, with some 3 or 4 other young idlers of the court, would have stopped her by force as she was returning to me, when the knight, whom she had just left, came up and felled him with a blow. But hark, she is coming, Edward. See if that be the Lady Lucy, Alice." One of the ladies who sat near rose, went to the door, and returned immediately, bringing Lucy de Ashby with her. She was pale and very sad, but not less beautiful than ever, and as she came forward to the princess and knelt down upon the cushion at her feet to kiss her hand, she kept her dark eyes fixed upon the ground, as if she feared that, should she open them, the fountain of tears, which had so lately sprung up, would well over. "The king has sent for you, fair lady," said Prince Edward, after Eleanor had spoken a few words of consolation to her. "The king has sent for you to ask you some questions with his own voice upon a matter very painful to you in all respects, I fear. But be comforted. The bitter loss you have sustained is one that every child who lives the ordinary length of life must undergo. The death of those we love is a salutary preparation for our own. And as to the other cause of the anxiety and pain which may mingle with your feelings to-night, be assured that the noble lord who has fallen under some wrongful suspicion has now a friendly voice near to do him justice, and be raised in his behalf. We are confident of his innocence, and will maintain him to be guiltless till he can appear in person and defend his own cause." The prince paused, as if for an answer, but Lucy would not trust her voice with many words, merely replying, "I thank you deeply, my most gracious lord." "I will go, then, to the king," continued Edward, "who has been expecting your arrival for some time. The princess will accompany you to his presence, when he is ready to receive you. So be calm, dear lady, and firm, and ever before you reply, think well what you are saying." The prince quitted the room, and Eleanor proceeded to give that womanly comfort to her fair young friend, which was better calculated to support and calm her than even the prince's encouraging tone. For whatever may be the wisdom and the strength of man's exhortations, there is a roughness in them far different from that soothing balm which was given to the lips of woman to enable her to tranquillise and console. But little time, however, was afforded them for conversation, a summons being almost immediately received for the Lady Lucy to appear before the king; and drawing the fair girl's arm through her own, Eleanor led her to the hall where Henry was seated. The first glance of the king's countenance showed that he was in an irritable state of mind. Weak and vacillating as well as oppressive, he yielded, it is true, to the influence of his wiser and nobler son, but not without impatience and resistance. The prince was now standing on his right hand. A circle of nobles was formed in front, and next to Edward appeared Alured de Ashby, his brows bent, his eyes cast down upon the ground, and his left hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. He gave no glance towards his sister as she entered, but remained stern and gloomy, without moving a feature or a muscle. The princess seated herself in a chair beside the king, but still holding Lucy's hand, and drawing her gently close to her side. "Lady," said Henry, smoothing down his look and affecting a tone of sadness, "we have been compelled to send for you, even though we thereby break in upon the sanctity of your sorrow, for it becomes necessary immediately, or at least as speedily as may be, to ascertain the author of a terrible crime, which has deprived you of a father, and us of a loving subject and faithful friend. Speak, then, and tell us what you know of this matter." "Sire, I know nothing," replied Lucy, "but that my poor father left me in health some short time before the hour of 3 yesterday, and that long after, while I was speaking with my cousin Richard, who had just arrived from Nottingham, news came that my father was murdered." "Nay," said the king, "we must hear what took place previously regarding the gentleman accused of this offence." "I know not who is accused, sire," replied Lucy. looking up with an air of surprise. "I have not heard that the murderer was discovered." "The gentleman on whom strong suspicion lights," rejoined the king, in a stern tone, "is an escaped prisoner from this castle, Hugh de Mortimer." Lucy clasped her hands with a start, and turned as pale as death. But the next instant the blood rushed glowing into her face, and throwing back her head with a sparkling eye and a curling lip, she cried, "It is false, my lord the king, it is false! I know whence this foul suspicion has arisen. Ay, and perhaps art may have overdone itself. I have gained a light I never thought of till now, which may yet perhaps bring the felon to justice." The king seemed somewhat surprised at the sudden energy which had taken possession of the fair and gentle being before him. "Pray tell me," he said, after gazing at her for a moment, "whence you think this suspicion has arisen, since you say you know." "It has sprung, sire," replied Lucy in a calmer tone. "It has sprung from a letter which was given to my father shortly before his death. He was with me at the time. We were speaking of him who is now accused of a deed that he never dreamed of, and my father showed me the letter, saying it came from him. I answered instantly that it was not his writing, which I have often seen. My father replied that he must have made some clerk write for him, as is so common. The explanation satisfied me, and I thought no more of it till this moment. But now I see that letter was a forgery to lure my poor father to his death." "You read the letter, then?" inquired the king. "I did," replied Lucy. "Can you repeat what it contained?" asked Edward, with a look of keen anxiety. "The matter, not the words," replied Lucy, her voice slightly faltering. "It told my father that Hugh de Mortimer, doomed to death unheard, though innocent, had escaped from the castle of Nottingham, leaving behind his fair fame undefended, and it besought the earl to meet him alone at the place called the Bull's Hawthorn." "The very place where he was murdered," said a voice from the circle. "Peace, Sir Guy de Margan," cried Prince Edward, turning suddenly upon him. "You are a known enemy of the man accused." "I, my lord!" exclaimed Guy de Margan. "Ay, sir," replied the prince. "We know more than you suppose. You hate him for chastising your insolence towards a lady, and we little doubt that you were well aware the friar whom you accused of carrying treasonable communications between him and Sir John Lemwood had only been sent by the old Earl of Mortimer to beseech Sir John not to risk the life and honour of his friends by hopeless rebellion. I have it, sir, under the knight's own hand, and have also reason to believe you knew it when you made the charge. Let me not discover that you are bringing other false accusations, for there is a punishment for such offences." "Go on, lady," said the king, as Guy de Margan shrunk back from the stern eye of the prince. "Go on. What more did the letter say?" "I think it promised, sire," replied Lucy, "to give my father full proof of the innocence of the Lord Hugh, and it besought him to come alone, not even bringing a page with him. But I assert now, my lord, that letter was a forgery of some one to decoy my poor father to his death." "May it not," asked the king, "have been the letter of an angry and disappointed man, seeking means to wreak his vengeance upon one who had denied him his daughter's hand and disappointed his hopes? Here it is proved, fair lady, that your lover and your father quarrelled, and that the earl promised to meet him, wherefore or when, no one knows, and that as soon as this young stubborn lord makes his escape from the castle of Nottingham, your father receives a letter from him, calling upon him to come alone to a secluded place. Your father is there found murdered. The boy that bears the letter is bidden to tell no one that it comes from Hugh de Mortimer. It wants but the letter to be in his writing to make the whole case clear enough." "My lord," replied Lucy earnestly, "clear your mind from the false tales of deceitful men. Hugh and my father did not quarrel, though natural disappointment regarding one whom he loved, though scarcely worthy of such love, might make the friend of your noble son speak loud and hasty words, even to the father of his promised wife. But they did not quarrel, sire. My father saw him go, in the full hope that he would prove his innocence before your majesty, and induce you to withdraw the bar you had placed against our union. He came and told me so the moment Hugh was gone. Then, sire, as to the promised meeting, I can tell you wherefore and when, and where, from my dead parents' lips. It was to be here, in this presence. It was to be at 1 hour after noon yesterday. It was to hear him fully exculpate himself of the charge then made against him, not only in the presence of your majesty, but in the presence of Prince Edward also. And the noble prince himself knows that my father sent a messenger to him, calling him to Nottingham with all speed, lest the voice of many enemies without one friend might prevail even with your majesty." "It is true," replied Edward. "The messenger came, and had he not been kept from me somewhat foolishly, I should have been here shortly after noon this day." "He did wrong," said the king, "to suspect that we would not do him justice." The colour came into Edward's cheek, and he bent down his eyes upon the ground, feeling the ridicule of his father talking of justice, when so gross an act as the late condemnation of Hugh de Monthermer had just been committed. But Henry went on to cross-question poor Lucy, to whom zeal and anxiety for her lover had given a temporary strength which was now failing rapidly. "You said, lady," he continued, "that the explanation which your father gave you of this letter being written in another hand satisfied you completely at the time. What makes you think now that it is a forgery? Has love nothing to do with the defence?" The colour mounted into Lucy's cheek, and Eleanor was about to interpose, to shield her from such questions before such an assembly. But the poor girl gained courage both from the depth and strength of her own feelings, and from the discourteous mockery of the king. She raised her eyes, bright and sparkling, to his face, and answered, "Perhaps love has, my lord, but has hate no part in the accusation? God in his mercy grant that it may have none in the judgment." A dead silence succeeded for a moment to this bold reply, and then Lucy, turning pale again and dropping her eyes, went on to say, "You ask me why I think it forged, my lord? Because I now see a motive for the forgery, which I did not see before. Because I perceive no cause why Hugh de Monthermer should not write with his own hand. Because he could have still, Leicester killed the father of her beloved. Because he did not even sign the letter, for the name was not his writing. Because not even the seal was from his signet. These are strong reasons, sire. Even," she added, with the tears rising into her eyes, "even if there were not a reason stronger still, that he has ever been honest, honourable, and true, that no mean, dark act lies chronicled against him, that his whole life gives the lie to the accusation, and that he has never taken advantage of any opportunity to do a thing that he thought to be wrong, even when the opinion of the world might have extolled the act." She wiped the tears from her eyes, for they were now running over fast, and Eleanor rose from her seat, saying, "I beseech you, sire, let her depart. She is grieved and faint, I see it." "One more question," rejoined Henry, "and she shall go. You say, lady, that you see a motive for the forgery. Is it that you have any suspicion of another having done this deed?" Lucy ran her eye round all the circle, suffering it to pause for a moment upon the face of Richard de Ashby, which turned pale under her glance. She carried it round to the other extreme, however, and then replied, "I have a strong suspicion, sire." "Of whom?" demanded the king eagerly. "Forgive me, gracious lord," answered Lucy. "Though strong, it is but suspicion, and I, for one, will not make a charge upon suspicion alone. But let me warn my brother Alured, who is too noble to doubt and too brave to be prudent, that those who have destroyed the father may not have any greater tenderness for the son." Again her words were followed by a silent pause, and Eleanor, taking advantage of it, drew Lucy away, saying, "We have your leave, sire, is it not so?" The king bowed his head, and the moment the princess, her fair companion, and her attendants had departed, a buzz ran round the room, while the prince and the king spoke in a low tone together. The young Earl of Ashby, let it be remarked, had not uttered one word during the whole of his sister's interrogation, and had scarcely moved a muscle from the time she entered, excepting changing his hand occasionally from the pommel of his sword to the hilt of his dagger. But he now stepped forward as soon as Edward raised his head, saying, "Sire, this is a doubtful case, which, without farther evidence, cannot be tried by any ordinary court. Perhaps Lucy is right, and Hugh de Monthermer innocent. She loves him, and I love him not, but still I will do justice to him, and own that the case is not proved against him, so far as to warrant his peers in condemning him. But there is an eye that sees, though ours be blinded. There is a judge to decide, though mortal judges are debarred of proof. To that great judge I will appeal the cause, and my body against his try, under God's decision, whether this man be guilty or not guilty. A son must not sit quiet even under a doubt concerning his father's murderer, and I do beseech you, sire, to cause proclamation to be made over the whole land that Hugh de Monthermer stands charged with the murder of William, Earl of Ashby, and is bound to appear and clear himself within 14 days of this time." "I must not refuse," replied the king. "The request is just and lawful." "I must, moreover, entreat you, my lord," continued the young earl, "not to proclaim the name of the accuser. I say it in no vanity, for though my lance be a good one, there is not a better in all Christendom than that of Hugh de Monthermer. But yet I doubt that he would meet me in the field, on such a quarrel as this. For his love's sake, he would not bar himself for ever from Lucy's hand, by risking the death of her brother, that is to say, if he be innocent." "That is fair too," replied the king. "Lord Pembroke, see such proclamation made. And now to more cheerful thoughts, for by my faith our time passes here but gravely." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. The forest of Sherwood, which we have already had so much occasion to notice, though at that time celebrated for its extent, and the thickness of the woody parts thereof, was not even then what it once had been, and vestiges of its former vastness were found for many miles beyond the spots where the royal meres, or forest boundaries, were then placed. A space of cultivated country would intervene, meadows and fields would stretch out, with nothing but a hawthorn or beech overshadowing them here and there, but then suddenly would burst upon the traveller's eye a large patch of wood of several miles in length, broken with the wild irregular savannahs, dells, dingles, banks, and hills, which characterised the forest he had just left behind. This was especially the case to the north and east, but one of the largest tracts of woodland beyond the actual meres lay in the south-eastern part of Yorkshire. It was separated by some 3 or 4 miles of ground irregularly cultivated, and broken by occasional clumps of old trees, and even small woods, from Sherwood itself, and, being more removed from the highway between the southern portion of England and the northern border, was more wild and secluded than even the actual forest. In extent it was about 5 miles long, and from 3 to 4 broad, and had evidently, in former times, been a portion of the same vast woody region which occupied the whole of that part of England. No great towns lying in the country immediately surrounding it, and no lordly castle belonging to any very powerful baron, this tract was without that constant superintendence which was exercised over the forest ground in the southern parts of the island, and the game was left open as an object of chase, alike to the yeomen of the lands around, the monks of the neighbouring priory, and some of the inferior nobles who held estates in that district. Under a yellow sandy bank, then, upon the edge of this wood, with tall trees rising above, and the brown leaves of autumn rustling around, sat the old Earl of Monthermer with his nephew Hugh, 6 or 8 of his own retainers, and 4 of the band of the bold outlaw, finishing their forest meal on a fine afternoon, some 3 days after the escape of the young nobleman from Nottingham Castle. The old earl and his own personal attendants had all donned the forest green, but Hugh still remained in the same attire which he had worn at the court, and looking daily for the intelligence that Prince Edward had justified him with the king, and pleaded his cause with the old Earl of Ashby, he entertained not the slightest intention of taking upon him either the outlaw's life or garb. His uncle, indeed, was of a somewhat rougher school of chivalry than himself, and from his earliest days till his hair had grown white with age, had known little but a life of adventure and privation, so that the calm and tranquil passing of peaceful hours seemed dull and wearisome to one whose corporeal vigour was but little decayed, and the wild sports of the forest, the mimic warfare of the chase, the constant change of circumstances, the very dangers of the outlaw's life, were to him as familiar things, pleasant as well as wholesome in their use. The old Earl had never loved but once, and that had been in early days, but love had been followed by bitterness and regret, and fixing his hopes upon his brother's son, he had forsworn the bonds of domestic life, and had no tie in wife or children to make him regret the castle hall, when he was under the boughs of the forest. It was not so, however, with Hugh, and though it might be agreeable enough for a day or two to roam the country with a bold band of foresters, yet he looked forward anxiously to the day of his return to the court, from no great love to the court itself, but for the sake of Lucy de Ashby. Uncle and nephew, however, and all around, saw cheerfully the sun sinking, growing of a brighter and brighter yellow as he went down, and beginning to touch the tips of the hills of Derbyshire and the clouds above them with purple and with gold. The merry song, the gay laugh, and jest passed round, and if a memory of friends he had lost, and fortunes that were gone, and plans that were defeated, and expectations that were blasted, crossed the mind of the old Earl, they shadowed him but for a moment, and with the true philosophy of the old soldier he thought, I have done my best, I have won renown, I have fought for the liberty of my country, and as for the rest, 'twill be all the same 100 years hence. With Hugh, hope had risen up, as we have shown, almost as bright as ever, for in the heart of truth and honour there is a spring of confidence which needs all the burdens of age, experience, and disappointment to weigh it down for any length of time. Look there, he cried at length, there are 3 horsemen coming hither by the green road. News from the court, I'll warrant. A letter from Prince Edward, perhaps. Who are they, Scathelock? Demanded the Earl. My eyes are dim nowadays, and yours are sharp enough. The man that made the millstone, answered Scathelock, cannot see much further through it than another. And, good faith, my lord, they are still too far for me to tell who they are, though I do wish with all my heart you, my good lord, had trusted to my eyes some 6 months ago. We should have had no Evesham then. How so? Demanded the Earl, turning eagerly towards him. Why, replied Scathelock, I sent you word there was a traitor amongst you, and told you who he was, but I was not believed, and Richard de Ashby was left to snap asunder the ties between his house and the cause of the people, and to furnish the horse that bore Prince Edward from Hereford. There is more venom yet in that viper's fangs. It were well they were drawn. "'Tis Robin himself," cried another of the men, who had risen, and shading his eyes from the setting sun was gazing out over the grounds below, while the old Earl had let his head droop at the memories which Scathelock's speech called up, and sat looking sadly on the green blades of grass. "'Tis Robin himself. I see his broad shoulders and his little head. You will hear his horn anon." "By my faith, your eyes are keen," cried Scathelock, as the moment after the mellow winding of the outlaw's horn came in round soft notes up the side of the hill. "'Tis Robin's own mot. There's none can bring such sounds out of the brass as he can. Forgive me, my lord," he continued to the Earl. "I have vexed you." "Not so, good fellow," answered the old man. "'Twas but the memories of the past. I acted then as ever, Scathelock, by what seemed best and noblest to be done. And that man's a fool, be his conduct what it will, who, having shaped it by the best light God gives, feels regret when he can lay his hand upon his breast and say, 'My heart is pure.' This, then, is Robin coming? Doubtless he brings good news." "To us he is rarely an ill-omened bird," replied Scathelock, "but by my faith, the Abbot of St. Anne's, after he has skinned his poor tenants of a heavy donation, or a king's warden, full of fines and free gifts, or the sheriff of Nottingham's bailiff and collector, would not think the sight of Robin Hood's nut head and brawny arms the pleasantest apparition he could meet with between Nottingham and Doncaster." "Well, well," rejoined another, If he frightens the purse-proud and the greedy, his footstep on the threshold of the poor and the oppressed has no ill sound, Scathelock." "Wind your horn, Tim of the Lane," cried Scathelock. "He cannot see us, though we see him." In such conversation some 10 minutes passed away, at the end of which time Robin Hood and 2 of his companions came round under the bank, and sprang to the ground in the midst of the little party there assembled. He greeted them all frankly and with cheerful speech, but although no frown wrinkled his brow, it was easy to perceive that his mood was not a gay one. "Come," he said, after his first salutation to the 2 noblemen was over, "what have you here to eat? By my life, we 3 are hungry and thirsty too. A fat brawn's head and a bustard scarcely touched. By Our Lady, a supper for an emperor! Why, my lord, it seems you have not finished yet." "We had well nigh ended," said the Earl, "but in such an evening as this, one loves to prolong the minutes with careless talk, good Robin. There is rich store of the prior's wine, too, under the bank. Scathelock, it seems, resolved to make us merry." He is right," replied Robin. "The king can make men rich and noble too, but not every one can make you merry for the nonce. I wish it were." "Why, Robin, you seem sad," observed Hugh de Montfort, sitting down beside him. "If you bring me bad tidings, let me hear them quickly." "Good or bad, as you take them," answered Robin Hood, "though some are foul enough for any ears." "Well then, speak," said Hugh de Montfort. "The sting of bad tidings is suspense, Robin. The burden is soon borne when once it is taken up. They do not believe my story, is it so?" "No," answered Robin Hood. "The Prince, as I hear, has done you justice. He came over from Derby at once. I took care your letter should reach him instantly, and ere 12 hours from the time your head was to be struck off, the sentence was reversed, and you were declared innocent." "And this in the administration of the law under Henry III?" said the old Earl. "The life of a peer of England is a king's plaything. This will mend itself." "Ha!" cried Robin Hood, with a degree of sorrowful impatience in his tone. "Others have been making sport of peers' lives besides the king. Has not that news reached you that Lindwell Castle has a new lord?" Hugh de Montfort started up with a look of half incredulous surprise. "Dead!" he exclaimed. "The Earl of Ashby dead?" "Ay, marry," answered Robin Hood, "murdered, so they say, by the Bull's Hawthorn under Lindwell Green, not far from the skirt of Thornywood. You know the place, my lord?" "Right well," replied Hugh de Montfort. "But is it sure, Robin?" "Nothing is sure," answered Robin Hood. "Nothing is sure in this world that I know of, but this news is all over the country, and as I came by Southwell this morning, I heard proclamation made upon the green concerning this sad murder." "This is most strange," said Hugh. "Such things will make us infidels. While fools and villains reach to honours and renown, honest men are driven to herd in Sherwood with the beasts of the forest, and good men murdered at their own castle gate. Who can have done this, Robin? Do you know?" "I know right well," replied Robin Hood. "'Tis Richard de Ashby has done it, and now the base beast, part wolf, part fox, part serpent, contrives to put the bloody deed upon another. But he shall find himself mistaken if my advice is followed. I will see to it, for I am somewhat in fault in this matter. I was warned of the purpose, and might have stopped it, but in the hurry of other things I forgot, and was too late." "Yes," said Hugh de Montfort, "it could be none other, the base villain. But can you bring him to punishment, Robin?" "That must be your affair," replied Robin Hood. "I will prove his guilt, but you must punish him." "That will I right willingly," cried Hugh de Montfort. "I will accuse him of the deed, and dare him to show his innocence in arms." "Nay, that is not needful," answered Robin Hood. "'Tis he accuses you." "Me? Me?" asked Hugh de Montfort. "What, my nephew?" exclaimed the old Earl. "A prisoner or a fugitive?" "Even so," replied the outlaw. "Ay, and with fair and specious showing, makes his case good. Forges a letter, as I hear, and doubtless has hired witnesses too. I have not been able to gather much of how this new plot has been framed, but as I was going to tell you, my good lords, on Southwell Green this morning as I passed I saw a king's pursuivant with sundry men-at-arms, and stopping amongst the crowd who laughed to see bold Robin Hood, the outlaw, the robber, the murderer of much venison, stay and front the royal officers, I heard them make proclamation saying, Know all men that Hugh de Monthermer, Lord of Amesbury and Lenton, is accused on strong suspicion of traitorously and feloniously doing to death William Earl of Ashby, and that he is hereby summoned to appear before the King at Nottingham, to purge himself of the said charge by trial, oath, ordeal, or wager of battle, at his choice, according to the laws of the realm and chivalry. Those are the very words. And strange ones too, said the old earl. The form is somewhat varied from the usual course, and the name of the accuser left unmentioned. All is out of course now, answered Robin Hood, and this not more than the rest. But it matters not, 'twill come to the same in the end. Hugh de Monthermer, while this was passing, stood buried in thought, with his arms folded on his chest. The villain, he repeated at length, the villain! But he shall rue the day. I will away at once, Robin, and face him ere the world be a day older. If my right hand fail me against Richard de Ashby, my conscience must be worse than I believe it. I will away at once. I must not lie beneath such a charge an hour longer than needful. Nay, nay, my good lord, cried Robin Hood, sit down and be ruled by me. Haste may spoil all. I have the clue fully at my hands, and although I do hope and trust to see your lance an arm's length through the traitor, or your good sword in his false throat, yet I promise that you shall moreover have the means in your hand of proving to all men's conviction, not only that you are innocent, but that he himself is the doer of the deed. In the first place, then, you must not go to the court of England without a safe conduct. Methinks you should know better than that. Oh, but Prince Edward, cried Hugh de Monthermer. Prince Edward may be away again, interrupted the outlaw. You must have a safe conduct, and the time spent will not be lost. Sit you down, my lord, and take a cup of wine. This news has shaken you. I will arrange it all. The 3rd day hence you shall be at the English court, but even then you must contrive to delay the combat for a week. Then, ere you go to the lists, you shall put the proofs which I will give you in the hand of the prince, to be opened when the fight is over. Come, sit you down, and let us talk of it. I'll show you reasons for so doing. Here, one of your own men shall ride to the prince, and ask for a safe conduct. He may be back by tomorrow night. Hugh sat down beside him again. The old lord leaned upon the grass. His faithful followers and those of the bold forester made a circle at a little distance, passing the wine-cup round, and, as with the general world, in which mirth and gaiety and everyday idleness have their common course, while many a tragedy is acting in the houses near, while in the one group the jest and the laugh and the song went on, in the other was grave and deep thought, regret and indignation, and that feeling of awe with which great crimes naturally inspire the mind of man. The golden sun went down, and a cold, clear autumnal night succeeded. The fire was lighted of dry branches, serving the purpose of a torch likewise, and still those three sat discussing the subject which was uppermost in their thoughts with a long and earnest debate. About an hour after nightfall a letter was written with materials which one or other of the forest party was seldom without, and as soon as it was ready, it was dispatched to Nottingham by an attendant of the old earl, who promised to return with all speed. Still, however, the earl, his nephew, and the outlaw continued their conversation, while the stars came out bright and clear, and everything around was lost to the eye but the dim outlines of the trees. The wind whispered through the branches with a long, sighing sound, and every now and then, in the manifold long pauses that broke the conference, the rustling noise was heard of a withered leaf dropping upon its dead companions that once flourished green upon the same bough, but had fallen before it to the earth. It was as an image of the passing away of mortal life, and such, probably, as the rustle of that leaf is the only sound that rises up to superior beings as, one by one, we drop into the tomb which has received before us the bright and beautiful we have known. An existence is extinguished, a state of being is over, and other things are ready to spring up from the mouldering remnants of our decay. At length, however, the quick ear of the outlaw caught something more, a creeping, quiet but rapid noise, and exclaiming, "Hark!" he looked around, adding in a loud voice, "Who goes there?" There was no answer, but the instant after, with a bound from the top of the bank, came down the dwarf Tangel into the party below. "Ha, Robin, ha!" he exclaimed. "I never yet could discover whether thou art ass or hare." "How now, sirrah?" cried Robin Hood, striking him a light blow with his hand. "I prithee find more savoury comparisons." "Why, one or the other thou must be," said Tangel, "by thy long ears. Do what I will, I cannot catch thee napping. But I think thou art most like a hare, which we see sitting with one long ear resting, while the other stands upright, like a sentinel upon the top of a mound. But I have come far, Robin, to bring a lady's errand to a truant knight. Here, run away. Here is a billet for thee. It was sent for Robin Hood, or any of his people. The messenger took me for a people, and so gave it to me, though, heaven knows, they might as well have taken me for a steeple, as far as the difference of size is concerned." As he spoke, he handed a small billet or note to the outlaw, who stirred the fire into a blaze, and was opening it to read, when he remarked some words written on the outside, which ran, "To the Lord Hugh of Mortimer, with speed, if he may be found. If not, for Robin Hood of Sherwood." "'Tis for you, my lord," said Robin, handing it to Hugh, who instantly tore it open and ran his eye eagerly over the contents. When he had done so, he turned back again, and read aloud, omitting one sentence at the beginning. "Your accuser is Richard de Ashby," so ran the letter, "and I tremble when I tell you my suspicion lest it should be unjust. But I have marked it on his face, I have seen it in his changing colour, I have heard it in the very tone of his voice. There is an impression upon me which nothing can efface that this deed was his. I know not how to counsel or advise, but it is fitting that you should know this. Your own wisdom must do the rest. I fear for you. I fear for my brother Alured too. There is but one between that man and the wealth and rank which he has long envied. He has gone too far to pause at any human means, and my apprehensions are very great for him who stands in the way." "Thus it is," said the old earl. "Thus it is with the wicked. They often contrive to cloak their acts from the wise and the prudent of this world. But to innocence and simplicity seems to be given light from heaven to detect them under any disguise." "Give me a woman for finding out man's heart," cried Robin Hood. "That is, if she loves him not, for then all are fools. But come, my lord, let us seek a better place of shelter for the night. My blood is not very chilly, but I still feel it cold. Make much of Tangel, merry men, and give him a leg of the bustard and a cup of wine. But look to the flask with him. Remember last Christmas Eve, Tangel, when you mistook a stag-hound for a damsel in distress, and sagely wondered in your drunkenness how she came by such a beard." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. In a dark small room high up in the back part of one of the houses in the lower town of Nottingham, with the wall covered on one side by rough oak planking, and having on the other the sharp slope of the roof, on a wretched truckle bed, with a small table and a lamp beside it, lay the tall and powerful form of a wounded man, with languor in his eyes and burning fever in his cheek. On a stool at the other side sat Richard de Ashby, looking down upon him with a countenance which did not express much compassion, but on the contrary bore an angry and displeased look, and, while he gazed, his hand rested upon his dagger, with his fingers clutching every now and then at the hilt, as if with a strong inclination to terminate his companion's sufferings in the most speedy manner possible. "It was madness and folly," he said. "I repeat, it was madness and folly to bring you here in the very midst of dangers, when I showed you clearly how to shape your course." "We saw a party of horse upon the bridge, I tell you," replied Dighton, for he it was who lay there with the punishment of one of his evil deeds upon him, "and could not find a ford. But in the name of the fiend, do not stand here talking about what is done and over. Let me have tendance of some kind. Send for a leech, or fetch one." "A leech?" replied Richard de Ashby. "The man's mad. There is none but the one at the court to be found here. Would you have the whole story get abroad and be put to death for the murder?" "As well that as lie and die here," answered Dighton. "Why, I tell thee, Dickon, I feel as if there were a hot iron burning through me from my breast to my shoulder, and every throb of my heart seems to beat against it, and add to the fire. I must have some help, man. If thou art not a devil, give me some water to drink. I am parched to death." Richard de Ashby walked thoughtfully across the room and brought him a cup of water, pausing once as he did so, to gaze upon the floor and meditate. "I will tell you what, Dighton," he said. "Thou shalt have tendance. Kate here, it seems, saw them bring thee in. She is a marvellous leech, and when I was wounded up by Hereford at the time of the prince's escape, she was better than any surgeon to me. She shall look to thy wound, but mind you trust her not with a word of how you got it, for a woman's tongue is ever a false guardian, and hers is not more to be depended on than the rest." "Well," answered the man discontentedly, "anything's better than to lie here in misery with nobody to say a word to. I dare say you would as soon see me die as live." "No," replied Richard de Ashby with a bitter smile. "I should not know what to do with the corpse." "I thought so," said Dighton, "for I expected every minute just now that your dagger would come out of the sheath. But I have strength enough still left, Dickon, to dash your brains out against the wall, or to strangle you between my thumbs, as men do a partridge. And I do not intend to die yet, I can tell you. But come, send this girl quick, and bid her bring some healing salve with her. There is a quack salver lives at the top of the High Street. He will give her some simples to soften the wound and take out the fire." I will see to it," replied Richard de Ashby, "and send her to you presently. I cannot visit you again to-night, for I must away to the castle, but to-morrow I will come to you." Thus saying, he quitted the wretched room and closed the door after him. The wounded man heard the key turn in the lock and murmured to himself, "The scoundrel! To leave me here a whole night and day without help or tendance. But if I get better, I'll pay him for his care, or break his neck, or bring him to the gallows. I surely shall live. I have been wounded often before, and have always recovered. But I never felt anything like this, and my heart seems to fail me. I saw worms and serpents round me last night, and the face of the girl I threw into the Thames up by the thicket. It kept looking at me, blue and draggled, as when she rose the last time. I heard the scream too. Oh, yes, I shall live. 'Tis nothing of a wound. I have seen men with great gashes, twice as large. Ha! There is someone coming." And he started and listened as the lock was turned and the door opened. The step was that of a woman, and the moment after Kate Greenley approached his bedside. Her fair face was pale, her lips had lost their rosy red, her cheek had no longer the soft round fullness of high health, and though her eye was as lustrous and as bright as ever, yet the light thereof was of a feverish, unsteady, restless kind. There was a sort of abstracted look, too, in them. It seemed as if some all-engrossing subject in her own heart called her thoughts continually back from external things, whenever she gave her mind to them for a moment. Walking straight to the bed and still holding the lamp in her hand, she gazed full and gravely upon Dighton's face, but the brain was evidently busy with other matters. than that on which her eyes rested, and it was not till the wounded man exclaimed impatiently, "Well, what do you stare at?" that she roused herself from her fit of abstraction. "He has sent me," she said, "to tend some wounds you have received, but I can do you little good. The priest of our parish indeed gave me some small skill in surgery, but methinks 'tis more a physician for the soul than for the body that you want." "That is no affair of thine," replied the man sharply. "Look to my wound, girl, and see if thou hast got any cooling thing that will take the fire out, for I burn. "Thou shalt burn worse hereafter," said Kate, sitting down by his bedside. "But show me the hurt, though methinks 'tis of little avail." "There!" cried the man, tearing down the clothes and exposing his brawny chest. "'Tis nothing, a scratch, one may cover it with a finger, and yet how red it is around, and it burns inwardly, back to my very shoulder." Kate stooped her head down and held the lamp to the spot where the sword of the old Earl of Ashby had entered, and examined it attentively for a full minute. As the man had said, it was but a small and insignificant-looking injury to overthrow the strength of that robust form, and lay those muscular limbs in prostrate misery upon a couch of sickness as feeble as those of an infant. You might indeed have covered the actual spot with the point of a finger, but round about it, for more than a hand's breadth on either side, was a space of deep red colour, approaching to a bluish cast as it came near the wound. It was swollen too, though not much, and one or two small white spots appeared in the midst of that fiery circle. When she had finished her examination, she raised her eyes to the man's face and gazed on it again, with a look of grave and solemn thought. "Art thou in great pain?" she said. "Have I not told you?" he answered impatiently. "It is hell." "No," she replied, shaking her head. "No, 'tis nothing like hell, my friend. Thou mayest some time long to be back again there on that bed, writhing under 10 such wounds as this, rather than what thou shalt then suffer. But thou wilt be easier soon. Seest that small black spot upon the edge of the wound?" "Aye," he answered, looking from the wound to her face with an inquiring glance. "What of that? Will that give me ease?" "Yes," she said, "as it spreads. Art thou a brave man? Dost thou fear death?" "What do you mean, wench?" he cried, gazing eagerly in her face. "Speak out. You would drive me mad." "Nay," she replied, "I would call you back to reason. You have been mad all your life, as well as I and many another. Man, you are dying." "Dying!" he exclaimed. "Dying! I will not die. Send for the surgeon. He shall have gold to save me. I will not, I cannot die." And he raised himself upon his elbow as if he would have risen to fly from the fate that awaited him. He fell back again the moment after, however, with a groan, and then, looking anxiously in the girl's face, he said, "Oh, save me! I cannot die. I will not die in this way. Send for a surgeon. See what can be done." "Nothing," replied Kate. "If all the surgeons in England and France were here, they could do nothing for thee. The hand of death is upon thee, man. The gangrene has begun. Thou shalt never rise from that bed again. Thou shalt never feel the fresh air more. Thou art no longer thine own. Thou art death's inheritance. Thy body to the earth, thy spirit to God that gave it, there to render an account of all that thou hast done on earth. Think not I deceive thee. Ask thine own heart, dost thou not feel that death is strong upon thee?" "I do," groaned the man, covering his eyes with his hand. "Curses be upon my own folly for meddling with this scheme. Curses be upon that foul fiend, Dickon of Ashby, for bringing me into it, and leaving me here till it is too late, till the gangrene has begun. Curses upon him, and may the lowest pit of hell seize him for his villainy." "Spare your curses," said Kate. "They can only bring down fresh ones upon your own head. Think upon yourself now, poor wretch. Think whether, even at this last hour, you may not yet do something to turn away the coming anger of God." "God!" cried the man. "Shall I see God? God who knows all things, who has beheld all I have done, who was near when Oh, that is terrible. That is terrible indeed." "It is terrible, but true," replied Kate. "But there is hope, if thou wilt seek it." "Hope!" exclaimed the man, mistaking her. "Hope! Did you not tell me I must die?" "Ah, your body," replied Kate. "'Tis your soul that I would save. A thief obtained pardon on the cross. God's mercy may be sued for till the last." "But how? How?" cried he. "I know naught of prayers and paternosters. 'Tis 20 years since, when a beardless stripling, I got absolution for stealing the king's game. And what have I not done since? No, no, there is no hope. I must die as I have lived. God will not take off his curse for aught I can say now. If I could live, indeed, to undo what I have done, to fast and pray and do penance, then, in truth, there might be a chance." "There is still hope," answered Kate. "Thou hast still time to make a great atonement. Thou hast still time to save thy soul. God, as if by an especial mercy, has provided the means for you to cancel half your wickedness. I know all the tale. Thou hast slain a poor old man that never injured thee. But I tell thee that another is accused of his murder, an innocent man, who—" I know," cried Dighton, interrupting her. "'Tis all his fiendish art." And then, gazing in her face for a moment, he added, "But why talkest thou to me of repentance? Why preachest thou to me, girl, and dost not practise thine own preaching? Art not thou a sinner too, as well as I am, ha? And do not they tell us that the soft sins damn as surely as the rough ones? Why dost thou not repent and make atonement?" "I do," said Kate firmly. "At this very hour I am aiming at naught else. Thinkest thou that I loved that man? I tell thee, I hate him, that I abhor the very sight of his shadow as it darkens the door, that the touch of his very hand is an abomination. But I abide with him still to frustrate his dark deeds, to protect those that are innocent from his fiendish devices, to give him to the arm of justice, and then to lay my own head in the grave, in the hope of God's mercy." "But who tells thee thou shalt find it?" asked Dighton. "God's word," replied Kate, "and a good priest of the Holy Church both tell me that, if, sincerely repenting, I do my best to make up for all that I have done amiss, if, without fear and favour, I labour to defend the innocent, even at the expense of the guilty, I shall surely obtain mercy myself in another world, though I wring my own heart in this." "Did a priest say so?" demanded Dighton, looking up, with a ray of hope breaking across his face. "Send for that priest, good girl, send for that priest. Quick, he may give me comfort." Kate paused for a moment without reply, gazing down upon the ground, and then said, "'Twould be hard to keep thee the only hope of forgiveness. Yet what?" exclaimed he impatiently. "In God's name, woman, I adjure thee." "Wilt thou do what the priest bids thee do?" demanded Kate. "Yes, yes," cried he. "I will do all sorts of penance." "Even if he tells thee," continued Kate, "to make such a confession?" "Aye, aye," said the man, "that's what I want. I want to confess." "Nay, but," replied Kate greenly, "not a mere confession to the ear of the priest, buried for ever under his vow, but such a confession as may save the innocent, as may bring the guilty to justice, as may declare who was the murderer, and who instigated the murder." "No," cried the man, "I will not betray Ellaby. As to Richard de Ashby, if I could put a stone upon his head to sink him deeper into hell, I would do it. But I won't betray my comrade." "Well then," said Kate greenly, "you must even die as you have lived. I can do nothing for you." "Get thee gone then, harlot," cried the man. "If thou art not a fiend, send me a priest." Kate Greenlee's eyes flashed for a moment at the coarse name he gave her, and her cheek burnt, but the next instant she cast down her gaze again, murmuring, "It is true." Then turning to the wounded man, she said, "I mind not thy harsh words, but it is needless for me to seek a man of God unless thou wilt promise to do what I know he will require before he gives thee absolution. I promised to let no one see thee at all. To send for anyone I must break my promise, and I will not do so for no purpose. Wilt thou do what the priest tells thee, even if it be to make public confession of who did that deed?" "No," cried the man, "I will not betray him. Get thee gone if thou wilt. Curses upon you all." Kate moved towards the door, but turned ere she went, and said, "I am in the chamber beneath. Think well what it is to go into the presence of God unrepenting and unabsolved, to meet all that thou hast injured, and all that thou hast slain, accusing thee at the high throne above, without the voice of a Saviour to plead for thee. Think of all this, I say, and if thy heart turn and thou wilt resolve to do an act of atonement and repentance, strike on the ground with thy sword. It stands at thy bedhead, and I will come to thee with the best physician that thou canst now have, one that can cure the wounds of the spirit." The man glared at her without reply, and Kate Greenleigh passed out, closing and locking the door. She paused at the stairhead and clasped her hands, murmuring, "What shall I do? He must not die without confession. He must have consolation. Perhaps Father Mark might persuade him, but he will last till morning. 'Tis now near 8. I will wait a while. Solitude is a great convincer of man's heart." And, descending the stairs, she entered the room below. Half an hour passed without the least sound, and Kate sat gazing into the fire, unable to occupy herself with any indifferent thing. The time seemed long. She began to fear that the murderer would remain obdurate, and she had risen, thinking it would be better to send for Father Mark at once. She had scarcely taken 3 steps towards the door, however, when there was a stroke or two upon the floor above, and then the clanging fall of some piece of metal, as if the heavy sword had dropped from the weak hands of the wounded man. Kate ran up with a quick foot, descended again in a few minutes, and, ere half an hour was over, a venerable man, with silver hair, was sitting by the bed of death, and Kate Greenleigh, kneeling with paper before her, writing down the tale of Dighton's guilt from his own lips. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Forest Days by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The King and Prince Edward stood in the great hall of Nottingham Castle, about to go forth on horseback, but few attendants comparatively were around them, and a good deal of unmeaning merriment was upon the King's countenance, as he jested with a horribly contorted humpback, who, tricked forth in outrageous finery, displayed upon his own deformed person more ribbons, feathers, and lace than all the rest of the court put together. Full of malice, wit, and impudence, every tale of scandal, every scurvy jest and ribald story of the court were familiar to him, and with these he entertained the leisure hours of the king, when the monarch was not seeking amusement in the society of his foreign favourites. The brow of Edward, on the contrary, was somewhat stern and sad. Many things had gone contrary to his wishes. His father seemed resolved not to perform any of the promises which he had made to the more patriotic noblemen who had supported the royal cause, and though Edward carried filial respect and deference to an extent which his commanding mind, high purposes, and great achievements might perhaps have justified him in stopping short of, yet he could not but suffer his countenance to show his disappointment and disapprobation. The king had descended from his apartments before his horses had been brought into the court, and when the door at the farther end of the hall opened, he took a few steps towards it, followed by the gentlemen who were with him, supposing that some of the attendants were coming to announce that all was ready. 2 or 3 of the royal officers did certainly appear, but in the midst was seen the tall and powerful form of Hugh de Monthermer, with an old knight, Sir John Hardy, on one side, and a page on the other. He advanced with a quick step up the hall, and, bowing reverently to the king and to the prince, he said, "I have come, your grace, according to the tenor of the safe conduct I have received, with one well known in feats of arms to be my godfather in chivalry, and with 25 attendants, and no more, to meet my accuser face to face, to declare that his charge is false before God and man, and to do battle with him in his behalf, my body against his, according to the law of arms. I do beseech you, my lord, let me know my accuser." "'Tis I," answered a voice from behind the king, and Alured de Ashby stepped forward to Henry's side. "'Tis I, Alured de Ashby, who do accuse you, Hugh de Mortimer, of feloniously and maliciously doing to death William de Ashby, my noble father. I put on the decision of heaven, and God defend the right." Hugh of Mortimer had turned very pale, his lip quivered, his eye grew anxious and haggard, and for a moment or two he remained in deep silence. At length, however, he replied, "You do me bitter wrong, Alured de Ashby. You should know better." "How so?" demanded his opponent. "There is strong and dark suspicion against you." "Which I can disperse in a moment," said Hugh de Mortimer, "like clouds scattered by a searching wind. But even were their suspicions 10 times as strong, I say that you, of all men, should not receive them." "How pale he turns," observed one of the noblemen near, loud enough for Hugh to hear. "Ay, sir, I do turn pale," replied the young nobleman, looking sternly at him. "I turn pale to find that one against whom I would less willingly draw the sword than any man living, is he who, by a false and baseless suspicion, forces me to do so. Alured de Ashby, you knew right well when you concealed the name of my accuser that no provocation would induce me to dip my hand in the blood of your sister's brother." "I did," replied Alured de Ashby. "That was the reason I concealed it." "Then should you not have likewise known," demanded Hugh, "that the same reason which makes me shrink from injuring her brother would still more withhold my arm, if raised, to spill the blood of her father? You know it, Alured de Ashby. In your heart you know it well. Nothing, so help me God, would have made me do one act to injure him, even if there had been quarrel or dispute between us, when, I call heaven to witness, there was none." "This is all vain," answered Alured de Ashby, with an unmoved countenance. "You, Hugh de Mortimer, underlie my challenge. You have accepted it, and I will make it good. There lies my glove," and he cast it down before the king. Sir John Hardy instantly advanced and took it up, saying, "In the name of the most noble Lord Hugh de Mortimer, Baron of Amesbury, I take your gage, Alured, Earl of Ashby, and do promise on his behalf that he will do battle with you in his quarrel when and where the king shall appoint, on horse or foot, with the usual arms and equipments, according to the law of arms and the customs of the court of England." Hugh de Mortimer folded his arms on his chest and bent down his eyes upon the ground. And oh, how bitter were his feelings at that moment! The deed was done, the irretrievable engagement was made. He must either dip his hand in the kindred blood of her he loved best on earth, or he must abandon honour and name and station for ever, ay, and remain gained with the imputation of a base and horrible act, which would equally put a barrier between him and the object of his long-cherished hopes. Darkness was round him on every side. Between 2 black alternatives, both equally menacing and fearful, he could but go upon the course before him, upon the course to which he seemed driven by fate. He must meet his accuser in arms, he must do battle with him in outrance, he must conquer, he must slay him. He knew well his own powers and his own skill, and he doubted not that he could obtain the victory. But he also knew that Alured de Ashby was not one to be overthrown with ease, that he was not one whom he should be able to wound, disarm, or save. Once in the field together, it was hand against hand, body against body, life against life, till one or the other was no more. Death was the only warder that would part them after the barrier of the lists fell behind him. Nor could he hesitate, nor could he spare his adversary, even though he were willing to risk or lose his own life rather than slay the brother of Lucy de Ashby. For with the accused, ignominy and condemnation followed overthrow, and it was not alone death, but disgrace, that was the meed of the vanquished. No, his fate was sealed, his doom determined. With his own hand Was he destined to destroy his own happiness, to tear the sweetest ties of the heart asunder, and to consign himself to grief and disappointment and solitude through life? As the last words broke from the lip of Sir John Hardy, the scene around him seemed to disappear from his eyes. He felt like one of those who, on some bitter sorrow, forswear the world and the world's joys for the dark cell of the monastery, the living tomb of the heart. He felt like one of them when the vow is pronounced, when their fate is sealed, and when all earth's things are given up for ever. The whole hall and all that it contained swam indistinctly before him, and he bent down his eyes lest their giddy vacancy should betray the intensity of his feelings to those who watched him. In the meanwhile Henry and the prince conferred for a moment apart, and the king turned first to the accuser, then to the accused, saying, "My lords, we will name Monday next for the decision of this wager of battle. The place to be the butts by the side of Trent, below the bridge. We will take care that fitting lists be prepared, and until the day of combat we charge you both to keep the peace one towards the other, to live in tranquil amity, as noble knights and gallant gentlemen may do, although there be mortal quarrel between them, to be decided at a future time." Thus speaking, the king turned to leave the hall, but Edward paused a moment and took Hugh de Mothamer's hand. "I grieve, Hugh," he said, "most deeply, that by some sad mistake, ay, and by some reckless conduct," he continued aloud, "on the part of some gentleman of this court, a false and wrongful charge was brought against you in the first instance, out of which this second accusation has in some degree arisen. Of the first charge you have cleared yourself, to the satisfaction of the king and every honourable man, and of the second I know you will clear yourself also as becomes you. In the meantime you are my guest. One of the towers on the lower wall is prepared for you and your people, and as the day fixed is somewhat early for this trial, my armourer is at your command, to furnish you with such things as may be needful. For your own dwelling is too far distant to send for harness, and we know this gallant earl too well," he added, turning towards Alured de Ashby, "not to feel sure that his opponent in the lists must use every caution and defence which the law of arms permits." The young earl smiled proudly and followed the king, who, together with his son and the rest of the court, quitted the hall, leaving Hugh de Mothamer standing in the midst, paying but little attention to anything but his own sad thoughts. "My lord, I have charge to show you your apartments," said the attendant, approaching with a simpering air. "The tower is very convenient, but the stables are not quite so good, and you must put 6 of your horses in the town. This way, my lord, if you so please." Hugh de Mothamer followed in silence, and the man led him accordingly across the court to one of the towers, which stood as an independent building, only connected with the rest of the castle by the walls. "This, sir," said the servant, entering with him, "is the hall for your people, who will be supplied by the king's purveyors with all they need. Here are 2 sleeping chambers behind, and here a chamber for this gallant knight. Now up these steps, my lord. Here is a vacant room for you to range your arms, and see that all be well prepared for man and horse. Here is a pinion for your hood and chapeau de fur. Here are stays for your lances, and nowhere will you find better wood than in Nottingham. A hook for your shield, and a block for the hauberk and other harness. This way is the anteroom, my lord, with truckle beds for a yeoman and a page. That door leads direct through the wall to the apartments of the prince, and this to your bedroom." Hugh gave him some money, and saying, "Largesse, my lord, largesse," the man withdrew, promising to send in the young nobleman's followers, and to show them where to stable their horses. "Take heart, my lord, take heart," said Sir John Hardy, after the royal attendant was gone. "This is a bitter change of adversaries, it is true, but now 'tis done it cannot be helped, and you must do your devoir against this earl, who will bring his fate upon his own head." "I thought him 200 miles away," replied Hugh, "but, as you say, I must do my devoir. See to all things necessary, Hardy, for I have no heart to think of anything but one. A good plain harness is all I want. The horse that brought me hither will do as well as another." "Nay, my lord, you must not be rash," answered the old knight, "lest some misfortune happen." "The worst misfortune that life has in store for me is sure to befall," replied Hugh de Mortimer. "It is to slay the brother of Lucy de Ashby, Hardy, for he fights with a desperate man, one to whom all things on earth are indifferent, who must live though life be hateful to him, who cannot die, as he would fain do, lest ignominy should cleave unto his name. I will trust all to you, Hardy, I will trust all to you. But I cannot think or talk of anything at present, so I betake me to my chamber. If anyone should come, tell them I am busy enough indeed with dark and bitter fancies." Thus saying, he retreated to the bedroom which had been assigned to him, and casting himself down on a settle, he spread his arms upon the table, and buried his eyes in them. It were vain to attempt by any words of ours to depict the state of Hugh de Mortimer's heart as he sat there, given up entirely to sad memories and gloomy expectations. Oh, how his thoughts warred with one another! How the idea of flying from the task he had undertaken was met by the repugnance of an honourable spirit to disgrace and shame! How the image of Lucy de Ashby's brother dying beneath his blows rose up before his sight, followed by the cold averted look with which she would meet him ever after, the chilling tone of her voice, the shrinking horror of her demeanour, when she should see the destroyer of her nearest kinsman. Then came the thought of what if he were to avoid the combat? What would be the consequences then? Would he not be considered recreant and coward? The time allowed was so short, too, but 3 brief days, that there was no hope of gaining proof of his own innocence, and of the guilt of another, before the period appointed. A week, a fortnight, often more, was allotted for the preparation. But in this instance the time had been curtailed, as there were evil tidings from the Isle of Axholme, which were likely to call Prince Edward speedily from Nottingham. He could send, indeed, to the forest. He could even make inquiries in person if he liked, for his safe conduct specified that he was free to come and go as he thought fit. But he had been especially warned that the proofs against Richard de Ashby could not be produced for at least a week, and his own eagerness to meet the charge had led him to the court much sooner than the judgment of his forest friends warranted. Thus on every side he seemed shut in by difficulties, and naught was left him but to defend his innocence to the utter extinction of all happiness for life. "Would she could see me," he thought. "Would that she could see the agony which distracts my heart at the very thought of raising my hand against her brother. However that may be," he continued, "that villain shall not escape. Although I cannot dare him to the field, now that I underlie the challenge of another, yet I will publicly accuse him before I enter the lists, and either by my lance or the hand of the executioner he shall die the death he has deserved." He raised his head quickly and fiercely as he thus thought. The door opposite to him was slowly opening when he did so, and the face of Prince Edward appeared in the aperture. "I knocked," said the prince, "but you did not answer." "Forgive me, my gracious lord," replied Hugh, rising, "but my thoughts have been so sadly busy that it would seem they close the doors of the ear lest they should be interrupted. I heard no one approach, but God knows your presence is the only thing that could give me comfort." "This is a sad business indeed," said Edward, seating himself. "Come, sit, Mortimer, and tell me how all this has happened." "Good my lord, I know not," replied Hugh. "You must have more information than I have, for here in this neighbourhood has the plot been concerted. Here in your father's court, where they contrived to have me doomed to death some time since, untried, unheard, undefended. Here have they, when frustrated in that, devised a new scheme for my destruction." "Nay," said Edward, "it was not that I meant. I asked how it is you propose this rash appeal to arms, when I expected that you would demand fair trial and judgment according to law." "I have been deceived, my lord," replied Hugh, "terribly deceived. Even Lucy herself supposed that Richard de Ashby was my accuser, and I never knew that Alured had returned, otherwise well aware of his quick and fiery spirit, I should have judged that he would make the quarrel his own, whether he believed the charge or not." "That Richard is the real accuser there can be no doubt," said the prince. "His cousin is but a screen for his malice. But yet you were rash, Mortimer, and I know not now what can be done to help you. Who is there that can prove where you were and how employed upon the day that this dark deed was done?" "Outlaws and banished men, none else, my lord," replied Hugh de Mortimer. "Witnesses whose testimony cannot be given or received. But I will beseech you to let me know in what arises the suspicion that I had any share in this. I do not believe that there is a single act in all my life which would bring upon me even the doubt of such a crime." "The scheme has been well arranged," answered Edward. "The proofs are plausible and various, but you shall hear the whole." And he proceeded to tell him all that the reader already knows concerning the accusation brought against him. For a moment Hugh remained silent, confounded and surprised, but gradually his own clear mind, though for an instant bewildered by the case made out against him, seized on the cue of the dark labyrinth with which they had surrounded him. "Well arranged indeed, my lord," he replied, "but too complicated even for its own purpose. Villainy can never arrive at the simplicity of truth. Was there no one, sir, who, even out of such grounds as these, could find matter to defend me?" "Yes," answered Edward, "there was, and she was one you love. She stood forward to do you right. She swept away half of these suspicions from the minds even of your enemies. She showed that one half of the tale was false, the other more than doubtful." "Dear, dear girl!" cried Hugh de Mortimer, and, gazing earnestly in Edward's face, he asked, "And shall my hand spill her brother's blood?" "Nay, more," continued the prince, without replying to what the young lord said. "She declared her belief that the real murderer had brought suspicion upon you to screen himself." "The scheme, my lord, is deeper still," answered Hugh de Mortimer. "The scheme is deeper still, or I am very blind. Did this dear lady point at anyone whom she believed the culprit?" "She would not say," replied Edward. "She would not even hint before the whole court who was the object of her suspicions. But since, in private, the princess has drawn from her the secret of her doubts, we entertain the same. Have you, too, any cause to fix upon the murderer?" "Cause, my lord!" cried Hugh. "I know him as I know myself. I have no doubts. Mine are not suspicions. With me 'tis certainty and full assurance. Were it not a fine and well-digested scheme, my lord, supposing that between you and high fortune and the hand of the loveliest lady in the land there stood a father and a brother and a lover, to slay the old man secretly, and instigate his son to charge the daughter's promised husband with the deed, to make them meet in arms, in the good hope that the lover's well-known lance would remove from your path the sole remaining obstacle by drowning out, in her brother's blood, the last hope of his marriage with the lady, that father, brother, lover would be all disposed of, the lands and lordship yours, and the lady almost at your mercy likewise. Do you understand me, my lord?" "Well," answered the prince, "but who is the man?" "Richard de Ashby, my lord, and if the day named for this sad combat had not been so soon, I was promised evidence within a week, which would have proved upon the traitor's head his cunning villainy." Edward mused, and turned in his mind the possibility of postponing the event. But, though it may seem strange to the reader that such a state of things should ever have existed, a judicial combat of that day was a matter with which even so great a high-minded a prince as Edward I. dared not meddle as he would. We know how far such interference at an after period contributed to lose his crown to Richard II., and Edward saw no possibility of changing the day, or even hour, appointed for the trial by battle, unless some accidental circumstance were to occur which might afford a substantial motive for the alteration. Otherwise he knew that it would have the whole chivalry of Europe crying out upon the deed, and that was a voice which even he durst not resist. "'Tis unfortunate indeed," he said, "most unfortunate, but my father having fixed it early, and at my request too, it cannot be changed." But do you feel sure, quite sure, that within 1 week you could bring forward proofs to exculpate yourself, and to show the guilt of this wretched man?" "As surely as I live," replied Hugh de Mortimer, "I have the word of one who never failed me yet, of one who speaks not lightly, my good lord." "And who is he?" demanded Edward. A faint smile came upon Hugh de Mortimer's countenance. "He is one of the king's outlaws," he answered, "but yet his word may be depended upon." The prince mused for a moment or two without reply, and then rejoined, "It is probable these forest outlaws in our neighbourhood may know something of the matter. Think you they had a share in it?" "What, in the murder?" cried Hugh de Mortimer. "Oh no, my lord. Would to God you had as honest men in Nottingham Castle as under the boughs of Sherwood." "You are bitter, Hugh," replied the prince, and then added, "I fear the day cannot be changed, and all that remains to be done is to send to these friends of yours as speedily as may be, bidding them give you, without delay, whatever proofs may be in their hands. 'Tis probable that other things may arise to strengthen our conviction. When you see what they can furnish us with, our course will soon be decided. If there be anything like fair evidence that Richard de Ashby has done this deed, I will stop the combat, and proclaim his guilt. But unless I am sure, I must not pretend to do so, lest I bring upon myself the charge of base ingratitude. He it was, Hugh, who furnished me with the swift horse whereupon I fled from Hereford, and though I own that I would have chosen any other man in all England to aid in my deliverance rather than him, yet I must not show myself thankless. And 'tis but yesterday that I moved my father to give him the lands of Cottington as his reward." "The very act, my lord," replied Hugh, "which merits your gratitude, was one of treachery to the party which he pretended to serve. For that I will not blame him, however, but he is a dark and deceitful man, and the proofs can be made clear, I do not doubt. I will send instantly, as you direct. All that I gain in way of proof I will give into your hand, my lord, and let you rule and direct my conduct. It is so terrible a choice which lies before me that my brain seems bewildered when I think of it." "It is sad indeed," replied Edward. "I have put it into my heart, Mortimer, how I should act, were I placed as you are, and I know how painful will be the decision. Whatever happens in the lists, whoever lives, whoever dies, you must be the loser. If you are vanquished, if by a hesitating heart or unwilling hand you give the victory to your adversary, you lose not only renown, but honour and esteem with all men. You lose not only life, but reputation. If you conquer, if you win honour and maintain your innocence, your love and happiness is gone for ever. 'Tis a hard fate, Mortimer, and whatever can be done to avert it shall be done by me. But I must leave you now. You will of course be present at the king's supper. Bear, I beseech you, a calm and steady countenance, that your enemies may not triumph. Your accuser is gone back to Lindwell, and Edward's friend must not seem cast down." Thus saying, he rose to quit the chamber, but before he went, he bent his head, adding in a lower voice, "Doubtless you know your lady-love is here, ay, here in Nottingham Castle, with the Princess Eleanor. Of course, in these days of mourning, she mingles not with the court, but if it be possible, I will contrive that you shall see her. Methinks the laws of chivalry require it should be so." "Oh yes," exclaimed Hugh, clasping his hands. "Wherever she were, I would demand to see her, and no one bearing knightly sword and spur would venture to refuse me. Have I not to tell her how my heart is wrung? Have I not to show her that this is no deed of mine? Have I not to prove to her that I am but a passive instrument in the hands of fate, that the death which he calls upon his head is her brother's own seeking, and that I am no more answerable to it than the lance that strikes him? Oh yes, my lord, I must see her." You shall," replied Edward, "but it must not be to-night. Farewell for the present." And thus saying, he quitted the room. Chapter 37.